Hey everyone, how are y'all? Scott, how are you? Gigi, doing okay tonight? Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Mandy May, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Been hot lately, took a shower. Yeah, I know Princess Megan. It's been extremely hot here too. All right, email is pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs it. Betty Joe, how are you? All right, y'all, bear with me for just a second. I'm trying to move all of my stuff around here. Hey Renee Marie, how are you? Gigi, I'm doing good. Tired. Been trying to help my daughter get her new house cleaned up and starting to get her stuff moved in it. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Trying to get all of my documents pulled up here, then I'm gonna go over. Hey Riddler, how are you? So I'm gonna end up going over the IGG document that came out the other day that I didn't get a chance to go over. I originally thought it was 19 pages, which the whole document is 19 pages, but the actual IGG stuff from the state is only 14 pages. So that's not so bad. Family and friends, I know. Do you think he's going to provide an alibi? Hey, Brooklyn. Yeah, Betty Joe, I know it's still a lot of reading, but it won't take as long to get through. Cool Gamer, how are you? Family and friends, you hope that he does provide an alibi? Hey, Yolo. Sweet Misery, how are you? K-Bros, who is Chester? I should have become a lawyer. Betty Joe. Bullets, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months. So Yeah, I hope you went to a 24-hour McDonald's and is on tape. Probably not that simple. Hmm. Well, family and friends, it's going to be interesting if he does provide an alibi and he only has literally 4 days left, like you said. Hey, seventh row, how are you? Oh, the dude from Lincoln Park, hey, bro, is that who you're talking about? Riddler, thank you for being a member for 3 months. And Riddler says, and loved every minute of it. Well, Riddler, everybody always enjoys whenever you come up on panel. And always giving us your Google search finds and your insights on everything. Sweet Misery, thank you for becoming a member for 6 months. And she says, whoop, half a year, laugh out loud. I love you guys. Well, Sweet Misery, we love you as well. Hey, Summer, how are you? Just Don, how are you? Oh, Lord. Hold on, y'all. I'm sitting here clicking on stuff on my phone and stuff popping up everywhere. Hey, Tonka, how are you? Fofa, how are you? Okay. Give me just a second, y'all, so I can do something here. All right. So we're going to get started on this document. Dreamcatcher, how are you? Tonka, I'm doing good. Tired, but I'm doing good. Summer, yes, I did get a little bit of rest last night. Very much needed. Stevie, how are you? Dreamcatcher, I'm doing good. Excuse me. Let's see. If he does try to come up with an alibi at the 11th hour, it will not be very believable as it's just another game his attorney is playing. I don't see him giving one, but if he does, it's going to be interesting to hear what it is. Hey, Marina, how are you? This is just, it's going to be very interesting. All right, let me pull FOFA up here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over this document. Me and her are, and then once we get through this document, because there's some stuff as I'm going through it that she wants to point out. And then once we're through the document, then I will open up the panel where everybody can come up and discuss it. All right. So, Fofa, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Hey, Courtney.
Good to see ya.
Good to see you as well. So, let me hold on. Okay, here we go. I had to make sure I had the right one pulled up here. Switch it over to my other screen so I can still see my chat. Okay. All right, and you're going to have to tell me where it is that you want me to stop on these different things that you want to point out.
Okay.
All right. So, did anyone catch in the interview that Eno admits to it being him doing the 3-point turn? If I am remembering correctly, we will have to ask Willie. I still haven't, Mandy May, I still have not got to watch that interview yet. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Hey, Watts, how are you? See, just saying hi. I'm going to sleep. Hope you got to catch some of my live from last night. I had some info on there to share about the still photo of 1122 King Road footage. Now, Watts, I didn't even go live last night, but by midnight, I was out. I was so tired. Hey, Dustin, how are you? Okay. Can everybody see this okay? Libra Moon, how are you? Hey, Crumbs Luthen. All right. Fofa, can you see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we make it where everybody can see it. All right. Mandy says she can see it okay. All right. So this is a reply in support of the motion for a protective order. And this is all the, what they're talking about, all the IgG or investigative genetic genealogy stuff on here. All right. So, and while I'm reading this, y'all, if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so. All right, so it says the state submits this reply to address several of the defendant's arguments in his objection to the state's motion for protective order, as well as the two declarations filed by the defendant in support of his third motion to compel discovery. All right, and every now and then I have to stop focus just so I can check the chat. So if you see anything, just tell me to stop so you can point it out.
Okay.
Okay, so A says the defendant has not demonstrated that any subsection of Rule 16 requires the disclosure of the IgG information. Rule 16 contains several discrete categories of information that the state must disclose to a defendant in a criminal case. It follows that the state need not disclose information that does not fall into one of the discrete categories, at least absent an order from the court upon motion from the defendant showing substantial need in the preparation of the defendant's case, and that defendant is unable without undue hardship to obtain the substantial equivalent by other means, ICR 16B10. The state explained in its motion why subsections A, B4, B5, and B8 do not apply to the IgG information. Defendant objects on this basis that the IgG information falls within subsections B4, B5, B6, and B8. Defendant's assertions do not withstand scrutiny. First, defendant boldly asserts that the IgG information rather obviously falls within the ambit of Rule 16b-4, but fails to explain how that conclusion results from the language of the rule. Rule 16b-4 requires disclosure of documents and tangible objects only when those documents or tangible objects are A. Material to the preparation of the defense, B. Are intended for use by the prosecutor as evidence at trial, or C. Were obtained from the defendant or belong to the defendant. ICR 16b-4, as best the state can tell, defendant is not asserting that B or C apply to the IgG information. Presumably, then defendant was attempting to show how the IgG information is material to the preparation of his defense when he asserted that someone other than the defendant may have placed his DNA on the K-bar knife sheet. But the state is at a loss as to how that theory supports a claim that the IgG information is material to the presentation of his defense. The SMP profile used in the IgG was created from the same DNA used for the STR analysis, and the state is providing the SMP profile and information related to the STR analysis in discovery. If the defendant wishes to explore the theory that his DNA was planted on the K-bar knife sheet, he is free to do so, but the family tree created by the FBI has no relevance to that theory.
Yeah. So in that one, essentially, it's I don't know. I find it a little funny because he's saying, okay, if you want to do that, go ahead, but don't make us any part of that. And what you're asking for, how does that have anything to do with it? So.
Okay,
And that the arguments that he's made in his other brief don't define why that would be material to the defense.
Okay. All right, so you ready to move on to the next part? All right, so next, the defendant attacks an argument the state never made. He claims that the state argues that if the latter STR testing is accurate, then there is no reason to concern ourselves with how the state came to investigate Mr. Kohberger. But for purposes of this motion, the accuracy of the STR testing is beside the point. The state referenced the STR testing in its motion to demonstrate the difference between the STR analysis and the SMP profile used to conduct the IgG. The difference is not one of degree but of kind. The SMP profile and IgG was used to develop a lead, not to demonstrate substantive evidence of guilt. On the other hand, the STR analysis is substantive evidence the state intends to use at trial to prove its accusations against the defendant. As demonstrated in the figure below, the STR analysis and the IgG based on the SMP profile are distinct processes. The creation of the SMP profile and the IgG have no effect whatsoever on the results of the STR analysis. And this little bitty reading on this, I cannot tell what it says. Hey, Roger. So I'm going to have to zoom it in a little bit. And wasn't you telling me something about this?
Oh, yeah. So with this little diagram and the part above, especially where they add the emphasis, the difference is not of degree, but of kind.
Mm-hmm.
He's telling the team, hey, you guys don't understand what you're talking about. And so your argument makes no sense because what you're arguing isn't correct because it's a difference of, and then adds the emphasis on degree, but of kind.
Okay. All right. So now I got to zoom back out so I can read this. All right. So as Riley Nolan, which it was, hey, Lady V, her declaration that I had read the other night, the laboratory manager for the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory, explains in her affidavit filed contemporaneously with this reply, STR data and SMP data cannot be directly compared. When the lab does an STR analysis, it does not require submitting agencies to notify the laboratory how a subject or suspect was identified in a case, because how a suspect or subject was identified has no effect on the laboratory analysis performed on the known reference sample from that individual. It also has no impact on the statistical calculations performed when doing a direct comparison of the reference sample STR profile with the STR profile developed from the evidence sample. Oh, I hate all these letters. So, though the defendant also asserts that it is rather obvious that subsection B5 applies to the IgG information, he again fails to articulate how that follows from the language of the rule. Instead, defendant criticizes as puzzling the state's assertion that B5 does not require the state to disclose what investigators do with the results or reports from scientific experiments. Far from puzzling, that conclusion is compelled by the plain language of the rule, which simply requires the disclosure of the results or reports themselves. On written request of the defendant, the prosecuting attorney must permit the defendant to inspect and copy any results or reports of physical or mental examinations and of scientific tests or experiments made in the connection with a particular case that are in the possession, custody, or the control of the prosecuting attorney, or the existence of which is known or is available to the prosecuting attorney by the exercise of due diligence. Hey, Eric. ICR 16B5, emphasis added, under defendant's novel theory, the subsection would require the state to disclose everything down the investigative stream from a scientific experiment, regardless of its relevance at trial. The authors of that subsection could have included that requirement but chose not to. Defendant. Go ahead.
So with that one,
Uh-huh.
they're going. Notice how they call it a novel theory. So they're saying that this is a bunch of junk, what the defense has argued,
Mm-hmm.
that it does not by any way fall underneath of it. And they don't understand why it's, quote, puzzling to the defense, because the language is there and they can read it. And it's not a test or an experiment. So what are they talking about? That's the argument that the defense is making there.
Basically, they're just kind of being snotty, right?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, so the defendant cites 2 additional subsections of Rule 16 that have no application to the IGG information by mentioning in passing that the IGG information is covered by Rule 16b-6, statements of the prosecution witness, and 8, the police reports. The plain language of those rules forecloses his argument. As the title of subsection B6 implies, it only applies in statements of prosecution witnesses. So, on the written request of the defendant, the prosecuting attorney must furnish to the defendant a written list of the names and addresses of all persons having knowledge of relevant facts who may be called to the state, called by the state as witnesses at the trial, together with any record of prior felony convictions of any of them. That is within the knowledge of the prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney must also furnish on written request the statements made by the prosecution witnesses or the prospective prosecution witnesses to the prosecuting attorney or to the prosecuting attorney's agents or to any officials involved in the investigation of the case unless a protective order is issued as provided in subsection 1 of this rule. Hey, Tina Marie, how are you? So ICR 16b-6, with emphasis added, the defendant fails to explain how anyone involved in the IGG related to this case constitutes a prosecution witness or a prospective prosecution witness. And the state's motion makes clear why that cannot be the case. The state does not intend to present the IGG information at trial. The plain language of subsection B8 is equally problematic for the defendant. On written request of the defendant, the prosecuting attorney must furnish to the defendant reports and memorandum in possession of the prosecuting attorney that were made by the police officer or investigator in connection with the investigation or prosecution of the case. So ICR 16b-8 with emphasis added as well. This subsection applies only to reports and memorandum. And none of the records related to IGG fit that description. Even if the records constitute reports and memoranda, the subsection only applies to records in this possession of the prosecuting attorney, ICR 16b-8, and the state does not possess the FBI's records related to IGG. Sally Mae says plain English, please.
Well, with that one, so one of the interesting things is at the end there where he says that it only applies to records in the possession of the prosecuting attorney and they don't have it. They could have it if they wanted it. So if you look at the DOJ's policy that they all go and they cite, there's a specific section there that everything needs to be retained by the investigative agency for potential use during prosecution and the subsequent judicial processes. So the state just hasn't requested it. The prosecutor doesn't have it, but that's because he has chosen not to.
And was it me and you that was looking at the DOJ policy on that whenever the whole IGG thing came up before? Was that me and you that was looking at that, or was that me and somebody else?
I'm not sure. I've looked at it before, but I can't remember. But yeah, It's in there that they need to keep it.
Okay. Hey, Liza. Okay, so we need to move on to B. All right. So B is the defendant does not have a constitutional right to discover all aspects of the investigation. So the defendant contends that a massive investigation came to focus on him and him alone and asserts that means he has a right to discover the investigation that led to him. The context of his claim suggests that he is asserting a constitutional right to discover anything and everything related to the investigation. But his asserted right finds no support in the decisions of the Idaho Supreme Court or the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's giving you like an example case here or whatever. So in Horn, the defendant moved for discovery that included records that fell outside of the Rule 16. The trial court eliminated the language in the discovery request that went beyond Rule 16 and limited the discovery order to language parallelly. The Idaho Supreme Court affirmed. The court reasoned that the state has a constitutional duty to disclose to the defendant exculpatory evidence material to the preparation of his case, but further found that there is no constitutional requirement that the prosecutor make a complete and detailed accounting to the defense of all police investigatory work on a case. So they've also put another example case down here, and it says, echoing in the context of a death penalty case, that there is no constitutional requirement that the prosecutor make a complete and detailed accounting to defense of all police investigatory work on a case. The defendant now erroneously claims that he has the very right the Supreme Court, Idaho Supreme Court, first rejected in Horn, a right to discover every fact of the investigation in his alleged crimes. This court should reject that already rejected contention. Okay, did you have anything about B?
I mean, at the end there, he's just saying, this is erroneous, it's dumb. I don't know why you're making this argument. The Supreme Court has already issued an order on this, and it's already been rejected, so what are you doing? But at the same time, it's just his argument to try to get it put aside and to discredit it, right?
Okay, and MLS Law Show, yes, I can send this to you. Let me make a note. And if you want to, if you can grab my email, it's pinned to the top of the chat, and just send me an email, and then that way I'll have your email and I can just send it to you. Okay.
Oh, and also, yeah, and keep that last, I guess, like sentence in mind, or the last argument about how, you know, they have the right to discover every facet, or they don't have the right to discover every facet, as you read the next paragraph.
Okay. Well, you know how my mind is, so you keep it in mind as well.
I will.
Okay, so C says the court can use the process explained in the state's motion to verify the IGG information does not contain exculpatory evidence. Though a criminal defendant has a constitutional right to discovery, that right is not infinite, and it does not encompass the IGG information. Due process requires all material exculpatory evidence known to the state or in its possession be disclosed to the defendant. Dunlap 141, Idaho at 64, 106 P.3D at 390. So as the state explained in its motion, the IGG information is neither exculpatory nor material to guilt or punishment. The family tree built by the FBI merely pointed law enforcement to the defendant, and law enforcement followed the lead to develop the substantive evidence of guilt that was used for his arrest and will be used at trial. Hey, Agape Love, how are you?
Yeah, so that last sentence right there is that saying that they followed the lead to develop the substantive evidence of guilt that will be used at the trial. So they're saying in that sentence right there that this is the lead that tipped them off, and then they built their case around it almost.
Right.
Which I hope that the defense picks up on that sentence.
I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor or Jay Logson is going to come out with something regarding this soon. All right, so the defendant theorizes that the IGG process was like a lineup where the government was already aware of who they wanted to target. The defendant's rigged lineup analogy defies logic. The purpose of a rigged lineup would be to use the flawed identification as evidence of the accused's guilt or to influence the witnesses to testify a certain way at trial. But here, the state has not used and has no plans to use the IGG information to prove the defendant's guilt. And the IGG process can have no effect whatsoever on the STR analysis. Moreover, as the DOJ policy on IGG explains, the FBI can only use IGG after the investigating agency has pursued a reasonable investigative leads to solve the case and the perpetrator's identity remains unknown. And they even said Forgot which document it was, but they did say that they did not present it to the grand jury. Hey, Beckles. All right. So, in any event, the state is not asking this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume anything. If the court finds that the IGG information is relevant to guilt or punishment, the state is simply asking for an opportunity to provide additional information to the court in camera so that the court can decide whether the information the state seeks to protect contains exculpatory information. It is desirable and proper to hold such an in-camera hearing before ordering or denying disclosure. Hey, Lori, how are you?
So there, he's throwing it back at the judge to make the decision after he's trying to discredit every single thing that there's. But he's trying to build like brownie points. Like, but it's up to you, judge.
Well, they did that in the whole camera thing before. Whenever they were wanting cameras or didn't want the cameras in the courtroom.
No,
they didn't want it, but it was, we're going to leave it up to the judge, is what the state said.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
All right. So D says the declarations submitted by the defendant did not make the IGG information discoverable. So in support of his third motion to compel, seeking much of the IGG information at issue here, defendant submits 2 declarations. Neither of the declarations show that the IGG information falls within the scope of Rule 16 or the defendant's constitutional right to discovery. In fact, the court should disregard much of the contents of those declarations as irrelevant and beyond the scope of the issues before the court. One is the declaration of Barlow. The court should disregard Barlow's declaration as a poorly disguised legal brief submitted by a lawyer who is not counsel of record in the case. It is now well established in Idaho that testimony containing conclusions of law by an expert witness is generally inadmissible. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Okay, Michelle. He was really getting snotty over Barlow, wasn't he?
Right, just wait. I was going to wait for the end of the paragraph.
Oh, it gets better than that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So they then include another example case on here, but it says striking legal conclusions contained in an expert declaration in a matter over which the Idaho Supreme Court exercised original jurisdiction. Barlow's declaration is indistinguishable from a legal brief. She cites, explains, and argues case law. She accuses the state of misreading a case, and she states as fact conclusions of law reserved for this court. For example, Barlow's declaration states as fact that the IGG information in this case clearly is Brady material, and that the IGG search could yield a relevant and admissible statistic. So, okay, you want me to stop right there, right?
Well, yeah, he's just telling her, who do you think you are coming into our courtroom? You don't have any standing here. You're citing, explaining, arguing case law. That's not your job. And then you're also going to say that I misread a case? Like, how dare you? So, and then she's overstepping the line when she's drawing conclusions of law reserved for this court. And she's like, he's telling him, like, hey, judge, she's offending you right now. You should be offended by this.
Kind of sounds like a titwiner a little bit, maybe. All right, so it says, setting aside the improper nature of Barlow's declaration, the declaration contains 2 primary assertions. Neither of the assertions support defendant's attempt to discover the IGG information. So first, Barlow suggests that IGG information in this case could give the defendant additional investigative leads because in some instances, the IGG process leads to a pool of individuals rather than one specific individual. She provides several examples of other cases where investigators supposedly had to contact individuals for further family information to narrow down the pool to a single individual. But the fact that investigators had to contact family members in other cases to develop the tip that led law enforcement to the defendant does not mean the FBI had to do so in this case. If anything, Barlow's theory supports the state's request for an in-camera hearing so that the court can decide whether IGG information contains exculpatory information. Hey, Tara. So second, Barlow argues...
Oh, on that page too,
Uh-huh.
where I forgot about the footnote that's at the bottom there. where they're saying that she accuses the state of misreading a case. Then they go out of their way to put in that little footnote saying that, what are you even talking about? Like, curiously, Barlow accuses the state of misreading People versus Johnson, a case that the state did not reference or cite. So, because I think it was the U.S. or it was, I forget. It's not People versus. It's something else versus Johnson. The title of it, but it was kind of like a petty.
But wasn't there?
It's the
there
one
was a
that's
Johnson
attached
case
at the
in.
end.
Okay, because
But
there
it's
was
like the title of the case. It's like essentially the same as People versus Johnson, but I forget what the exact title is. But yeah.
All right, so let me go down here. So second, Barlow argues that the IgG information could provide defendant with a database match probability statistic, which she states would be relevant and admissible. She supports this proposition with the United States versus Jenkins, 887A.2D, 1013, DC Court in 2005, a case that had nothing to do with IgG and that ironically demonstrates a fatal flaw in Barlow's declaration. The Jenkins court did not hold that the DMP statistic was relevant and admissible. On the contrary, the holding in Jenkins was that the trial court erred by deferring to an outside expert on whether the DMP statistic was relevant. Determining what the evidence is and is not relevant is a hallmark responsibility of the trial judge, and that responsibility is not appropriately delegated to parties outside of the courts. Sounds like he's kind of taking shots at her.
Oh yeah, so he makes it very clear in the next sentence.
Okay, so now, as a party outside the court, Barlow dictates to this court that the DMP statistic would be a relevant and admissible statistic.
And then the last sentence too.
The court should reject Barlow's attempt to hijack its role in determining the relevance and admissibility of evidence.
Yep. I think that makes it clear.
Yeah, you can clearly tell that they don't like Barlow or what Barlow had to say.
And yeah, the footnote too is good.
Let's see. Okay. Jenkins was a case in which the defendant was found as a cold hit in a database. Barlow makes a logical jump that
a logical jump. So that's the first attack.
All right. So that the DMP statistic in an IgG case should be treated as the same or treated the same as a DMP statistic in a cold hit case with no explanation. Rather, she supports her logical jump by simply asserting that she has spoken with a number of experts who say that it is so. At least in Idaho, we call that hearsay.
Yeah.
Hey, Bugsy. So, Chrissy M., how are you?
He said Betsy's not a fan.
Oh my god. That is kind of funny. All right, so
we call that hearsay. I thought it was a good jab.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so Barlow's DMP statistic theory has other problems as well. Her own source of authority explains that the DMP answers the question, what is the chance or probability of attaining a match by searching this particular database? Yeah, if y'all can hear Milo in the background, just please don't pay no attention to him. So Jenkins 887A.2D at 1024, but the FBI does not search genealogical databases in the IgG process for the purpose of finding a match. The FBI is looking for relatives of the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene. Or as Barlow herself puts it, the comparison in such a database does not yield an identification of someone identical to the uploaded SNP data. Rather, it would identify possible relatives who might be in the database. Moreover, Barlow's DMP statistic theory presupposes that how law enforcement first became aware of the defendant is relevant to guilt or punishment, an assertion flatly rejected by the courts that have actually addressed whether IgG information must be disclosed.
So that's another jab there.
Okay, and I'm not worried about reading all the italic stuff here. All right, so they have inserted another um, example case, but it says the ruling on motion to compel production of discovery. So the people are not obligated to provide its preliminary search of the genealogy databases for possible matches, which is investigatory in nature and is not exculpatory or material to the defendant's defense. And this is People versus Simon. And it just gives a case number. Order denying defense motion for discovery. The testing that produced the S&P profile and law enforcement's use of that profile to identify defendant as a suspect is simply irrelevant to guilt or punishment. And then 2, declaration of Stephen B. Mercer. The thrust of Mercer's declaration is that the state should be required to disclose the IGG information because under the ABA standards for criminal justice, the defense attorneys have the duty to investigate. But the standard that he cites belies his claim. It does not hold itself out as a standard on what should be disclosed by the state, but instead indicates that the defense attorney's investigation should include efforts to secure information in the possession of the prosecution and law enforcement. Where the mere assertion that a defense attorney has a duty to investigate sufficient to compel disclosure of the IGG information in this case, it would be sufficient to compel disclosure of anything and everything in the state's possession in every case. Then it says, we have never held that the Constitution demands an open file policy. So Mercer also states an ABA standard that indicates prosecutors should turn over certain DNA evidence, but he fails to identify which category of information he believes encompasses the IGG information in the case. None of the categories of information in the ABA standard call for the disclosure of family trees created through the IGG process. Moreover, Mercer cites no authority to suggest the standards on which he relies govern discovery in Idaho, but see State versus Ish, 166 Idaho 492. All right, so explaining the Idaho Criminal Rule 16 governs discovery in criminal proceedings, and the U.S. Supreme Court has already rejected the argument that the ABA standards are contemporaneous with the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, so he's saying that, this is not Idaho state law, so
because isn't Mercer and Barlow both from California?
Mercer's from Maryland, and
okay.
Barlow's from, she's from
California. Okay. Hey, Huda, how are you?
But they both have, really impressive records. They're
right.
Experts on the topics, but they're not, counsel on the case, so they're just kind of, I don't know. He has a problem with them coming in and telling Idaho how their law should be.
How to do things.
Idaho. Which, it could be fair, but this is how you establish precedent, is by bringing stuff in from other places.
Right.
And he also used case law examples from other states to back up his arguments. So
yeah, and there is a case that is included at the end of this that I'm not going to read, but I will post a link to this in the chat if anybody does want to go and read that. Okay, so the conclusion of this whole thing is, for the reasons stated above and in the state's motion for a protective order, the state asks this court to enter an order protecting the IGG information, or in the alternative, for an in-camera hearing to present information related to the IGG information, so this court can decide whether the IGG information contains exculpatory information. So the state is basically saying, give us a protective order or give us a day in court.
Yeah, or give us a closed-door hearing with the judge so that we can have these arguments with you. We're open to having the discussion, Judge, if that's what you want to do, but we don't think it's relevant or necessary. But right. I mean, it's up to you, Judge. We love you.
Yeah, they're kind of like throwing jabs at people, but they're still kind of sucking up to the judge.
Yep.
You know, or that's how I see it anyway. Hey, Paula. It's like, okay, we're going to throw all these jabs, and yeah, we know that the judge may get upset over it, but it's okay, judge. We're going to leave it up to you because everybody knows that the judge has the last say.
But we're doing this to protect you, Judge.
Right. That's basically.
And your power.
But, hey, Willie, how are you? So yeah, that's kind of what it seems like that they're doing. Taking jabs, but also trying to suck up to the judge.
Yeah, but I mean, they have some valid points too, but it.
Right. Hey,
I mean,
Richie.
it's mostly meant to discredit the argument that came back from Logsdon. And also to get rid of the 2 motions to support.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay, so this was signed on the 14th day of July. It was sent to Ann Taylor. And then this is the other cases that was mentioned in the document. I'm not reading all those because they have nothing to do with Bryan's case or the Idaho 4 case at all. But I will copy this real quick. I will take it and drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to go look at those. I don't know if MLS is still in chat. He's supposed to email me. Hey, Moonchild, how are you? So I can send him that. Okay, so was there another one that you were wanting me to bring up?
No, it's okay.
Good. All right. So I haven't dropped it yet, Willie. Kathopa was up here with me. Me and her were going through that document because I didn't get a chance to go through it the other day. So MLS says, why is the state so afraid of the defense of finding out their testing practices? That's a good question.
Yep, good question.
Hey, Brian Hoffman, how are you? I don't know. It's like when Ann asks for stuff, or the defense is asking for stuff, they're saying they don't have it. They're wanting protective orders. They're not. I don't understand why they just, if she's entitled to it, send it to her.
So under Idaho state law, it's not established that she is entitled to it. That's the thing. And then I saw people talking about CC Moore, and she makes pretty good arguments about like why it doesn't end up in court. But and like what its role is because it's just a tip generator and stuff. And
and I think that was Sally Mae. She had mentioned the other day about CC Moore and was wanting me to look into her stuff.
Yeah, Sally Mae and someone else had said it too today. But yeah, she's excellent. She explains it really well and how the 2 different profiles work. Like that diagram that you had that they put in there at the bottom. Mm-hmm. She makes all that make a lot more sense, and like how it's all actually done. But I think that with the state making the claim that, that they had gotten the lead from the FBI, and then let me find the exact quote so that I don't.
Do you remember which page it was on? I saw that pulled up on my
7.
Oh shit! I thought I still had it pulled up on my screen. Hold on, I can pull it back up.
The family tree built by the FBI merely pointed law enforcement to defendant, and law enforcement followed that lead to develop the substantive evidence of guilt that was used for his arrest, and that will be used at trial. So that was the lead that set them in the right direction. And that's what they built their case around, is what he said right there.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, and I remember correctly, that was also explained in the other document that was the whole IGG document, the big one that came out.
Of Logsdon?
I don't remember which one it was. What was the first one that was talking about the IGG stuff? The very first IGG document that came out.
The motion to compel discovery, the 3rd motion to compel discovery.
Let's see if this is it. Oh, wait, that ain't it. Wait, where did it go?
And then there's a state objection to that.
Okay, so
that came out right after, which is where he's updating the use of the 23andMe and stuff.
But it seems like there was something though that I had read. I have to go back and try to find it. I read so much stuff in this case that I can't keep up with where the heck I read it at.
What are you looking for?
Where they were explaining like the whole IGG thing and explaining the family tree.
That's the motion for protective order on June 16th.
Okay, let me pull that one up.
I think that's the one you're looking for, at least.
Okay, this may be it. Because this would be the one. Background. Yeah, this is just like the whole big 33 pages. But there was something in here though that they had went through the whole thing of how they got it, built a tree, and I forgot now what I was looking for. And they even the United States versus Johnson, they even named it in this one.
Yeah, but see, that's what it is. The United States versus Johnson versus instead of the people versus Johnson.
Right. I knew I had
that was
that
the
somewhere.
Of the correction.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and read it and because I completely forgot what I was going to say about it. Okay, let me get this off my screen now. See, and if anybody's came into chat that I have not said hi to, I am sorry, but thank you so much for joining us tonight. Too fast, how are you? All right, so I am going to open up the panel. We actually got through that quicker than what I thought we would. She was just thinking amazing reader you are and so fast, and I remembered I speed you up. Thank you, Moonchild. Okay. So if anybody wants to grab a link and come up and discuss all that, you're more than welcome to grab the link. You know, my phone is going off. Everybody knows that I'm live at this time and they want to start sending me text messages. Riddler, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. How do you say? Is it Fofa?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. You got a beautiful voice.
Oh, yes. Hello. Yes, she does. I enjoy listening to her. Hello, Fufa. Hi, Scarlett.
Thank you.
Hey, Lady V. How are you?
Hi, Lady V.
I always, for some reason, I always call her Fufa. I never can get the girl's name right.
Did I do the same thing?
No, you had it right.
Did I?
Yeah, you got it right.
I know you're talking about, or I know you're talking to me. I can pick up on it.
I had to take some pain medication. I fell today at the gas station, and
are you okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty banged up, but I'm fine. I'm just in a lot of pain.
Just hit that pen.
At least I didn't break any wrist. So.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Hi, Willie.
Hey, Willie.
What up,
Betty,
Betty Joe.
Hello. Hi, Willie. Hi, Betty Joe.
Hello. Hi, Betty Joe. Hello.
I took the information you gave me about the overwriting of information. I got my ass chewed out.
Wait,
the phone overwrites its own information?
Exactly. Right.
Stored on the inside
I figured
of
you
it?
weren't lying to me.
No.
Why would she lie to you?
Nah, it's just you bring that up and people lose their minds.
I mean, so it's one thing if it's stored on a third party. So like if you're talking about, I don't know, your Google Maps or your Google Photos, and you have your Google Photos and they have the location information and those things. But if the phone is in airplane mode and then it's storing it on its own internal data, then it'll override itself. There's only so much it'll keep.
Gotcha. That's what I figured, but I don't know. People want to believe what they want to believe.
Fofa wouldn't lie.
I mean, I
Figured.
make mistakes, but I'm sure of that one.
No, you sounded pretty damn sure of that one.
I know she's right on that one. So.
Oh, wait, Gigi, what do you mean take the link, honey? Hold on, I've done lost something in chat.
Oh,
Hey, Ava. Somebody said something about a link.
Don't start that already.
Gigi, Michelle Brooke, you think lost?
Yeah, that's where
wants
I saw it at.
us to take the link.
I threw the link back out there. Just in case one of them wants to come up.
Hello, everybody. I love you.
Roll Tide, Richie.
Let's see. Kohberger has another victims of surviving roommates. Who did? I saw your comment a second ago. You think that he had inside help? Hey, No Way, how are you?
Nope.
Hey, Avery. I think there's some. I don't know if it's inside or outside or where the help came from, but I think he had some help somewhere.
My first reaction is no. And then I think about how you explain that to me, and I'm like, maybe.
Nope. I don't think so.
But in my heart of hearts, I don't think so. I don't think he could have trusted anybody.
Yeah, but deep down, you kind of think so. Because it just doesn't add up.
Who kind of thinks so?
Said so.
I know.
And I trust her.
I 100% don't think he did so.
But let me say this and I'm not tooting my horn. From before anybody else was saying serial killer, I was saying that that's what he was, or if not stopped, he would be. And he was in this and this and this and this. I mean, I pegged everything exactly how it is. So on this one, I don't know whether to trust my instincts or Scarlett's.
I thought he was acting alone. I thought it was a copycat when I first heard it to what happened in Gainesville.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the same scenarios behind it. But when I read how you got the guy in the house at 425 and he's speeding off at 420 down the road. And
what are you laughing at?
That's the Riddler.
Because Willie thinks. I ain't even gonna say it.
Because the timeline's a joke. That's why I'm laughing.
So when Ann gets the detective or whatever he is on the stand, she's gonna say, which is it? Is he in the house at 425 or is he speeding down the road at 420?
I totally get that, and that's
and then that's when he's going to have to correct himself and says, well, we were writing that down because we were going off of what Dylan told us.
Oh, so you weren't sure.
And that's where I get the pause.
Right. And
Michigan Law Show, how are you?
She's going to continue to
I am good.
Think of it this way, though.
Michigan Law Show.
It could be a typo. They could have meant to put 420 and put 425.
Yeah, typo.
Hello,
Michigan Law Show.
Hello.
We're human. We make mistakes.
Okay, I've been streaming the Jodi Arias trial. I don't know if anyone's been watching that.
Oh man,
I've seen it.
One of the things that she says, one of her defenses, was at first, this didn't stick, but at first she said, I was there with Travis. 2 people broke in, killed Travis, and like pushed me around a bit and then let me live. And the police were like, okay, sure, lady. Now, we have, in this particular case, a young girl who supposedly was up, looked at the perpetrator in the eyes, and he let her live, even though he just apparently killed 4 of the people in the house. Does that not sound suspicious? Is there something not up in your minds about that woman's statement, that girl's statements?
Oh yeah,
nope,
definitely.
not at all. He was too tired. He was too tired to do anything to her, is what I was
told.
I don't
think so. No, I don't think so.
How are we to believe
there's
that
something up? I don't know.
how are we to believe that this guy is such a criminal mastermind? He's got a PhD in this. He studied it. He's a serial killer in waiting or a serial killer that's already killed, and yet he leaves an eyewitness behind.
Well, same thing as he drives his own car. He takes his phone. He does all of his crazy,
exactly. He drives
stupid
across
stuff.
the country.
Or it's not him.
You know,
Well, I'm not going to argue with you. Maybe it's not. But right now, I think they have enough evidence that they truly believe it's him.
Betty
Well, there's
Jo,
enough to go to trial. I'm really curious, and just so I'm sure nobody on this panel knows who I am. I'm an attorney, and I've been covering a lot of cases, and I focus on the defense because my belief is that the government needs to bend over backwards and contort themselves in order to convince somebody that this
Absolutely.
defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So I try to poke holes and look at everything, and I have a
Sure.
lot of questions in the air. And I was really disappointed when they went to the grand jury instead of the preliminary examination, because the preliminary examination would have shown us a lot of what evidence they do have. Because right now we have some statements and some motions, we have an indictment, but outside of that, we don't really know what the evidence is. And so I was really looking forward to the preliminary exam.
I know.
yeah.
I waited patiently for that thing to start, and then they came out with a grand jury.
Yep.
imagine that.
I think we all waited patiently for that to start.
Secret
Yeah,
grand jury.
but Charlotte, I did it
Bet-
again. Scarlett
Charlotte,
waited very much so on it. I'm sorry, my brain is fried.
no, you're good. But anyway, so Michigan Law Show, he was over on The Experts the other day. Actually, last night, I believe it was. And so
It wasn't last night, God. All these streams are blurring together.
wait, it wasn't
Yeah.
last night? Or
It
was?
might, no, I think it was last night. Yeah, I think. It was.
Okay, because I didn't go live last night.
Okay,
Now
it
you
must
got-
have been last night.
Okay, so now you got me overthinking myself here. I think it was last night because I didn't go live last night.
Yeah, you didn't go live.
And so I saw The Expert. He was live, so I hopped in his chat for a little while and was hanging out with him. Hey, Crime Solver, how are you? And Michigan Law Show was up there, and so he did say he was going to stop by. So I want to welcome you to the channel and to the panel, and thank you for stopping by and joining us.
Yeah, no, thank you. I saw that you were live, so I thought I'd hop in your chat a little bit because this case has interested me, and I wanted to hear your take on it. The Expert said I had to watch your videos and listen to what your take is on this case.
The Expert is a
So-
really cool dude. I have
Yeah.
to give him that. He's a very cool dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've
Well, I'm
watched.
glad you just said all that because it doesn't make me feel bad anymore about thinking the same damn thing you're thinking.
Betty Jo, I just want to point out something that in my hometown, in this jurisdiction here,
Yeah.
there were 2 typos wrong on a warrant. The judge
Uh-huh.
released everybody, threw the whole case out of court.
That's a warrant.
Well, what do you think
This
of
is a
PCA?
PCA.
Well, PCA is still a
Uh,
warrant for
Yeah,
your
to
arrest.
get the warrant.
It's not
It's-
reasonable
I mean, I'm
articulate
not saying that
suspicion.
I'm not saying it is a typo. I'm just saying,
Well, I mean,
Do we
it's
think it's-
kind of funny though. They're claiming that the guy's leaving at a high rate of speed
the
at
speed
420.
at 420. Yeah,
So why do they think that the murders happen between 4 and 425?
I don't know.
I mean, I
Exactly.
get the 4
So-
o'clock.
Another person?
I did a stream based off of the indictment, and I looked primarily at the timeline that was in the indictment, and the timeline was based 100% on cameras, whether they were like security cameras or whatever. And so they got the timeline by spotting this vehicle and where it was. And I can't remember the exact times, but it said at this particular time it was here, and at this particular time it was there, and then it's unaccounted for like these 14 minutes, and then we see it speeding away from the home.
Yep.
And so that's where they get the timeline from. The problem with the timeline is it literally leaves 14 minutes for him to drive about a block, park, go into the house, dodge the Uber Eats driver, do the stabby, and back in his car and be like maybe a half a mile down the road to the next camera. So
Right.
that's the problem I have with the timeline.
With no trace.
With no trace. Yeah, no blood, like
Nothing.
it's just it's a bad timeline. That's the biggest thing that I have when I was looking at the indictment is the timeline to me just screams something's odd here.
Yeah, something's weird.
Amen.
True.
I've been
So
screaming
have
that
you
from the
ever,
jump that
What a breath of
something's
fresh air.
weird.
Michigan, may I ask you a question? My name's Lady B, by the way. Is who you're talking to.
Hi, Lady.
She's a little feisty.
Hello. I just wondered if you have ever run across any case that there's not like blood tracked everywhere or anything like that. I mean, that's also another thing that gets me. Or at least they haven't said it is.
So,
anyway.
right. And so my first case that I live streamed was a Zachariah Anderson case, and that was a travesty of a conviction.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because they had no eyewitness, they had no cell phone data, they had no cameras, they had absolutely nothing placing the defendant at the scene of the crime. The only thing they had after what they claimed to be a huge bloody crime scene was one speck of DNA inside.
Inside what?
Did we lose him?
I don't know.
Michigan, are you still here?
He's still on the screen.
He's not muted.
Oh, there he is.
Inside where?
I think he's
Inside the
breaking.
van.
Is he breaking up?
Yeah.
I think he is. It was inside the van, I believe.
Sorry, he'll be back.
I think so.
Yeah. I just want his take on that because that.
Yeah, no, but there's a lot of blood at the scene with Jodi Arias. There was there's a couple other recent cases that I've been covering, the Texas v. Ronald River case, the Border Patrol murder case. This was an outside killing. Everyone was outside. There was no blood or anything found on the inside, but there was still blood smeared on the outside of the vehicle.
Right.
And this is, there's blood. Blood gets everywhere.
I know, that's what I'm trying
and
to
you
figure
can't clean
out.
it up.
Either they haven't disclosed it, or how the hell did he do it?
Yeah.
Or they do it, because that just drives me nuts.
I'm still thinking there was another person in another vehicle.
Very well could be, Scarlett.
According to the indictment, there was no other vehicle found on the security videos that would have been in the time, place, to do this.
There is a black SUV.
Yeah. Have you saw the?
That was never proven.
But it wasn't proven. But there was some video that was leaked from Linda Lane from my camera there, and there was.
Look who you spoke to.
Yeah. There was a
Somebody
black
was
SUV sitting in the parking lot, and you can see on the camera someone walking from the direction of the girl's house, 1122 King Road. And I don't know exactly where they come from. If they might have came from the apartment building sits between where this camera is in the girl's house. But they literally come back into camera view at 4:23, I believe it was. Get into this vehicle and they leave. Now they're claiming that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25, based off of Dylan and Bethany's downloads of their phones and statements and stuff like this. So could this other person be involved and they just haven't brought that out? Because we don't know everything that the state knows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one thing that I've seen a trend of is the state's going to focus only on the evidence that proves the guilt of this defendant. Anything that will bring in some non-party, the state's going to completely ignore. And they're going to fight against the defense, bringing in anything that's going to, point the finger at somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So the state's not going to voluntarily bring this stuff in. The defense is going to have to do it. And that's why they're filing these discovery motions. And that's why the state's fighting so hard. But at the end of the day, my question is always, why does the state, what are they trying to hide, and why are they fighting so hard to keep something out if their goal is justice, right?
Because they don't owe us anything, is what I'm being told.
Oh, they
According
absolutely.
to Ann Taylor, they're not hiding nothing.
Well, then the case is settled, right?
I'm saying she said it in open court.
No, she said that she didn't believe the prosecutor was trying to
hiding
hide
anything.
anything that he knew about, but that doesn't mean that law enforcement didn't have it. Not that.
Well, I'm not saying law enforcement. I'm saying prosecution.
That's a tactic that you do when you're going up against opposing counsel. You're like, listen, I'm sure this lovable opposing counsel of mine wouldn't do anything intentionally. Wink, nod.
Right. Which we all
however,
know.
There's stuff out there.
Yeah, because we all know, watched other cases that they intentionally don't hide things. That's bullshit.
Thank you, Stevie. Okay. Hey, Avery, how are you?
I'm good. I got questions for the attorney.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one question real quick, but so I don't forget. All right. So, MLS, do you think that the state and or the defense are going to be ready by October the 2nd?
I would, if I was the defense, I would be pushing hard to be ready. And so I feel like the defense is going to be more ready than the state. The reason why they're not, it sounds like they're not waiving their right to a speedy trial, is because they're anticipating the state not being ready. And that's a good position to be in. So I think the defense is going to be more prepared than the state. And if the defense is right, I understand. In Michigan, the state could bring a motion and say, we need more time. I don't know how it is in Idaho.
Okay. Avery, what was your question?
Okay. Sorry, you guys are going to hear my tacos in the trees because I'm outside. So, Michigan law show. Can you please tell me, because I have never understood this and I've never been able to get a clear understanding of it. Why did they choose to do a grand jury and go the indictment route instead of the preliminary hearing?
For this very reason, when you have a grand jury, it is only the state. The defense is not involved. The defense doesn't call any witnesses. They don't even know what's happening. And so the state literally stands up there and says, here is all of our information, uncontested, to get the indictment. And so let me back up. There's two major ways, or there's only two ways that you can be indicted on a criminal charge or felony. It's either through a grand jury, will listen to the state's evidence presentation and then charge you with a crime, or you could be charged through an indictment or through a paper complaint. Essentially, the state files papers against you and charges you with a crime. Now, if they do the paper route, the indictment route, then you have an opportunity to challenge it with a preliminary examination. The state then must bring forth witnesses and evidence enough to establish probable cause to bind you over on the felony. But in the process, the defense is actively involved and can call their own witnesses. They can also cross-examine the witnesses that the state call. And it's unlikely, it's not very often, but they have a huge possibility of that being dismissed and the charges going away. So if they think their case is weak, but they know they can sell it to a grand jury, why not do that? That's what they did.
I knew it.
I've been wondering if that was an advantage to prosecution. So,
well, it is, because the indictment,
Absolutely.
then you can't get it kicked on the indictment. You can if you go through the preliminary exam route. If you just file a piece of paper to charge somebody, you can get it kicked, or the defense can get it kicked and dismissed, but not with the grand jury.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Michigan law show. I want to ask you a two-part question. The first one: if BK doesn't provide or the defense doesn't provide an alibi, can they still put their defendant on the stand? And the second question is, can the attorneys for the defense ask the defendant in a roundabout way the alibi while he's on the stand?
So I'm not, again, I'm a Michigan attorney, so I can't necessarily speak to Idaho law. But if there's a prerequisite that the defense disclose an alibi witness ahead of time, then they must do so. and if they don't give whatever sort of timing notice requirement, then they're not going to be able to address that, even if the defendant takes the stand later. Even if the defendant was representing himself and speaking in a narrative or whatever, he wouldn't be allowed to address that if there's a timing notice requirement. So, as far as if he takes the stand and they don't provide an alibi note, I mean, so an alibi notice is kind of odd. I mean, what exactly would his alibi be other than I was at home by myself or I wasn't there? I mean, he can obviously say I wasn't there, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can do that, but that's not really an alibi notice. An alibi notice is like, hey, I got this security video that I have at my house that records 24/7 and it shows me there all night. That video would be essentially the alibi notice that you would have to produce. You wouldn't be able to surprise the prosecution with that during trial, nor would you want to, because that's an easy way to get this thing dismissed, right? If you could bring a motion and say, hey, I have an alibi, here's my security videos from that night, and they show me sitting at home all day, why go through all the expense, hassle, stress, sitting in jail? So you'd bring that up ahead of time. But he can absolutely get on the stand and say, I wasn't there, it wasn't me. There's nothing that would prevent him from doing that. Now, should he? Is a different question, because you never want to put your defendant on the stand unless he has information that you absolutely cannot get from anyone else, and that information must be out there in front of the jury. And so that's why you see it a lot with self-defense cases, because the subjective state of the defendant is something that no other witness can testify to.
Thank you, Scarlett, for letting me up. Lawyer, I can't see your name. My question is this.
I gotta cut Bryan down
What's
a
up,
little
Bryan?
Hey, Bryan.
I never
How you all
heard your voice
know I
before.
was just so scared Scarlett will never let me up, and I'm so thrilled to have a lawyer.
It's
Here
good
is
to
my
hear you.
question. Okay. They busted down the parents' door based on garbage DNA. And I want to know from you, a lawyer person, I think that the swab is going to get tossed. The garbage DNA is garbage, sir. They have admitted that. Dawn Daniels added that to her statement, 2 paragraphs of saying, Your Honor, I really don't feel like going to prison. So if you don't want to believe the garbage DNA, I'm not sitting here telling you that the garbage DNA is real. So if you toss the garbage DNA, I don't want to go to prison for kicking down his door. The garbage DNA, then they tried to sit there and just say, oh, we won't use it, thinking that Bryan would let that go. How can you go in there on garbage DNA, swab Bryan against his will, when the reason why you kicked down his door is bullshit?
But do we know that it was against his will?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we know that it was against his will?
No.
Well, yeah, no, yeah, they swabbed him after they kicked down the door.
They swabbed him when they arrested him.
Yeah, when he was arrested.
Yes, but the problem I'm having, the lawyer I want to ask, if the kicking down the door from the bogus garbage DNA is ruled inadmissible, wouldn't that mean that you can't kick the door in and swab him? Because what it seems like to me that they are doing is they got in sneaky by garbage DNA, and then they got his DNA from his mouth and it matched. My question to you, I'm sorry I can't see your name, lawyer.
His name, just call him Michigan. That way he'll know who you're talking to.
Okay, thank you, Scarlett.
You're welcome.
Michigan, if the bottom line is you kicked down the door and swabbed me illegally, does that not mean that my swab doesn't count? Because
okay, so what you've asked could fill like 3 hours of a stream, but let me try to simplify. let me
That's
let me
Bryan
try.
for you.
Okay, so what you're talking about is an unlawful search and seizure. Okay,
Okay.
so uh, years ago, 1800s or early 1900s, the Supreme Court said that the only way to really guard against unlawful searches and seizures is by telling the state, listen, if you violate somebody's rights by unlawfully searching them or seizing them, then you're not going to be able to use that evidence or any evidence gained from it in a prosecution against that individual. So it was an attempt to try to stop police and whatever from doing that. And so that's the base rule. And what it's called fruit of a tainted tree, which means that if you used unlawful measures to gather evidence, any evidence that was derived as a result of that first ill-gotten evidence is also excluded. So if the DNA profile from the garbage DNA from the garbage out front was kicked and it was found to be unlawful or something like that, or the warrant that was gathered or that was issued as a result of this DNA, say it was done improperly, was was found to be a violation of that search and seizure policy, then in theory, the swab that resulted from that unlawful warrant could also be kicked, and therefore they wouldn't have any DNA to present for a match. However, there's always a however. That's why I said it could be a 3 hour stream. The Supreme Court has also said, subsequently to that, that if the information, the evidence gathered, would have or could have been gathered in a different way, meaning it would have happened anyways, we would have gotten that swab from him regardless. Or if, like somebody mentioned, that maybe he voluntarily gave the swab. In either of those situations, then it would still be admissible. And they could forget about the whole garbage DNA and the warrant, and none of that would matter because they would have gotten another way to arrest him. And it doesn't matter because he volunteered the swab anyways. So, on in, if he volunteered the swab, or if the court decided that they would have gotten the ability to swab him through some other means, then they could still use it, even though the warrant and the garbage DNA was unlawful or unreliable or whatever. So hopefully that gives you some sort of context.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Because they agreed 3 months later, which I thought was very manipulative. They were like, okay, fine, we're going to toss out the garbage DNA. Don't worry about it. We won't use it. And I think they were blown away that Bryan was like, hey, we're not doing that. Toss over your garbage DNA stuff. And that is what they are fighting to not reveal. And they're, to me, I'm asking you, I think
it could be.
No,
that could be what they're fighting to not reveal. And that's why when I first saw the motion to compel discovery, and the state's original, because it's like what, number 3 I think you guys are reading through. There's been so many motions to compel discovery. My first thought is why are they hiding how they developed this profile? What is it that they're hiding here? And it could have results reaching beyond the garbage DNA for the warrant and everything. It could have results from the swabbed DNA. I don't think they're contesting that it's the DNA on that swab because they did the buccal swab, right?
No, but the DNA came after they kicked in the door based on the bullshit DNA from the garbage.
So he's saying they used the DNA that they took from the garbage to kick in the door and then take his DNA.
No,
that's what they did.
They took the DNA from the trash to match it from his father to him.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
And then they kicked in the door
and then they kicked the door down.
Down his mouth.
And then arrested him and then got his DNA on the buccal swab.
But they already had his DNA from his father.
That's my whole hang up is the order. You guys got into his house. kicking down the door based on December 29th, the garbage
Right, but
DNA.
So
the you say kicking down the door. The legal term is a warrant. They executed a warrant, right?
Okay.
So,
Brian is always a little over dramatic with stuff.
With no
but no, I
cameras.
mean, but from a legal standpoint, if
Love
the
you, Scarlett.
warrant gets kicked because it was issued unlawfully, either they misrepresented the facts in the warrant or whatever it is, the warrant gets kicked. It still doesn't prevent them from using this buckle
Oh,
swab if, like I said, if he consented to it, or if the court decides, well, they had enough circumstantial evidence because of the car and whatever else to arrest him. And at that point, they would have been able to. Again, I don't know Idaho law. So if the court could say they would have gotten it regardless of the warrant, based off of the garbage DNA, then it doesn't matter. Forget about the warrant
that
for a minute.
blows
What
me
I'm
away.
the warrant,
Way,
the
dude.
garbage DNA is not going to be admitted at trial. So it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Right now we're dealing with trial.
Mhm.
And so if I'm a defense counsel, I'm looking at that saying, okay, well, we want to look at the garbage DNA because we want to see if we can challenge the warrant. But beyond that, we want to look at the other DNA that they tested and how they came up with that profile match. Because the garbage DNA is just the father, which isn't enough, in my opinion, to convict somebody.
So they
So you're
also in
saying
the
to me that
probable
I'm
cause
allowed to kick
affidavits.
down your
Sorry.
door? So
Hold
you're
on,
so
wait.
far?
saying I'm
Brian,
allowed to
hold
kick
on.
down
Brian.
your
Hold
door
on.
and then swab you and then say I'm not going to use my kick down the door DNA, but I'm going to use
Yep.
my swab? I'm allowed
Well,
to
let
do that?
me tell you this. So in Michigan, and I'm sure in most other states, if you get pulled over and you're suspected of DUI, they have what's called a PBT, a preliminary breath test. It's on the side of the road. You blow into the machine. Okay, that cannot be used against you, at least in Michigan, in trial, because it is inherently unreliable for trial. It doesn't meet the proper foundation, the testing requirements, and things like that. But it's enough to arrest you. And if they arrest you and then they take you and they either draw your blood with a warrant or you blow into a machine at the station, which is more accurate and is tested more regularly, that can be used against you in the trial. So they're not going to use the PBT in the trial, but they're going to use what we call the data master at the station or your blood draw. That's going to be used against you in the trial. It's the same thing here. They're not going to use the garbage DNA against them in the trial. They're going to use the buccal swab and the DNA that they collected from the knife, or the knife sheath rather. So that's what they're going to use. The other stuff is just to get the ball rolling. It's just to get the case in the court, to get the guy in custody, to get him charged. Once you're there, then you use other DNA in the trial.
Where I'm getting
I see
hung
what
up
you're
is
saying.
where I'm getting hung up is you got in the door based on the garbage DNA. So why doesn't that make the swab illegal?
So, I mean, I want to clarify though that in the search warrant for Pennsylvania, they did not include any of that DNA information. They didn't include the taking the trash. They didn't include the dad's profile matching the STR, like DNA having a
So you
match.
just
Oh,
That
good.
was
So
not
Brian
in the
wasted
previous.
the last 15 minutes of my time. No, I'm just kidding. No. So
And
if
it was
they didn't
Pennsylvania.
use it, then they didn't use it. They got the warrant issued without it. It does. So the garbage DNA doesn't even matter.
Yeah, so it was used in the probable cause affidavit for the arrest in Idaho. It was put as supplemental in Washington, and then it was not even mentioned in Pennsylvania search warrant. So that's
So they
just
they got the warrant in Pennsylvania where he was actually arrested based off of vehicle and whatever other stuff
all
they
the
put
other
in the warrant.
Story of my
circumstantial.
life.
Yep.
Someone's banging on my door. Hold on. God almighty.
Oh, God almighty.
Michigan law, I'd like to ask you one more question. This is the Riddler, and I have a riddle for you. Uh, there
I'm
was a
sorry,
time.
Brian's funny.
There's a
Love his guy.
time when two judges wanted, I guess, order Bethany. She has to give some kind of testimony or statement to the defense. and they agreed to meet in Nevada. Now, so far, I haven't found anywhere where they've met, and she's disclosed that statement to the defense. But I noticed everything went hush hush right after the grand jury. Is that why another reason the grand jury could have been called to squash her from having to reveal her statement to the defense?
Yeah, it could have been. So as I do I do a fair amount of criminal defense. It's not my only area, but I have a policy that I never waive a preliminary examination because it's one of the few times that I actually get to challenge the state's evidence. I get to see the state's evidence in action, and I get to see how the state's witnesses are going to behave on the witness stand. And, it's not, we're not necessarily winning the case. Sometimes you can go into a preliminary exam knowing that this is absolutely going to get found over. But at the very least, it's a good way to kind of test some of your theories of your defense and poke holes at the witnesses, see how they respond. And again, if the state is nervous about how their evidence is going to hold up, at least at that time, they will do what they can to try to get you to waive it, or in this particular case, grand jury. We don't use grand juries in Michigan very much. We have the ability to, but if I was the state and I had kind of a weaker case and I had a witness that might not hold up on the stand just yet anyways, I would absolutely just go the grand jury route because you have no competition. You just present your evidence, you tell your story. It's like a Dateline episode, right? And that's it.
Yeah, and that's what you kept saying, brother. You can indict a ham sandwich with a grand jury.
Well, and that's why, because it's not adversarial. I mean, I could sit down right now and tell you a story and have, any number of you guys charged with a crime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just have one more question, and then I'm gonna get down because there's so many people up here. If at any time Ann Taylor believes that Bryan is guilty, does she have to disclose that, or can she just keep it to herself and keep on representing him?
Yeah, no. So as a counsel, your job is to, like, people ask me all the time, how is it you can defend bad guys or whatever, and it's not so much defending the bad guy. It is making sure the state does everything they're supposed to do. Because if you allow the state to take shortcuts with the truly innocent, the truly guilty, then they'll start taking shortcuts for the innocent. And we don't want that. So at the very least, you hold the state to their job, to their duty, proof beyond a reasonable doubt with the evidence that they have. And if you know your client's guilty, the one thing you can't do is offer on the stand perjured testimony or things like that. So you can't put a witness on the stand that you know is going to lie. So in that example, if you for some reason know when your client confesses to you, say, absolutely I did it, but get me off. Well, you can't put your client on the stand and have him testify to it wasn't me, right? Because then you're offering perjured testimony. However, your client has the absolute fundamental right to take the stand in his own defense, and you can't tell him no. In that situation, all you do is you file a motion, you say there's been a breakdown in the attorney-client relationship. I can no longer ethically represent this individual, and I must withdraw. You don't have to say why, and the court may or may not know based on what's going on, but they'll just allow you to withdraw. And you absolutely cannot, though, disclose anything. You have to take it to your grave. So,
but technically, in her mind, she can know that he's guilty, but unless it comes to him going up on the stand and perjuring himself, she can still represent him, even if she believes he's guilty.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
No, the reason why I would is, again, because the state has a duty. The state has an awesome power here. We're talking about an awesome power to lock people up for the rest of their lives or kill them sometimes. It's an awesome power that the state has, and the state needs to treat that with respect, and they need to earn that, right? They need to be able to present their evidence, and they need to be able to do their job.
I agree. I'm going to hop down, and I'm so glad that you think that Zachariah Anderson was a travesty. I think he's innocent. So
I got so many videos on that. I just did a video last week on the Denny motion. If you want to check out my channel.
Okay, I sure will.
Yeah, I think he's innocent too.
I'm going to hop down, guys. But
Bye, Avery.
Well, thank you for coming up.
Bye.
Avery.
Nice meeting you.
Bye, Avery.
Yeah.
Bye, Avery.
Bye-bye.
All right. So, real quick, MLS. I don't know why I want to call you MSL. I do apologize. But Crime Solver wanted me to ask you your thoughts on the traffic stops that Bryan had, the 2 traffic stops in Indiana when he was on his way, him and his dad, to Pennsylvania.
What are my thoughts on them? They were odd, but not unusual. As long as they were actually committing some sort of moving violation, I don't really have a problem with it. It's clear that they were following him. There's nothing unlawful about following him, keeping tabs on him. There's some Supreme Court cases regarding tailing. So they probably didn't have enough to get a warrant to put like a tracking device on him. And so in that case, the without a warrant, the police can just follow you, but you have to keep eyes on the individual, or you have to, like, if you lose track, you have to recover them, and things like that. And so there's a bunch of case law about that, and that's clearly what they were doing. They were just radioing ahead and saying, "Hey, keep an eye on these guys. If you get an opportunity to pull them over and check them out." And apparently they did that. I didn't look at the stop and see exactly why. There's so many stupid reasons people can get pulled over. You're swerving within the lane, things, all this stuff that they make up for.
I think
trying to
both
pull
of
people
them.
over.
I think both stops were for tailgating.
I mean, it's technically a law violation, right? I guess, as dumb as it sounds. I mean, it's like impeding traffic if you're driving too slowly.
Sorry, I
Technically, you
popped
can
away.
get pulled over.
Did you say if you thought that they were planned or not?
No, they were absolutely planned.
Thank you, sir.
No, they were planned. But what I was saying is, there's nothing unlawful about it. Yeah, there's nothing unlawful about it, though. The police can absolutely follow you without a warrant.
No, listen, I completely understand where you're coming. I just, again, the procedures that they did not follow during the traffic stop just led me to believe 100% that they were, obviously they meant to pull them over for, again, they tried to find something. They got tailgated, even though he was 6 car lengths away. You could still pull them. You could still pull somebody over.
Yeah. I mean, they were just following him. They were radioing ahead, keeping an eye on him, and pull him over if you get a chance.
So let me ask you this: if they took his father's DNA from the trash, right, and if they were following him, a week, 2, I mean, whenever they were, why wouldn't, like, I don't really know the answer to this. Why wouldn't they, like, take his DNA from his trash, or when him and his dad were driving along the route, maybe somewhere they stopped to eat, and then get his DNA that way? They can't. They
could have, but that's no. They absolutely could have. They could have followed them into a truck stop and grabbed that cup that he was drinking out of. But that is it's risky because
couldn't that cause cross contamination if it was thrown into like a trash can or something like that?
Yeah, gotcha. It's not really reliable. It's risky. You could tip off. I mean, the guy you're tailing.
Well, like back in Idaho, like when he was still in Idaho and he was living at, he's just obviously continuing his, with his day, and he's going out to eat. He's doing this. He's throwing his trash out. I just figured they would have took it back in Idaho rather than, follow him all the way across the country just to get it, from his parents'
Willie,
house.
you got to understand they didn't have his name until December 19th.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
like I
don't know how long they were following him.
Yeah, they didn't have his name until later, and then they also, who knows? Maybe he's one of those weird guys that doesn't have any trash. Maybe he just, uses.
I mean, he was putting his trash in bags, so.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just didn't have the opportunity, or maybe they didn't think about it until after they got all the way to Pennsylvania. Who knows?
Yeah. Michigan law. This is Riddler again. This will be an easy riddle. So many people on here says, "Oh, if that had been me and I was innocent, I'd be hollering my alibi to the police."
That was me. I said that.
Okay, and I'm like the one says, "Don't say it. Be cordial. Be kind to the police." But I'm not answering any questions till I talk to my lawyer.
That's right.
Now, once
So
you've got
if
it,
you say anything to the police, you're dumb.
exactly.
Yeah, because they hold it against you in
No,
court of
I
law.
would be screaming it in court to the judge.
Well, that's my next question I want to ask
They can make
Michigan
you look like a
law.
monster.
At what time is it proper for the defense to reveal their alibi, and who do they give it to?
Well, I don't know because I don't know Idaho law. I don't know if they require, like I said before, a certain time limit for alibi notices. Like alibi notices are generally if required within the first 30 or 60 days after indictment, that kind of thing, right? And so if he has an alibi uh, witness or evidence of some sort, then and there is a time requirement, production of that probably has passed already. But I am purely speculating because I just don't know. So yeah, I just don't know. But I would bring a motion to dismiss based off of that if we had it.
Well, he goes
But
July
I don't know.
24th.
Yeah, that's his deadline to provide
That's
his
the
alibi.
deadline for the alibi.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can get obviously with more time you can gather more information. Whatever his alibi is, one neighbor. Okay, well, one neighbor. Well, how about we go talk to all the neighbors? How about, whatever it is? Maybe we go through his
Right.
credit card statements and we see that he was shopping at the Walmart or something,
Right.
and we gather all of this stuff and we create a whole timeline for his entire day and we present it as, look, we can track him the entire freaking day and into the next day. Here it all is. It's a nice timeline. You need time to put that together. And you want to make sure you got it right. You want to, so.
Well, I don't know if he would use Walmart as an alibi because I believe after the C word, they all close at 11 now.
Well, I mean, I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm
what
just
his
saying.
alibi would be.
I
But like
don't know
me,
if he
so
used
like I'm
Walmart.
super like I don't want to get charged with a crime, right? So I have security cameras up. And I have like 4 apps on my phones that track me. Everyone, I have like so many different ways to know where I am at all times,
Right.
and I just don't plan on committing a crime. That's all.
No,
So,
I agree.
Agape Love wanted me to ask, what is your take on him standing silent, and what is there to gain from that?
my default is always we stand mute. Um, And the only real gain to that is if at some point later you're convicted and you can say, stand up and say, well, I didn't plead not guilty. I just made the state, prove their case.
Right.
But I will say that 99.9% of the cases that I've ever represented or heard in court or watching trials or whatever, they all stand mute. And they don't plead not guilty. And just not guilty is entered for them.
Gotcha.
Michigan law, I want to ask you a question. If this trial goes to a hung jury, usually the participants go back to where they were before the trial started. What would happen to him? Would he still remain in custody of the state, a county jail, or would he be released if it's a hung jury? I know it's up to the state attorney whether they want to retry it, but what would happen to him between that point?
Well, it would usually be a motion upon the state to maintain bond conditions. And it was given the severity of the case, it's most likely going to be granted. But for a very short window, the state's going to have a very short window to reissue charges. So maybe it's stay up 30 days, maintain the bond condition, and the state's going to have to file charges again within those 30 days. If it's something small and reasonable like that, they're going to keep them locked up. Yeah.
I got a question. So if you had to pick one or two, just from what we know so far, like one or two key things that they have so far that you have, that you're seeing a problem with, what would it be? What would you attack first if you were in, Taylor? Like, what are you seeing the biggest problem with so far?
So far, I'm seeing a timeline issue. First and foremost, that's the first thing that stood out to me is the timeline issue. The timing that the state set forth doesn't work for me. And not only just because 14 minutes to do everything that he had to do, but also he had to dodge a bunch of other people in there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I don't know. I have a problem with that other girl that was in there saying that she saw him, and then waiting several hours before calling 911 and calling friends first. And
8 hours.
um, yeah. I mean, that's weird. I don't know. Like I talked about the Zechariah Anderson case, and just as a stream on the Denny motion.
Mm.
Denny motion is unique to Wisconsin, as far as I know. I don't know if they have any sort of requirement in Idaho for the same thing, but essentially what it is if the defense wants to point the finger at a third party, they have to jump through a bunch of hoops, and they do that through this Denny motion thing. So if the Idaho doesn't have that, I'd be pointing my finger at like, well, what's this girl all about, and who's her, who could she have let in the room or in the house? What is she? Because it just seems odd that you're gonna kill a bunch of people and leave one left standing. So I would start pointing my finger that way. The DNA on the knife sheath, I'm not even necessarily looking at his buckle swab and whether they match. Let's assume they match for the sake of this argument. There's just a million different ways that DNA gets transferred, and I would really be focusing on an expert to talk about transfer DNA and how it gets different places very easily. And so there was this one study where they had people shaking hands, and then they would swab their hands for the DNA. And in like 89% of the case, after just a simple shake of the hand, they detected so much of the other person's DNA, and it was like 2% of the actual person's hand, their DNA showed up. Because that's how much gets transferred with just a simple handshake. So I would focus on an expert that would be able to talk a lot about that.
What about the phone pings? I've read from an expert, excuse me, who said if they're going to concentrate and build their case around the phone pings to pinpoint his exact location, they stand a good chance of losing the case. And
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The thing with the phone pings is he could be sitting in his apartment, right? And he could be hooked up to the tower that's closest to his place for the longest time until that tower gets so bogged down with other data from other devices that his phone decides it's going to hop to the next tower over. He didn't move, but now all of a sudden it's hitting the next tower over. And so if you get a good expert on that, there's no way that they could say, well, he's moving then. No, because it could just do it. Your phone does it all the time automatically anyways, depending on the bandwidth load of that particular tower. So that's a losing case if they're gonna try just that. If they're gonna pin their case on that. But the problem is that I see a lot in some of these cases is that people don't know how to explain it well. You get experts that know the technical field but can't really explain it well to a jury. And that's the problem I've been seeing lately.
Okay.
Can you please ask? Oh, yeah.
Lady Claymore wanted me to ask if the owners who are releasing this vital CCTV footage, are they breaking the gag order?
Oh, this gag order. Okay.
This gag order is crazy.
I don't even know anymore where we're at on the stupid gag order. You can't bind. I deal with people all the time, right? And everyone's like, "Wow, I want an order that says this or that," and they want to bind people to orders that they're not even parties to the cases of. And the idea that they could gag somebody who's not even a party to the case is ridiculous. So the first gag order, I didn't even know. I just don't know. I don't know who's covered under it. But in theory, if everyone in the world is covered under it, then we're all in trouble. So, I honestly, I have no idea.
I believe it's just witnesses, attorneys. Hold on, I'm trying to find the latest. issuing of the gag order?
Well, they could have made themselves witnesses by releasing the video, but they weren't known as witnesses before they released the video. So at the time they released the video, they're not witnesses, so they're not bound by it.
Okay.
So do you find this gag order like normal, semi-normal, abnormal?
Completely abnormal, like not even in the same ballpark. Now, gag orders, well, first of all, I don't like gag orders because when the case first starts, it's only the state side, right? And then all of a sudden, somebody's charged and he's not allowed to talk. That's a problem just in the eye of the public. So I don't like gag orders to begin with, period, at all. Now, if you are going to issue a gag order, a court has two things that gives it power. It has subject matter jurisdiction and it has personal jurisdiction, right? Can this court hear this felony case? And personal jurisdiction. Does this court have control over this individual, right? And so, we can't charge him in Michigan, for example, because the courts in Michigan don't have jurisdiction over this guy. But in order to get that personal jurisdiction, they have to be a party to the case. If they're not a party to the case, then the court has no personal jurisdiction. So that's the two things that the court needs in order to enforce its orders. And so I have a problem with this gag order that binds non-parties. They don't have the authority to do it, in my opinion. But again, I'm not looking at the Idaho. I don't know if this is common in Idaho. I don't know. It would never fly in Michigan.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Michigan law, Riddler again. Hope I'm not taking up all the airtime. But if you were his defense lawyer, BK's, do you think he can get a fair trial in Moscow?
I would be fighting very hard to get it out of that county.
Exactly.
I would be fighting, but I don't know if that's going to happen, or at least, at the very least, get a jury pool from outside of that county.
Yeah.
I
So
agree
do you think they're
100%.
like-
When would you? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just quick. So do you think they're bluffing, or you think that like the defense is, ready to rock and roll?
Can I ask you a question about the last one first?
Oh yeah, sorry.
With the motion to change venue, when would you normally file that?
I mean, again, we're talking about procedural law, procedural rules, and so typically what happens, you show up for your first pretrial conference, and the court gives you a scheduling order, and they say by this date you need to do this, by that date you need to do that, and so somewhere in there is going to say if you have a motion regarding whatever procedures or something, you have to bring in a certain time, and so whatever that order would say generally. The courts are kind of usually left to their own devices with setting those. Mm-hmm. So unless there's a particular local court rule or something like that says it must be done by a certain time. So I honestly don't know, but it would be, they would have knowledge of it and they would presumably bring it before time ran out.
Is there a strategy to it though, of when, as a defense attorney, if you were going to file it, could there be some kind of strategic reason to wait to file it, or just?
Yeah, I mean, you could wait until some sort of media sensation blows up somehow, some way, something more than already has happened. You could be like, all right, I've got to bring this by, say, July 24th. Well, let's wait and see if there's some sort of weird, sensational media blow up that happened. I know Dateline did a story maybe a month ago now. That's actually when I did my stream on this after I saw the Dateline's bullshit that they put out. Sorry if I could.
No, you're good.
Oh, you're good.
You're good.
But you time it with things like that. If there's, there could be some strategy to that, but we don't know. The bottom line is, I've been watching trials for a bit now. We have no idea as outsiders what the defense strategy is. No clue. We can guess, we can speculate, but we honestly don't know. And so something that looks odd to us, or why wouldn't they do this? It could be part of their strategy. And you just kind of don't know until the end.
So that's what you do think? You think they're playing chess right now at this point?
Oh, they should be if they're not.
Okay, because they can like, so up until what time can they ask for the trial to be pushed back, a year or two or whenever they want?
Well, I mean, presumably they could do it the morning of the trial.
Wow.
You
Okay.
say we're not ready. We're not ready, Judge. We thought we would be. In all honesty, we thought we would be, but we need more time.
Gotcha. Thanks.
And as a practical matter, you'd probably want to keep the judge in the court informed ahead of time before all that.
Cool.
You don't want to make the judge mad.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out if the defense is it seems like they're very confident for some reason, and it's just, again, I just find it a little odd. But again, if they're just playing chess because they have up until that morning of, then I guess it's just the game.
Yeah, and again, when you practice law, I always tell my clients, I say at a minimum, I'm dealing with 5 different heads, right? You and me, we're 2 of them. We got the opposing party, opposing counsel, and then we have the judge. And everyone's got their own different thoughts and opinions and feelings and emotions and whatever. And you need to play to all of that when you're dealing with the case. And I don't know the judge. I don't know the county. I don't know the politics. I don't know any of that stuff. Presumably they do, or or they have someone helping them if they don't in that county. And so they're doing what they think is best based off of local politics or whatever it may be.
Michigan law, do you think this judge is experienced enough to handle this high-profile case? And we can give you a little bit of a background. Naturally, he was an attorney. I think he practiced family law, and I'm not 100% on that, but he became a magistrate. And from the time he was appointed, I guess they call it a district judge in that area, by the time he was appointed that, we can't find where there was any, we call it red rum here if you spell that backwards. We can't find where there was a M1 there's in something like 7 or 8 years. So I doubt he's even presided over one of these type trials. Do you think he's experienced enough to handle this case?
Well, you would hope so. The other thing too about judges, they don't know the law any more than the attorneys that are in front of them. They might have experience after so many years on the bench. They kind of know the routines and things like that and standard punishments. But at the end of the day, they have staff that are working back in their chambers. They have a judicial lawyer that's researching cases. And I did that when I was in law school. I clerked for a judge, and she would hand me a motion and a response and say, all right, brief the arguments for me and do your own research, look up these cases that they cite and give me your thoughts. And I would do that. And then I would hand her the cases in sort of my review. And then she'd read through them. And if she had questions, I'd do more research on it. And that's how judges work. It's not just them. There's a whole staff behind them doing this stuff. So whether they're experienced or not is, it's are they treating the profession, the judges, or the responsibility of a judge appropriately? And let's identify what the judge's role is here. The judge is referee and gatekeeper, right? He schedules things out. He makes sure everyone's in the right places at the right time. And then he decides what evidence gets in and what evidence doesn't. That's his gatekeeping role. Outside of that, he doesn't have much more to do in a jury trial. So presumably, too, there's obviously, we're going over a protective motion. The protective motion is where the judge is really focusing on the evidence in his gatekeeping role. Is he going to allow this in? Is he going to allow the defense to have this stuff? And all those cases that you guys just read through and cited, somebody in the judge's chambers either knows the case or is going through the case, going through the citations, pulling up additional cases. I've had, every time I file a motion and the other side files the response, and then the judge issues an opinion, they always pull out cases that neither of us cited because they have someone else or they themselves are doing the research as well and pulling out other cases. So this is sort of the meat and potatoes of the judge's role right now in this trial. And whether he's had experience with it or not isn't really The question is he committed to his role, and does he have the proper support staff? And usually they would, even if they're inexperienced. I don't know. I don't know how else to answer that.
If you were once again the defense, what type of jury would you want, males or females, for this case?
I want all male engineers.
Thank you.
That's what I want. Male engineers.
That's exactly right.
That's interesting.
Yep.
Oh, you can request that?
No.
No, actually, you can't, but that's what I want.
I was like, wait a second.
I want all middle-aged male engineers. And the reason why is because this is going to be an emotional case. The state's going to appeal to emotion. Look, these 4 kids were tragically, brutally murdered.
You're right.
It must have been this defendant because obviously we charged them. Think with your emotions. Think with your gut. Think, But if you get middle-aged male engineers, they're extremely rational. They are detail-oriented, and they're going to pick through absolutely everything the state says and is thinking, does that line up? Does that meet that element? And that's why I want middle-aged male engineers.
That makes sense.
I have a question.
Every defense attorney wants a panel of middle-aged male engineers, by the way. It doesn't matter what case you're on. That's
tough talking to an engineer, man. Like my uncle is tough to talk to because he's always, like you said, always, thinking about something 10 times over. It's crazy.
Betty Jo, what was your question, honey?
I wanted to ask him, does he think BK did this?
I will say the exact same thing that I said about Zachariah Anderson. And I've said it to Zach's brother's face many times, and he knows what I mean. I don't care. I don't care if he did it personally. As attorneys, we're kind of rise above it. What I care about is there a proper defense, and is the state presenting proper evidence in a ethical way where justice will be sought, not a conviction, not a political feather to put in their cap, but is the case being brought ethically and responsibly in the name of justice, and is the defense presenting a valid defense in this case? And then it's up to the jury.
I agree.
I watched Zachariah's trial a couple of different days, and I didn't see any evidence against him to point that says.
No, there's no evidence against him. Well,
yeah, I didn't see.
I won't say none. There was a motive, right, which isn't actually evidence or an element of the crime. Right. But there was enough. I feel like the jury could have come back with the stalking, at least of Sadie, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, right. 2 or more consecutive acts. We could have gotten there. I could see as a male engineer in my 40s, I can rationalize that, right? But with the murder charge, absolutely not. There was not enough to. The only piece of evidence that physically connected the defendant and the victim was 1 speck of DNA, and to me, that's not enough. No. When I streamed the trial live, I kept saying, I am so excited to hear from the defense's DNA expert and crime scene investigation expert, and I didn't get those. And that's why I think Zach was convicted. But because I really wanted to see the expert say, listen, this is a bloody scene. There's going to be more than 1 speck of DNA. And then I wanted to see the DNA expert get up there and say, like, this could have been transferred any number of ways. And their foundation for the admission of this DNA was not based in science, but based in a hunch. When you have the DNA expert that says this was the victim's blood, and then the state's next DNA expert, her boss, her scientific review says there's no way we could say that this was blood, contradicting the state's own witness. It's bad. It's bad, and I don't know why. I don't know why it went the way it did, but yeah. And I thought it was a valid defense. Like, I watch these trials. When the state is done, you should be absolutely convinced that the defendant is guilty, right? Otherwise, what was the state doing, right? And when the state was done on Zachariah Anderson, I was like, he's not guilty. There's no way that they met that burden. Yet they still got a conviction.
Okay, Candace wants to know. She said, let's say in theory that BK did not do this or is not solely guilty of this all alone. Is it possible for him to be in this position awaiting his trial still?
Yep, absolutely. And that's the scary thing that I keep pressing with Zachariah Anderson or any defendant, the defendant that I'm looking at, is imagine you are going about your daily life tomorrow. You wake up, you take a shower, you go to work, you do a little grocery shopping when you get home, and then you come back home, you sit on the couch, you watch some TV, you're not touching your phone for an hour and a half, and then the next day you're charged with a crime. And there's a murder down the street, somebody that you, whatever, said a stupid joke to on Facebook, and now you're in a Facebook fight. And so that's your motive, whatever. You're charged with a crime. They're going to use well, he went shopping and he bought bleach. He was obviously using that to clean up a crime. And there was an hour and a half where his phone wasn't active at all. Well, he must have left it behind so he could go, develop an alibi and go commit this crime. That's why he left his phone at home. So they're going to use every single part of your normal daily life against you. And it is absolutely possible that someone who had nothing to do with the crime could be convicted of. I'll give you guys another example. And this is why I say you don't ever talk to the police. I had a client that was in a Facebook dispute on one of those neighborhood Facebook pages with a neighbor, and they just absolutely hated each other. So one day she gets a call from the police that says, "Hey, we want to talk to you about your neighbor. You want to come to the station?" And we said no, of course. But hey, we kind of used it as a reverse interrogation. Like, what's the issue? What's going on? And they said, "Oh, the neighbor said she tried to run him off the road." And so I talked to my client. She wants to make a statement. She wants to make the statement that, well, yes, we have a Facebook dispute. I don't like this guy. He's an asshole. And I did see him walking his dog down the sidewalk when I was entering the sub. I didn't try to I didn't try to run him down, but I rolled down my window, slowed down, yelled at him, flipped him the bird, and then drove off. So now, if we make that statement to the police, we're admitting to a motive, we're admitting to being in the time, date, place, location of the crime, we're admitting to slowing down and engaging with this guy. The only thing that the jury has to speculate on, and the defense or the state is absolutely going to sell, is that instead of flipping him the bird and yelling at him, she tried to run him down. You gave them like all seven of the 8 elements. You just gave to them. And she did nothing wrong. If you believe her story 100%, she didn't commit a crime, but she could have easily have been convicted of that crime. And so that's why it's a scary thing. And to the original question, if he truly didn't do it, could he still be facing these charges and sitting there in lockup and pending a trial? Absolutely. Yes, he could.
Michigan law, do you think the jury will go and visit the house?
No. I don't see why they would need to, first of all. And I thought it was being torn down.
Not until October.
No, it's not till, yeah, I think if you read between the lines, they're going to leave it open until after the trial, but they did say officially October.
Right. And if the trial gets pushed back, then they're going to go back and reconsider at that point. But like Riddler said, it's almost like they're saying, without actually coming out and saying it, they're going to wait until the trial is completely over with before they demolish it.
Well, when I first heard that the house was going to be demolished, I said, that's a bad idea.
Oh, for sure.
Not because the jury would go visit it, but it's a crime scene. It's probably still got more DNA there. If you destroy that house and take it away, then you're preventing the defense from even, getting their experts in there to do more testing if they wanted to, or forcing the state to do it.
I've got an important question to ask you. Can the defense, do they have to use the labs that the state used to test DNA? Or can they say, hey, we want to test that knife sheath also. We want to send it to another lab? Oh,
yeah, the defense can do that. I thought that was part of what So what they want to do, from what I gathered, it's been a little bit since I read their original motion. They want to know how they want to know all the DNA profiles that they use in order to generate the particular profile for the defendant. They want to know their testing procedures and policies and all of this stuff. And I think that's in preparation for consulting with their expert to then possibly do a subsequent DNA testing. So I think, you need to do like step one before you get to step two. Your expert needs to know what they did, so that way he could try to replicate it, right? Scientific method. You should be able to replicate it and get the same results. And so they need to know what they did and what the profiles were that they used and how they did all this, so that the defense expert then can replicate it. And so I think that's what a lot of this motion stuff is for, or the discovery anyways that they want, is to try to prepare their expert for replicating it or challenging it in some way. I do have to jump off. I just realized it's 2
I just have
a.m.
one more question, and then I'm done. Just real quick. Is total lack of mean none?
What do you mean, total lack
Like
of?
when she says total lack of DNA in his office, car, or whatever they said, does that mean a little bit, a lot, or none?
Well, total lack of DNA would be,
Of victim.
of the victim. Yeah, I would say, yeah, there's absolutely no. I didn't know if it was total lack of DNA, period, which would seem odd because that would seem like he cleaned up, which could be used against him again.
Yeah, they said total lack of the victim's DNA in his car. What did they say? Car, office, and home.
It's his. It was total lack of the victim's DNA. No, there's no explanation for the total lack of the victim's DNA not being in the car, the house, apartment, and his office.
Well, I'm not her, so I don't know what she meant by the words. But if I was questioning her on the stand, I would say, "What do you mean by total lack? Meaning you found absolutely no DNA matching the victim?" I would assume that's what she meant, but that's not like a legal term or anything.
Okay,
I would just
so
have
she could
to
just
ask.
say it. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I appreciate your
but
time,
I
man.
am. Yeah, no. I'm. Thanks for having me on.
For sure.
I wanted to
Thank you
come
for
and
coming
check out
up.
your stream and see
Thank you,
what it's all
Michigan.
about.
It definitely come back, man.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and
It's
Yeah.
Thank you so
interesting.
much.
And I
Yeah,
did.
no.
I sent you an email and included 2 different links in there. One is the website with all of the documents on it that's been released in this case, and then I also sent a link of the document that I was reading tonight.
Oh, okay, great. I see some people in the chat said they subbed, so
Yeah, I
very
dropped your
cool.
link.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm very interested in this case. The last thing I'll say is I think there was a lot of pressure on the police to find somebody. And I remember watching when it first started. And then I remember watching like all the protests and all the anger against the police. And then I remember them saying they arrested a suspect. And I was thinking they were really quiet for a while. And that's somewhat understandable because you don't want to necessarily tip off your suspect, right? But then to have such a quick response based off of DNA, at least that's how it was reported. I'm like, something's up here. Were they under a lot of pressure just to charge somebody? And this is somebody. It was just odd. It was just odd.
Right. Yeah, this whole
So
case
that's
is
all.
it's interesting but odd at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. And what I don't want to see happen is I don't want to see the emotions cloud the facts. And that's what I keep pressing on my case. And, I had a chatter with a very personal connection. Her friend was murdered. And she wanted me to do a story on it. And I said, that's fine, but I'm going to do it on the facts, not the emotion. I understand you're connected to it.
Right.
She thanked me for it after I did the stream. But I want people to start really treating these things as not so much a puzzle or anything like that, but just look at the facts. I mean, we can all get wrapped up in the drama and the intrigue of it, but at the end of the day, we're talking about potentially a person who is innocent. Well, he's innocent right now, but potentially innocent, not having done this, like not guilty, but innocent, and being. I don't know, is executed? Did they have execution in there? But at least locked up for the rest of his life.
Squad.
Yeah, they got him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. They brought back the firing squad. So think about how serious that is, and think about if you were the person that was charged, and you know for a fact that you were not guilty of this thing. Would you want people thinking emotionally, or would you want them looking at the actual evidence and the facts? So that's what I try to
Actual
stress.
evidence for sure.
Michigan law, we did some research. They did not introduce into legislation the firing squad until after his arrest.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would make a difference. And so the other thing too is I don't have the death penalty in my state, so I never deal with that.
Definitely shoot them.
It's an interesting little twist on some of these things, and yeah, I have a lot to say about the death penalty. But anyways, I'm gonna go to bed.
Hey, thanks
Okay.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with us for a little while.
Yeah, no problem. You guys take care.
Yes,
All right, you
thank
too.
you.
Have a good night.
Sleep well.
You too.
Okay, I need to grab these 3 super chats real quick, y'all. Tony, thank you so much. He said, MLS, be safe, get your brows trimmed. Tony and his eyebrow super chat. So the first one, Tony said, for your next eyebrow consultation. And then the second one was for the eyebrow curlers, Bushy is in this season. Tony, thank you so much for all of those super chats. That was very nice of you. And I didn't want to pull them up on stream and cut everybody off in the middle of their conversation. So I just let them sit in the back. Roger, thank you so much for that super chat. He says, what a great stream, great questions, and great guests. Yes, thank you, Roger. And that is true. Everybody who's been up on panel tonight, it's been awesome conversation again.
I tell you what, that was extremely interesting.
Yeah, my mind's spinning right now.
Yeah.
And like I said, because I didn't go live last night, so I had some time and I jumped over in the experts. And if y'all have never been over to the experts channel, y'all really should. He's a really cool guy. And he was over there. It was him and another guy. I can't remember his name right now, but they were both up on panel. And the expert was asking me a couple of questions about this case or whatever. And he said he was going to stop by one night. So, Vapor, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, that's pretty awesome. That was very
For
interesting.
sure.
I was glad he did.
Yep.
Very cool.
Well, he confirmed one thing. Well, he confirmed quite a bit for me.
Riddler was just spitting them questions out to me.
He was. I was like, man.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
I think what Riddler's doing is every time we come up with a question at each live, he writes it down and then keeps it for just for one of those just in case moments. This was a just in case moment.
He's like, sir, this is the Riddler number 9.
Yeah.
My 9th question is my last one. I love you, Rids.
What is it no man wants to have, yet no man wants to lose? A lawsuit.
Oh, man.
He confirmed one thing that I try to tell people about this, because I always hear us says, I hope Ann doesn't grill Dylan and Bethany. And I said,
why?
This is law. Well, hold on. You have to ask them why. I don't ask me. The answer is this is law enforcement, not feelings enforcement.
This is true. That's why I'm like, what? I mean, okay.
Well, they can grill them. They just can't get like.
They don't want to be nasty.
They can't badger them.
They don't want to badger
She's going to try to make her talk in circles and then, discredit her from
they
the
can do all that. They just can't get nasty.
But did you hear his answer about when I asked, when they were trying to get Bethany's statement, and according to the defense detective, this could be something that could exonerate or free BK. Mm-hmm. They want to get that statement. And what did the state do? Instead of wanting to know the truth, they went out and got a grand jury, and that stopped all that.
Yeah, I see that.
And that's what we're all here for. It's what the word verdict is, truth.
Exactly. Very.
I mean, you want the truth. You want justice for these poor students.
Yeah, no matter who it is.
And you don't want a whipping boy. Because once again, I hate going back to it all the time. But if you follow the Gainesville case, it's the same thing with college kids. They got the wrong guy.
Yep.
And they were all high-fiving each other. We got him. Matter of fact, they got 2 guys. And when the DNA came back, it said it ain't them.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing of it is, I really still firmly believe that if we don't have the right guy, the person or people that are out there waiting for all of this to be over, and then
Start doing it again.
continue. So what good is it if you don't have the right people?
It's going to create a
Exactly.
frenzy.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened in Gainesville. They didn't have the right guy. Danny Rolling moved on down to South Florida. He SA'd another victim,
Yep.
but for some reason he
Jesus.
didn't unalive them. It was the only one he never unalived. He took out an 8-year-old boy. Her mom
Oh,
and
Lord.
while the little boy was there, he SA'd his mom, and then he took out his grandfather. All three in the same house in Shreveport, Louisiana, before coming to Florida.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how far is how many states away is Oregon from Idaho?
They're next door.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
Well,
far.
Gotcha.
Matter of fact, there's about 16 counties that want to break away and become members of Idaho. They want to leave their state and join in with Idaho.
Gotcha.
Hold on, y'all, just 1 second.
Well,
That
plot
is,
thickens.
I guess we'll never know until the trial
Until
does start.
trial.
Well,
Now, Scarlett, I can bring one of my family members on here who's a prosecutor, and you'll hear just the opposite of what we heard.
Oh, yeah,
Opposite
you
side
will.
of because it'd be in the opposite side of the of the table.
yeah, that's true.
Oh shoot! Hold on, y'all. Dropping the thing for Tony, and I was about to post the wrong link in the chat. I am y'all. The lack of sleep is literally getting to me.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm
Not the link to his channel. Glowbug, which channel?
I don't know. I was still up till 6 o'clock in the morning this morning, so
yeah, I always am. It's like you try to go to bed and go to sleep, and it's just
yeah,
like, no, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
doesn't work.
I went to sleep last night. By midnight, I was asleep. But hey, Kelly. But I'm still so tired because we're still doing all of this stuff with my daughter, trying to get this house clean and get everything. Yeah, Glowbug, I'll grab it for you real quick. And trying to get all of her stuff moved, and then trying to get stuff that she needs for this new house, and it's been craziness. I swear.
That's how it was when we moved into this house. It was crazy.
There's certain things that she needs for the new house, so we're just.
Okay, you want to hear something terrible but bad? I mean, but
Terrible but
Terrible but bad.
Sure, it must be pretty bad.
terrible. So every time my husband and I have moved, which thank God isn't like that often, but every time I'm the one packing the stuff up, taking it to the van, except for the bigger stuff, because he's always at work.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm like transporting everything. I'm like, well, apparently I wanted it bad enough to transport it, right?
Yeah.
I hate moving.
But then you do it yourself and you know it's done right.
Well, yeah, and she's moving closer to us, so I'm super happy about that. She's
So
not going to
worth
be 2
it.
hours away from me anymore.
Yeah,
so
worth it. So
yeah.
worth it. I know we're thinking about moving to Virginia in 3 to 5 years, and oh my God.
You're welcome, Glowbug.
We have a moderately large house, and I'm thinking about every single thing that we have in here and how I'm going to decide what to get.
You realize how much you have whenever you start getting ready to move.
And I just purged a year and a half ago. I mean, I purged, and I'm like, now everything. Oh Lord, I don't know. Yeah, that thought is just.
You better buy a mansion.
No. I'd rather spend it
just to fit all your stuff.
Well, I told my daughter she's going to go through Amazon with me, and she's going to put everything that she wants on the Amazon list, and then that way I can just go through and purchase it and be done with it, and I don't have to go to all these different stores to find it.
Yeah.
And just have it all delivered at one time.
Oh,
Amazon's good for that.
Hey, Illusions. Yes, Amazon's also.
Hey, Riddler.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that he answered for you that surprised you?
No, everything he confirmed to me was, and I'm glad you asked that last question, total lack of, because I've been looking up that phrase, and nobody around here knows what it means.
Yeah, that was a good question.
Yeah, I had to get that answered because that's been on my mind. But you said that she could basically say whatever like
So
she
it's
wants,
just-
but then
yeah.
she'd be questioned about it.
It's like just a phrase that she used.
Right, but it still has the same meaning. Total lack of means there's nothing in that car that she's been shown yet. There's nothing in his office, nothing in his apartment.
And they obviously can't withhold evidence, is what I'm assuming.
That's exactly. She's either saying there's nothing or they're withholding.
Well, let me ask you this. So, I mean, I'm sure, it's not something good that they can do, but do you think they ever had something where they just kind of, kept it a little close to them and then brought it out at trial? But, you know what I mean? Not like the Snapchat thing in the Murdaugh case where it came literally during. Did that come during the trial?
That was the GPS information from the car, not the Snapchat video. They had that beforehand.
I'm sorry. Yeah, whatever had come during the trial. So is there ever a case where they kind of held that to them and then came out with it at the trial? So, they didn't show their cards, or
they can't do that.
No, they can't.
Okay.
They're not supposed to. But what'll happen sometimes is the state will get a picture in color, and they'll send it over to the defense in black and white with less pixels on it.
Wow.
That's one of their tricks. They say, hey, we handed over all the evidence and we can't afford to send color copies because they're 13 cents a piece compared to a black and white, which is 3 cents a piece. So you'll hear those type arguments and they'll sit there and complain about it. The jury, he was exactly right. Who do you want on that jury? You want males, because females are scared of guys who come in and essay or use knives. They're going to look at more defense on that.
Yeah, they'll probably have more males on it than anything.
Yeah.
Hey Tony, how are you?
Well, it's emotion.
Well, the state's going to want females.
Well, yeah, but
and they're going to try to strike as many males as they can. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah. If the defense gets their way,
right? Because
they'll want all males.
I saw a trial where the entire jury was females, and that was done on purpose.
Oh,
that was to the favor of the defense. And the state knew right then they were facing an uphill battle from that point on.
Right.
Such a good dog.
She's like the best dog ever when she's on camera.
Right.
I don't know. I think it should be 6 men, 6 women. That just gives it. I mean,
well, I also
you want a fair trial.
Well, once again, and I've asked this from the beginning, can he get a fair trial in Moscow? And from the way I'm feeling is that everybody who's a stranger that comes to that town, they say people are not friendly to them.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, why she hasn't filed a motion to
that might
change
come
venues.
later. Yeah. That might come later, and that's going to take the trial even longer to get to.
Yeah, but if he's saying that the defense right now is in a position where, like, the prosecution he thinks is scrambling for more, like, why delay that?
From what I understand, the prosecution they wanted to start October 2nd.
Do you think the prosecution can start right?
I mean, I don't know if that's just the strategic.
I don't know, Riddler. It all depends on what they have. I'm assuming Anne has everything that they have, right? Or she's still waiting on stuff.
Right. They have to hand it over to her, I believe, at least. Well, they're supposed to give it to them right away.
Well, I know
there's no really law on that, but they have to give it to them at least. I think it's something like 14 days to get to them.
Well, I know what they were waiting on from the FBI. The cast, they already got that.
H-Town, they have nothing.
Hi, Eva.
Listen, they have something. They have a little something. What's up, man?
So I don't know.
Hey, man.
Hey, Tony.
But they did just.
Hi, Tony.
They did just file 2 more supplemental requests for discovery, the 5th and the 6th one, so they don't have everything yet.
Oh,
that's what I
okay.
figured.
I forgot about the 5th and the 6th.
So they're not ready for trial if they had to
So
go
that's what.
tomorrow.
Well, that's what I
Well,
mean.
the
But how
defense
is
filed
the
it.
defense is requesting the information from the
So
prosecution.
that's what I mean. So how does he? I don't even think the defense is 100% ready yet because
Well,
I
depending
no,
on
don't
this
think either one
discovery.
of them are, honestly.
I was
No.
getting ready to say, to be honest, I don't think either one of them
So
are.
But
it might be a crap show in
I
October.
get the defense wanting this to start in October because it gives the state less time to gather information and all this and that. I get that. I just don't think either one of them is going to be ready.
But I thought it was
I
the
just don't get if you get
prosecution that
something.
said they were ready on the 2nd.
No, I don't think
No.
so. I think the prosecution wanted it further out, if I'm not mistaken.
no, the
No,
prosecution just filed the order to
start on October 2nd.
to
Oh, they
challenge
did. They just
pay
okay.
even, which was for 36 days, wasn't it?
37.
37.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're saying, hey, judge, you can't really do this. You probably shouldn't, at least. So,
Yeah, what was it? You can't stop half of it. Either you can't put a stay on half of it, I believe is the words that they use.
See,
or
the
it's like
defense,
partially waive your right to a speedy trial.
Yeah.
Either waive it
Something
or
like
you
that.
don't.
the
Yeah.
defense attorneys around here always tell me we like to push it as long as we can because if there's witnesses in this case, that's more they got to recall that happened a year ago instead of 6 months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
And I couldn't even tell you what I was doing that night when this happened.
Oh Lord, no way.
So can you imagine what it's going to be like if they try to get witnesses?
I can tell you what I was doing. Watching
I can't.
YouTube.
I'm just everybody's
yeah, that's
alibi.
probably what I was
Look,
doing,
look,
yeah.
I'm blind, so I have limited things I can do. So I can sit here and listen to YouTube or walk into walls.
Oh, Jesus.
Walk into
And once
Literally,
again,
here we go.
you don't scream your alibi to a judge. You shouldn't tell it to the police. You would tell it to your lawyer and let them handle it from there.
Well, for one, I wouldn't go out and commit a crime.
Well, no, I wouldn't either. But there's innocent people who get locked up.
Well, yeah, I know.
And no matter what you tell that officer, and I've seen them lie in reports. I was an eyewitness and watched them lie in their report.
No,
Oh, you got corruption out there. Trust me.
you don't say.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've seen police officers solicit trespassing warrants when they're not allowed to. I've seen a police officer take his own camera and take a picture of something, and the defense was smart. They FOIA'd his entire phone, and they gave all the numbers out to the defendant. Everything that was in there, they got pictures of, and some of the things were damning. Got the police officer in hot trouble. See, he thought he was cool by taking pictures. There's a lot of things in the law that I never even knew happened. I just learned from trial and error. I don't know the law. I'm not a lawyer. I never went to law school.
I don't know, Riddler. Some people think you're a lawyer in disguise.
Yeah, I think
Riddler
so.
is very I don't know the word.
Well,
articulate or
I used to officiate. Well, I officiated high school football, but also did high school flag football, and that's very organized here in Florida. I mean, the females have the plays on their wristbands. This ain't like a powder puff game. I mean, they go all the way to a state championship, and they wear mouthpieces. They take this thing serious. I mean, it's as serious as listening to like Steve Spurrier and Bobby Bowden go after it. I mean, they're out there for blood.
And where are you at? You're in Florida?
Right. But also,
Jesus.
you're going to love this. The lawyers here, they have what's called the Bar Association flag football. It's the worst place to ever call a football game because they don't know
My brother
football.
lives in Florida.
I would be dying in that humidity.
Oh, yeah, it gets real hot in a football game, especially since they moved all games to 6:30.
Jesus.
We used to officiate at 8 o'clock at Friday nights. Now they're all 6:30 games. But when we officiated the flag football, at halftime, there's just one bench because it's like 7-on-7. So one of the guys is on my left. He's the defense. The other guy is the prosecution. He's on my right. He says, "I'm looking forward to going up against you next week." He says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I ain't got with you. I just told my defendant go ahead and plead the case out. I just went. He said I don't feel like messing with it. He says I just told him that there's no way we can win this. He says, well, if you want to, I'll give you a stay. He
So
says,
they're literally talking law and while they're at a football game.
right, they're talking law because these two guys are going to be going up against each other, and I'm pulling for the guy that's wearing the Duke hat. The other lawyer, I know he's a crook. He lost his license one time. They brought him back. Now he's not a Murdaugh, but he's a crook. I'm not going to tell you what he did, but anyway, he used to be a state attorney, and they kicked him out of there, and he went to his own practice, and he got even more trouble.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's. I mean, you have it. Corruption's everywhere. Just
That is
you
true.
never know. But
Yep.
she requested what training records on 1, 2 guys or something.
3 officers.
Three
Yeah,
officers.
3 different officers.
Yeah, were they even qualified to do what they were claiming they're
Yeah, I
supposed to
think
do?
it was, what was it? One of them had mentioned something about working with trauma patients or something like that. I forgot that exact wording, but she's going to end up questioning all of that, I'm sure.
And I hate to put it in these terms, and this is just my own opinion. Ann's not from that district, correct?
No, she's not.
All right. When you normally get a prosecutor, state attorney, and a judge all from the same one. Now, I said public defender, not a defense lawyer, a private defense lawyer. When you get all 3 of them from the same one, you're now in the system.
Yep.
They don't want to rock boats. We don't want to make the judge mad because I have to face him for the next 20 years. So I'm going to do exactly what he says. And I saw a young lady, lose her 2 kids over it. And she was not guilty of what she was claimed. But the lawyer, and I told her, I said, go fire your lawyer. Tell the judge you want to fire your lawyer and bring a independent private attorney in. I said, because your lawyer's doing you no service. I said, there's video cameras in there that'll show if you hit your kid or not.
Yeah.
And her lawyer would not bring those cameras in.
Well, he was a shitty lawyer then.
Well, once again, the defense lawyer gets paid the same whether they win or lose. They don't have to worry about a reputation. They're on the state payroll. They all work for the same governor. They're all in the same courthouse. They just have different offices.
Right.
And that was rivalry when state attorneys faced the public defenders. We had a week in flag football called Rivalry Week. We had the Union Busters against the Unions. And then the next game, and I mean, you're talking about breaking up fights, lawyers.
That would have been a good game.
I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to sue you.
We had an ambulance go by one time and said, don't everybody run. I was calling them ambulance chasers.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's interesting to see what's going to happen in this case.
Yep.
Like
And now I couldn't watch the prelim because it didn't happen. Now I have to patiently wait for this trial.
I know.
Which he said could be like pushed back the day before.
Yeah, but we don't want to jinx that though.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, Willie.
No, I'm saying. I mean, if they're not ready, they're not ready. You know.
Yeah, I honestly don't think they're ready. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm still shocked this judge is going to allow TV cameras in there. I'm glad he is. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, he is?
I'm a student.
Riddler, don't jinx that.
But I'm shocked with his experience, even the state's experience. Now, I don't know how many.
Well, he did say that he's never denied cameras in the courtroom before.
Right.
He did say that before. But if whoever's manning the camera, if they would act right, act like they got a little bit of home training when they was growing up and do what the judge says, we might get to see it.
Somebody needs to smack that cameraman in the back of the head.
Well, you know that Lloyd Barlow is being sentenced on July the 31st.
Yep.
And the courtroom is going to be streaming it their own selves. I seen where I think it was Court TV had sent in a request to cover it or whatever, and they were denied because the courts are going to stream it themselves. So,
and that's a good thing.
right.
Sometimes the court should stream it itself.
Yeah, they can take care of the whole thing and not have to worry about, what the camera person is doing, because the judge and the courts will be.
You can't hit him on the back of the head.
And
I mean, I can see taking the camera over there for a second and then moving it. You don't have to keep it on him.
And I'm not trying to, criticize this judge. It's just that, and he seems like a likable guy, lovable type person, a friend that you wouldn't mind going golfing with or having lunch with. But I'm just trying to figure out how many, and maybe I'm wrong, how many of these type cases has he had?
Is he from Idaho or is he from somewhere else?
He's from Idaho.
Yeah,
well, I don't know where he's born at, but he was practicing right there, and I believe he was appointed, wasn't it? He wasn't elected.
It was. He was. I think. Was it in 20? Was it 2008 or 2018? He was appointed, and then he took office or took the bench. I believe it was October of 2018, and then he took the bench in January of 2019. I believe it's year. It was either 2008 or 2018.
Well, as long as he's fair and does his job right, that's all I care about.
How many lawyers you think are going to be watching this case?
Well, there's probably going to be a lot of lawyers watching this.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about big-time appeal lawyers.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to have a lot.
Probably lawyers of all different, defense attorneys, prosecutors, just all different areas of lawyers are going to be.
I mean, we had a case here where the judge, and it was only like one or two words he got backwards or mixed up on when he gave instructions to the jury. And they found this girl rightfully guilty. This lady, she was guilty. And they had to go back and retry it. Then they found her not guilty. They picked it right up from there because of that.
Well, hopefully he gets everything right.
Well, I do too. And like we all said, we all want to just see something fair. We want to see justice. And we want to see justice and honor to the families. That's who's really, hurting here the most. And then, of course, now is this guy innocent and we're going to shoot him? Or is this guy guilty and I'll throw him down a wood chipper if he's guilty?
Did we ever figure out how many appeals he gets if he does get found guilty and is on death row?
I don't know what Idaho has. How many did Bundy get here in Florida?
I don't know.
And he was even helping the police, so that didn't help him any.
I can't remember how many he had.
There's an article in the Statesman about, I don't know if it goes into how many appeals he gets exactly, but it does have like the cost of death row versus life in prison and how much more it costs the taxpayers that they just put out in response to this case. So that might be a good place to look.
Yeah, it costs millions more to put someone on death row.
Yeah, and I never understood that. Why does it cost so much to have somebody on death row other than having them life?
Well, they're in single cells for one, and then they got extra guards in there for them. Like, I told the story that one of the guys I officiated with, he was a guard, because where Bundy was is only about 50 minutes from my house. That's where Ted Bundy was. And so he was guarding Ted Bundy. And you already hear the stories.
I can imagine.
He said, now this is what he said to me. He said Ted would run around inside the cell, do push-ups, sit-ups, all kind of different exercises. And one day they couldn't find him. And they locked the whole prison down searching for him. They found him in the truck in a hamper.
Oh, Lord.
If that truck would have got out, he's free again.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then I got another friend. He was watching Danny Rolling. And he asked Danny, he says, Florida-Georgia game's a big thing here. You're talking about over 200,000 people come into our city just to party. And he says, draw me up, because Danny was an excellent artist. He said, draw me a picture of what you would picture the Florida Georgia game. He drew a big old picture of an alligator wearing the Florida colors, chasing the Georgia bulldog with a big K-bar knife. And that gator's licking his chops, and that dog is looking scared as a rabbit. He's even running like a rabbit, and he's coming after him with that knife. And I said, "Oh my gosh, that guy!" I said, "I'm glad they got rid of him quick."
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask y'all this. Out of, well, what evidence do y'all think that the state actually has against Bryan?
That we don't know of?
Or just in general? Like, that they can actually take to court or take to this trial and use against him?
Very little.
Well, I guess, I mean, from what a lot of people are saying is if you take everything and use it as a, you put all the pieces together to a jury, that's basically what they're going to do is create
In other
that
words,
whole...
the total circumstantial evidence.
Well,
Yeah.
they can't just try him on one piece of evidence. That's
No,
not
they're
going
going
to work.
to say the phone pings matched, the DNA. That's their
I
biggest one.
think something on one of the 4 students, or possibly all of them.
So do y'all think that they may have his DNA in the house? Other than the knife sheath, of course.
Nope.
I think so.
It would
Well,
have been
if
the
they did,
PCA.
if they did,
Possibly
Ann
on,
would
like
be
I said,
challenging it. We would have heard
possibly
Ann
on one of the
challenge.
students or all of them.
In my opinion, it would have been in the PCA, not the touch.
Once
Okay.
again, if that happened, we'd have heard Ann saying, "I want to test it at my lab."
Well, yeah, I mean, she has that right.
Yeah, I
Right,
mean, I don't
and
care.
we haven't
Yeah.
heard that, have we? So
Mm,
evidently they don't have it.
well, we haven't heard it yet.
What they have is in that PCA. That's their damning evidence right now. They're going to show him. They're going to show him at these places in a white car.
See,
And
okay.
Are they going to show him, or are they going to show a white car, though?
They're just going to show a white car,
To
probably.
show a white car with no number plates, it's
we don't know. You don't know what the jury's thinking. That might be me and you, but that might not be the jury.
Right.
Well, again,
And
there's
then
a
they're
lot of
gonna
people
say,
that think there's a lot of people that think that they have his plate, like on, that they have his plate on camera, or a shot of him in the car or something of that nature.
They don't have his plate. If they had his plate, they wouldn't have looked for the wrong car for 3 weeks.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Because they would have, I mean, they stated with the unknown plate whenever they first came out with the 2011 to 2013, if they would have had the plate number, they would have more than likely included that in the PCA 6 weeks before the PCA came out, because they would have just went straight to his door and been like, look, we got your car on camera, we have your plate number, and you're in the area of where 4 students were brutally murdered.
I'm supposed to believe that they didn't want to tip him off, but they had him as plate. Come on.
But the state's going to pile it up on him. They're going to say he bought a K-bar. We got receipts, if they have that from Amazon, let's say. And then they're going to sit there and say, we got the white car driving around. We got the blood DNA shows the touch DNA shows he's in the house. And we've got an eyewitness who saw the bushy eyebrows. That's going to be and they're going to have to build up on that unless they find something that Ann doesn't have, or she's not revealing to us. Like maybe she's saying, well, they got us there, but let's keep going. Maybe we find the guy that thinks if you don't have the weapon, you're not.
Well, we
can't prosecute.
We do know she has the 51 terabytes that we have no idea what's in it.
Yeah, but that could be a lot of video.
It's mostly true crime channels on YouTube.
If I see another picture of a dump,
that was funny.
If I see a picture of a dumpster again, or this Linda Lane, whatever it is,
it's not all. But it probably ain't all video either. It's probably like
probably mostly video.
I mean, can they prove?
What was it? 20,000 documents that they sent over to him.
I mean, can they prove where he's had any kind of contact with the females, or even?
No,
Ethan?
they said. Well,
for right now,
because they said
there was no connection to them.
No motive.
Okay, everybody wants to know why the 4 students' DNA ain't with him. How about if his DNA's on them? We don't know that.
Well, I asked that question before, and I got everybody saying, and I says, well, I don't know if his sweat got on them or if he rubbed skin against their skin. I know he was wearing gloves.
No sweat, no skin, no blood.
Did you see him in the
That's real
car?
DNA.
There's your judge, jury, and conviction.
Did you see BK in the car when he was pulled over? I guess it was Indiana, and you see a scar on his right wrist. I mean, a scab.
Or it was a shadow.
Mark. Is it a
It's
shadow?
hard to tell what
Well,
it is.
I can't see anything right now, so. But when I get my eyesight back, you best believe I'm going to watch all these videos.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he have a physical or something a couple days after?
Yeah, yes, he had a physical, I think.
Yeah, went to the doctors, no problems.
So I wonder if they're going to bring that into play here.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they will.
Yeah. And then the state's going to counter back. Did you take his shirt off and look at his hands and his chest? Melissa J says she just had a physical and they barely even looked at her arm. Didn't even look at her arms.
Yeah. I had to go to the doctor for my blood pressure. And they did a physical and all. They didn't really do anything. They check your heart, they tell you to breathe.
Yeah. Mostly your vitals.
Check your blood.
Like
I got high blood pressure.
Get your urine test, blood test.
Yeah. I had blood work done, and then she prescribed my blood pressure medicine and went on my way.
And that's probably all they did for him, because unless you're doing like some type of sports, because when I was in even junior high playing basketball, we had to have physicals done, and it was more than just vitals and stuff like that. And if he would have been playing sports, it would have probably been different. But just a regular physical,
just a regular checkup type of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's that, Eva? Who's that?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, Scarlett, like I said, if you put it all together, you can create something. But if you break it all down as a defense attorney, it's going to be hard to.
Right.
He's going to do some damage. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I think Ian Taylor's going to question, which she should. She's a defense attorney, whether it's for Bryan or whether it's for another client. She should, being that attorney, question every single thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
But and that's what I want her to do, just because he can't come back and say he didn't have adequate counsel.
Exactly.
That's like a huge thing. He can never come back and say that he didn't have that.
Yeah, especially if he gets the death penalty, because there's a bunch of stuff, right, that they file.
He can't come back and say, well, she didn't defend me all this. I don't feel she defended me right. Yeah. So I want to file an appeal on such and such. And he can't do that because she defended him.
Yeah, she has went above and beyond, asking for everything that she could ask for. Whether she's got it or not, she still asks. She's going through everything. She's letting the state know what they have not sent over to her. It's just, it seems like she's on top of everything that's going on with this case. So, like I said, he can never come back at the end of the day or at the end of the trial and say, I did not get adequate counsel. He can never say that.
I'll give her that. She's a good defense attorney.
Right. Now, if this was somebody like what Letitia Stouts had, probably did, he could come out and be like, okay, yeah, did you check my lawyers out during my trial? But with Ann, he can't say that.
Well, see, I don't think Letitia can file. I mean, she can file appeals, but I don't think she'll win because she actually admitted to it. What she was going for was not guilty by reason of insanity.
Right, which in Idaho, Bryan can't do.
Yeah.
Right.
Personally,
Idaho don't have that.
Personally, I'm starting to worry they don't have enough.
They don't. They shouldn't be worried about it, Lady B. You don't need to worry about it. If they've got the wrong guy and they're just framing the case up, we need to find this out. It is a big worry.
If they have, definitely, Tony. If they have the wrong guy, man, I'm concerned about what will happen if they have the wrong man and they just rush through this. But then I think, they had enough for the grand jury, and they had,
The grand jury's nothing.
Well, see,
I understand that, but I mean,
The
They
grand
have
jury
enough. They
was a
think
way not to
they,
have the witnesses appear.
but they have enough that they think that they can go for the death penalty.
But that's it. That could be a bluff.
It
And they're
could be.
entitled to go for it, so why not?
I
I've
think
even
he
thought
was
that.
involved.
See,
I think
my
he was
heart,
involved too.
my heart and my gut says he's guilty.
Yeah, mine does too.
My head says, wait a minute, not so fast, my friend. Look
Exactly.
at the facts. Now, here again, he's coming back to the scene of the crime. What a everything. There's too many coincidences in this
Yeah,
whole
because
case. Starting from right there at the food truck.
Yeah, everything's just
I mean, they always say your suspect comes back to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, but did he go back? I mean, someone saw a white car at 9:30 in the morning.
I'm not saying I'm not saying. I'm just saying they always say the suspect comes back to the scene of the crime.
Absolutely.
And a lot of, like, whenever there's been people, especially the media, that would be there talking in front of the house, and they'd be on camera, and there would be a white car go behind them on Valenta. We can't tell if that's a white Hyundai Elantra.
We can't tell if that's true or not.
Yeah, it's
Now,
just, hey, Newman.
Do they have video of him leaving Washington State?
I think they
probably.
do. I think they do. Getting in his car and driving off.
Yeah, they do. They got him on camera twice.
Yeah, because your interstates have cameras.
Yeah, but it was on campus, campus.
Right.
Yeah.
Cameras caught him that night leaving at 2:40 something.
Was it 2:49?
I think. That's either when he turned off his phone
or 2:48, something like that, because it was right around the time that Kaylee and Maddie was calling Jack D.
They were calling him from what, 250 to
252, I believe, was the last call.
252.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he's guilty. I think he's involved in it. I really do. And I just... It's not a matter that I don't think he's guilty. It's a matter that I don't know if they have enough right now. But I'm just hoping they know what they're doing. But,
my gut tells
like
me
Riddler said,
other
people have, other innocent people have gone to jail for things too. So,
yeah.
But then I go back to, if he's not guilty, why wouldn't he say when he was allegedly, why didn't he say, I'm not guilty and you're going to find that out? Or instead of, I can't wait to be exonerated. If he indeed did say that.
Yeah.
Well, the camera timestamps, I got them for you if you want them. It's at 2:44 is the first one, and he's headed northbound on, I just lost the spot. North on Southeast Nevada and Southeast Stadium Way. And then at 2:53, he's seen traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman towards 270, which connects Pullman to Moscow.
Fotta?
Thank you.
Fofa. Fotta? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I can't quite read it. Hi, darling.
Fofa, yes.
Fofa, yes.
Fofa, there was actually a question about 20 minutes ago for you that said it was something like, is you have something to do with exonerating in evidence or something like that. Someone was asking what evidence you have or what theory you have or something about that about exoneration.
I don't have one about exoneration.
Oh,
okay,
all right. I must have misread it.
I'll look back for it. I didn't see it.
No, it's way back. It's way back. Sorry, I've
What are you thinking, Scarlett? You haven't said anything much tonight.
I think he's guilty. I still think I have that gut feeling. I can't shake that feeling that there's someone else in some capacity that is involved in this. I just don't know, like I said, if it's someone in the house with him or if it's someone planning it, someone else driving another vehicle or what. But I have that feeling that there's somebody else, and for whatever reason, if they're looking into them, we just don't know about it, or if they know about this person, but they're not going to bring them because they've got Bryan, so they're going to pin everything on him. And if that's the case, then you still have a person that was involved in 4 murders walking free.
And they could do it again. So,
right.
I mean, you answered my next question. I was going to ask you, if you thought that they were pursuing looking into it, or if you think they're just like dropping it,
And honestly,
going for him.
I think that if they were pursuing somebody else, they're going to keep it, like they're not going to let it out to the public no matter what, because they've seen how the public has done with this case to begin with. Before Bryan was arrested and since he's been arrested, we've been on top of everything. And I think if they're looking into someone else as a possible suspect, they're going to do whatever they can in their power to keep it to themselves.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And try them at a later date.
They seem to have gone too far down the path now to turn around and say, I think someone else is involved. It was going to totally destroy things for them. So they may have found themselves, in a one-way street. They can't turn around.
And that could be it too. They may know that there's somebody else possibly involved in it, but like you're saying, it's too late, and they know that they would be criticized, and Ann Taylor would eat that up as well. Of why did you not pursue them?
Okay, but I'm sorry.
That's going to be BK's alibi.
If you think that you have the wrong person and you're just trying to save face by continuing this charade, then I'm sorry, that's my phone. That's a miscarriage of justice, isn't it?
That's why I don't think anybody else was involved. I think it was just him.
No, I mean, if they're just continuing this just because they're trying to save face and they've gone down this road this far and they don't know how to turn back. Because people would be furious. There'd be a lot of people that no matter what would always
if he's innocent, he can't
shut down his school.
You can't convict an innocent man. I mean,
innocent men get convicted.
Yeah, you can.
Innocent men get convicted.
I know they get convicted all the time, but I don't know.
This one's different because there's so much coverage and so much media and so much speculation, so much surrounding it. But I've seen a lot of cases where they frame the wrong guy or go after the wrong guy and just keep going.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Riddler.
The other DNA they found, they don't say where they found it at or what type of DNA it is, do they?
No, just that it was found in the house where the victims were located. That's
two unidentified DNA. So that means it's not the friends or the witnesses or the people that they've tested. It's someone they haven't tested and they don't have a clue who it is, and they never bothered to investigate it.
Yeah, there was 2 in the house, and then the one on the there's the 2 in the house that they said in the house where the victims were located, and then the one on the glove that was found outside.
Now, was it the victims upstairs or the victims on the 2nd floor?
They don't say.
They don't say where.
How do you explain that to a jury, though?
Their statement is so broad because they say that it was found in the house where the victims were located. So they don't say if it's just the house itself in general or if it's in the actual bedrooms where the victims were located. They just leave it open for questions.
Do we know if law enforcement has ran it through the same process that they ran BK's through?
They ran it through CODIS, I believe it was. Wasn't it, Bofa? You remember? I think they ran it through CODIS and they didn't get a hit.
Okay, so after that,
a tree.
Yeah, the unidentified male DNA sources.
Okay, after that, did they run it through 123 and that other group, Ancestry.com?
No, they don't use Ancestry.
Okay, 123.
Well, it doesn't seem like they did the genetic genealogy.
Yeah, I don't think they did that. They just ran it through CODIS and there wasn't a hit.
Oh gosh! If I'm on the jury, Ann just scored big time.
Yeah, because
she just won my heart over. And I don't care what the defense comes out. I mean, the prosecution comes out with now. I am leaning to the prosecution. If they didn't treat him the same way,
and that's what I said. Because if you think about it, let's just take away the DNA that they found on the glove outside. Okay. Before Bryan's DNA was tested, that would have put 3 unidentified male DNA sources in the house where the victims were located, Bryan's and these other two people. So why are they just going, which I get why go after the DNA that's on the sheet, because obviously they're thinking that it belongs to the murder weapon. But why are you just going after that one that's unidentified and building a tree and all this and that, but you're not going after the other two? What makes you think that those other two unidentified male DNA sources are not part of this crime?
Exactly.
I mean, if I was an attorney, a defense attorney, I would be questioning that. You give me a reason and proof that you think or that you know that those two unidentified male DNA sources are not attached to this crime. You can't, because you didn't run it and get who they belong to.
If
So there's no way to prove it.
If they didn't test it, they might as well pack their shit up, drop the case, and let him out.
Well, now knowing now that it's been put out to the public that document, and the state has not come back and said anything against it, I wonder now if they went and had it ran and got the whole tree built and all this and that before this goes to trial to try to identify them.
Well,
I mean, not saying the DNA, it could be from way back when, but you don't know unless you test it.
Yeah, and the problem is if nobody in that family ever took any kind of test and they're not in CODIS, you're not going to find who it belongs to.
But can they? Okay, so if they go and they try
take it to the genealogist,
well,
if have it,
if they,
there's no trace.
If that was to happen, let's say they run it through CODIS, there's no hit, so they go in and they try to do the genealogy thing, and like they did with Bryan's, and there's nobody in their families who is given their DNA in order to help them build a tree. Then they need to bring that evidence to trial or to Ann Taylor, whoever it is that they need, and show them, look, we tried to identify them and we can't do any type of genealogy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. They better figure it out, or they better take
their
stuff up and go on home.
That's going to be, when this goes to trial, and that's like one of the main things I'm sure Ann's going to bring up.
Oh, I would think so.
These 3 unidentified male DNA sources.
Like I said, prosecution.
I don't understand why they wouldn't test them.
That's what I don't understand.
I don't either.
If you got 3 unidentified DNAs, you're going to test them. You're going to figure out who they belong to somehow.
Well, if you got Ann Taylor up here arguing it to a jury of why they not test those other 3, but you tested my clients only, and you can't prove that you tried to test it to try to find who it belonged to, and you couldn't do a genealogy site, that's going to put, if I was sitting on a jury, I'd have reasonable doubt.
Oh, I totally agree with you.
Of course you would. Yeah, of course.
That's a rather exactly.
Hey, Riddler.
But
Riddler,
I'm sure they did.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure they got hits back.
Yes, boy.
Mr. Riddler, are you still at 90%?
No. I dropped down to 88%.
Oh, we're breaking you down, big boy.
He's slowly dropping.
I love it.
Well,
Good man.
I'm 100%. So.
And Riddler, thank you for your questions on the chat. That was just fantastic, mate.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I was making sure he was a lawyer.
Yeah, no, you're brilliant.
Teacher, can you hear us?
Hey, Teacher Shauna.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, can everybody hear her okay?
Yeah,
she's low.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can cut her up because I can barely hear what she's saying. Hold on just 1 second.
Yeah, I was having no problem.
But thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, maybe now I've got her up high enough.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
All right, so Teacher Shauna, what do you think about all this?
Oh, I have a burning comment about DNA.
Okay.
I just don't know why. I can hear you. Hello?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So, if they come back and say, we found...
Hello?
Wait, did she break up? I think she's breaking up.
No, I think
Am
she
I?
might have a lag. Are you listening on YouTube or on StreamYard?
YouTube. Should I
So
close
put
YouTube?
YouTube on. Yeah, we listen via StreamYard.
Yeah, mute your YouTube out.
Okay. Technical difficulty.
Gremlins. It's gremlin.
Happens all the
But
time.
like the DNA, it doesn't say where they found it, and it's odd that they even brought it up, that they found unidentified male DNA and didn't say where they found it. So I've heard people say it could have been on a cup from one of their parties. It could have been old DNA in the kitchen. It could have been like they don't give enough information about it to get, hot and heavy about.
Right.
Right.
But
Because if
wouldn't
they
there be
say
hundreds of
that,
people? Like, I mean, if you took
oh
every
yeah,
person's DNA,
I
wouldn't
would
there be
have to
hundreds?
say there'd be like tons in that house.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean, they
weird
had
that
a
they would
party
bring
the
it
night
up and
before.
say
They
two
had a
other male
party.
DNA.
They had a party the night before, didn't they?
What
Yes,
does
that
the
Friday night.
PCA actually say about where that DNA was found?
I
It's
don't
not
think it
mentioned.
does.
Yeah, it's not in the PCA. It was
Oh,
in
okay.
J log. Was it J log?
Yeah, it was
J
in his
log.
objection.
I think the reason why they brought it up is because all the other DNA was they figured out whose it was. Like there were lots of other DNA. They found who those were, but there were two that they haven't found yet. I guess that's what I would guess.
Not good.
But still doesn't say it
Yeah,
was
not
in
good
their
at
room.
all.
Or if it was blood DNA, touch DNA, it doesn't say what kind either.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
So it's odd.
Okay, so it says by December the 17th, 2022, lab analysts were aware of 2 additional males' DNA within the house where the deceased were located, and another unknown male DNA on a glove found outside the residence on November the 20th. To this date, the defense is unaware of what sort of testing, if any, was conducted on the samples other than the STR DNA profiles. Further, these 3 separate and distinct male DNA profiles were not identified through CODIS, leading to the conclusion that the profiles did not belong to Mr. Kohberger.
You know, the thing of it is, you would definitely, I think, would want to test that glove. I mean,
for sure.
Well, if they build a tree so damn fast for him, why not just build another tree? They build a tree for him in a couple days.
Yeah,
right?
I think what jumps out to me in that one is like the words that jump out to me is like in the house where the victims were located. Is it in the house?
It's such a broad statement.
In the house, or is it in the house where they are?
In their bedrooms. Yeah,
right. It's not
it
clear.
doesn't. It's not specific. It's a very broad, open statement.
Right. Not clear.
And I mean, it very well could have been in one of the 2 bedrooms. It could have been in a bathroom. It could have been a kitchen, living room. It could have been found on one of the glasses that we saw, the red Solo cups that was sitting on the table in the living room.
Yeah, you would be sure the defense is going to ask.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
they'd be crazy not to ask.
They are in college. I mean, I would figure there's a lot of DNA in the bedroom.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because there was beer bottles sitting out on that table by the living room window. There was red Solo cups. There was red Solo cups all over the kitchen. I mean, it could have been found anywhere in the house.
Yeah, in the absence of the other DNA on the knife sheath, even though it was under a bloody body, not to be weird, but
let's
there's no
just back
DNA
up.
on it.
Let's just back up
Besides
to that big party they had. When you
Okay, hold on about the party. Okay, they're friends. Kaylee's, Maddie's, Xana's, Ethan's. Their friends even said when they had parties, they knew everybody that was at them parties. Their friends said that.
I don't know how their friends wouldn't know that.
All right, but how about the time
Because
when they answer the door?
They're best friends. I mean,
Well, they might assume they know them just because they're in the house.
Hold on. How about the time the police came to the door and 2 males came out there and said, "The owner, there's nobody here that lives here. We're just all partying here."
Oh, Riddler.
Yeah, right.
They were
Well,
definitely covering. That guy was in another video where Maddie came out and talked to the officer. He came out first. So
Yeah, that was
he
Hunter
knew her.
Johnson.
Them girls were probably there. They were just
Oh, yeah,
scared to come
covering.
to the
so they
door.
were lying.
What's their faces?
In other words, they're lying. Let's call
Probably
it.
They were
too
being,
scared to come
they
to the
were being,
door.
they were being, what is it called? Nice. Like
Well,
opening the
no,
car
no,
door
you
for the female, not making them go to talk to the police, trying to do it
no,
for them like a.
I
no.
think they were covering for them.
They lie to a law enforcement, which is against the law.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, well, I'm sure everybody's lied to a law enforcement one time in their life.
Yep.
You're taught to do that
There's
when
two
you're
people.
young.
Let me
Well, I
tell
don't
you.
know because I've never been in trouble with the
Let me
law.
tell you.
So.
Let me explain this.
Well,
There's
you're
two
underage drinking. You're not going to be like, "Yep, we're all
There's-
in here." Just
Exactly.
There's two people you never lie to: your doctor and your lawyer, because your life's in their hands.
well, and then the police
That
is
is
not
true.
one of
Oh,
those.
wait.
two.
If you're from the South, you don't lie to your mama either.
Nope.
Well,
Yeah, that's right. Even if you're not from the South, you're from the Midwest.
I'd have to disagree.
Well, I'm not from the South. I'm from New Jersey, but I never lied to my mom.
Exactly.
She always knew when I was lying.
Exactly.
Well, then you did lie, and she knew it. So just
but let me get back to the
Well,
party.
no, I was just saying she would know if I was lying. Just like my son. My
Let
son
me get
can't.
back to the party real quick.
My son can't lie to me because he laughs. So.
Let's get back to the party and stay focused on this for a second. They found 2 DNAs they couldn't identify. You're telling me that, let's just say 20 people were in there at that party. They couldn't find 20 DNAs? And how would the girls know that? I'll tell you whose DNA that is there. They wouldn't know that. There's got to be hundreds of DNA in that house.
Right.
How can they
Exactly. And I
just
think
find 2
I
and
think
say
Ann
those
went
are-
in there. I wonder if Ann went in there and just like they took a bunch of DNA.
I don't think they said they only found 2. They just said they only found 2 they couldn't identify.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was just
exactly.
The question is, how
unidentified.
many did they find? How many did they find that they did identify?
I wonder how many willingly gave their DNA.
Well, that's what I'm driving towards.
Probably anybody that wanted to be excluded knew they were going to find their DNA in there.
Yeah.
We know it's not Jeremy's DNA. He went and gave his.
Jeremy?
Oh, the neighbor? Yeah.
The creek neighbor.
Yeah.
And it's not Enon's because he is already in CODIS, so.
Right.
Well, Enon's a lovely boy. It wouldn't be him.
You always say that.
Yeah, I don't know. They better figure out whose DNA they are, though.
For sure.
Yeah, they really better.
At least before it gets to trial, because.
Well, I mean, if they
they
can
told the
say,
truth.
if the prosecution can tell me, and if I'm a juror, if the prosecution can say, look, we try to run this through 1, 2, 3 or Ancestry, whatever, and we try to build a tree and we just couldn't, but we have it here. Okay, I can buy that. But if they said, no, we didn't bother doing it, I said, you just lost your case, buddy.
That's huge doubt. That's not just winning one juror, putting doubt in one juror's mind. That's like
putting doubt in all their
all
minds.
of them.
Yeah.
Like, how can you? Because I would even question that. How can you bring this man to trial on a death penalty case when you've got other unidentified male DNA sources in the house that you didn't even test?
Exactly.
Right.
So
Especially touch DNA. Like that's, and I'm wondering what other kind of DNA they have. Like she said, they don't specify what kind of DNA.
yeah, they don't specify anything other. I think when Jay Logson put that in there, and I think Jay Logson probably might know what type of DNA it is, but he just didn't put that into detail in that document. He just left it just enough to get the public talking.
They'll have to explain why they didn't think it was relevant, or it could be just that they got the one match on the knife sheath and just deemed it irrelevant because here it is. Here's the guy. Whoever's DNA this is has to be the guy.
Evidently, those 2 DNAs have got to be pretty close to the victims.
Yeah, to say
for that to pick those 2 out of the hundreds of DNA that could be in that house.
Yeah.
In the last 6 weeks, that's how long that DNA will stay there.
I don't see how that makes it like it has to be close to the victims. It's just 2 they couldn't identify.
Well, there's why they picked that. So they identified all the other 98 DNA.
No way.
No way.
Well, good point.
Yeah, I mean, there could be, if these were, let's say these two unidentified ones were in one of the two bedrooms. Okay. And then they found other unidentified DNA on a cup. So therefore, they know somebody was at a party. They knew that they had a party the night before. Okay, which one are you going to worry about? All of it is important, but which one should you worry about the most? The one that's found in the room where the victims were found, or one sitting on a cup that came from a party?
Right. It's weird that it's in there if it's not, like Riddler said. Yeah. I see your point.
Oh boy! And then you got the glove outside.
That too.
I still have the vision of that handprint.
Seemed like a sweat.
Did it say the glove was in the backyard or front yard or where? Just outside?
And they found it a couple days later, right?
Just outside.
Yeah, it was just outside, and it was found on November the 20th.
Yeah, it's OJ's glove.
So it could have been left there after. Any time after.
Well, I'm still leaning towards, until something steers me different, he had assistance on this. Because maybe I got some things messed up in my head, but I'm thinking, okay, you got the bad guy in the house at 425, the car speeding off at 420. I know they got the 420. I know they got the 425 from Dylan, which could be wrong. Her clock could be 5 minutes off, and the cameras outside could be off 2 minutes. And I'll give him a little error for that. But how do you get all cleaned up and not bring anything out through the back from what we can see?
Or not get it in his car.
And not get in his car. So he had to get in somebody else's car. And they took his car and off they went. So now they don't know which car to go check now.
I mean, if you're stalking that house and casing it and you see all the escape routes, and why do you park right behind the house? There is a trail that goes right up to the other street.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't get that at all.
I'd have parked over a half a mile away.
I mean, he was a runner. I mean, he could have.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I started to think maybe that car on camera is not his or the perpetrator's car. It still could be him, but like it would just be wild. That car pointed to him, and that wasn't even where he parked.
I hope they don't take that Linda Lane video and to trial and say this is his car.
They could. There's no.
You can't see nothing. Listen, to me that looked like To me, that looked like a lost DoorDash driver. But that's just my opinion.
It looked like someone lost, or someone who was waiting for someone to come out of their house, or picking up somebody didn't know where they were.
I mean, they turned around in the middle of the road. Come on.
But do y'all remember what I've been screaming from the very beginning based off the PCA and what it says, how the person was driving, like they didn't know where to park or where to turn around or anything else?
Like they hadn't cased the house.
But yet he cased the place.
So, exactly. So if you've been there 12 other times, then you would know where to park, where you can turn around, where to drive to, and all that. You would know that.
Yeah, and it's snow, and they're trying to go up that hill, and probably there's ice. They can't get up that hill, so they have to go around to the other side.
Well, wait a minute. I don't think it snowed until after.
No, there was no snow until after.
Right. That's not, I agree with
But
you.
I've always said too, okay, I'm leaning more and more towards, well, I think I've just finally decided he didn't do it by himself. But my thing is, I've always said, I thought it would be ridiculous for him to park that close. I mean, I'm a Riddler. I would have parked, half a mile away. Half a mile run to him is like nothing,
And if I was going to do it, I'd have been jogging through that town like I owned it.
Yeah.
I'd park far away, and I'd just jog. And I'd be looking for cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be looking for escape routes and where nobody can see me.
Oh, here's a crackpot. His assistant drives his car around and around. He has another car to get away in. When they find his car, it doesn't have any DNA in it because he wasn't in it.
But I figured it'd be on camera.
Well, the car was on camera. Maybe you're not. It's just a crackpot.
I didn't follow. I didn't. What?
If he has a decoy driving his car.
Gotcha.
They never find DNA in his car because he wouldn't have gotten in it.
Yeah, so 2 cars, you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, a getaway car that wasn't his own car, but his own car on camera. So when they check it,
So what on earth would he told his student?
I didn't say student. I said assistant, as an assistant to crime.
Oh, okay.
Not likely. Just
See,
crazy. Just off the deep end.
Hey, you never know.
No,
Teacher,
you don't
go
never
with
know.
that. I can go with your theory on that because
Yeah.
somehow or another he's in a different car than
Just
what
to
it was
kind
when
of
he,
lead them off
right.
and then make unanswerable questions, like
No, I was following you
mastermind weird
until
stuff.
I was following you until I thought you said.
Oh, when I said assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
That's
stop
probably
and
my
think
see
accent.
about
that.
it. Stop and think about it. I think he was out recruiting.
And
all
then
those
turns his
times.
phone back on to show he wasn't there, like he was driving down wherever, but maybe not in the white car, maybe in the other car.
And they're gonna say, "Oh,
Maybe
you
his
turned your
white car
phone
was
off."
somewhere else.
Yep. And she's gonna say, "Oh, his phone died." You know, like they say, "Oh, he turned." How do you know 100% he turned it off? Like how do you?
I feel like if the defense can show that the white car they're tracking and his phone aren't in the same location, that's
Can
something.
I say something here? They can tell if your phone dies or if you shut it off.
They can.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, they can.
Okay. I thought it just goes off the net. Like
No.
Off the...
No, they can tell whenever you've, like with my phone, when I pick it up, my screen will come on, but it's still like my lock screen. But they can tell when your phone moves and your lock screen comes on. If you
maybe
unlock
because
it,
there's
all that.
no charge in it when it's dead, but when it's just off, there's still charge in it.
Well, it pretty much tracks your every move.
Yep.
And everything
Right,
that you do.
Which is why you would want somebody to be driving your car around while you're in another car, so that if they get your car on camera, you're not in it.
But even though if his phone can be tracked, like Fufa said, the data will overwrite itself. So.
Well, if they don't put it in a Faraday.
It could overwrite itself.
Yeah, from how long? Like, because he had a while.
But it depends on what types of apps he's using. Like I think Lady B just said, because if it's a third-party app, it's uploading somewhere else. So that's.
No.
But it's on the internal storage.
GPS is going to be far more reliable than phone pings, correct?
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Assuming.
See, we don't know if they got GPS, do we?
No, and we have to remember
not
too.
on his
we
phone,
have the,
though. I mean, I'm sorry, not his phone. What is it on? Is it Blue Link? Is that what it's called on
That
the
watch.
Hyundais?
Yeah,
and
well,
his
and then-
car didn't have it.
I was wondering if Cast uses GPS or if Cast is still using towers.
There was a guy who explained that the other day. Was it Dan from the Drunk Turkey Show? How casts work? I was listening to him.
What?
Yeah, Drunk Turkey Show. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I've watched him.
I like him.
I tend to disagree. I find him to be a professional doxer and defamer of the dead and the living.
Ouch.
In my opinion.
Strong opinion.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Well, he was a police officer, so naturally he's going to stick up with the prosecution.
Right. I felt that way before when he's talking like that he's leaning towards that side. I didn't really like that, but
You gotta
that part. I don't know if we're
you got-
discussing other users, we probably shouldn't, but yeah, I won't even say anymore. Not
just
impressed.
his nature, I guess.
Well, it's just it brings on these guys, these Kims and these Daves and all these random people who mix the whole timeline up and confuse everything, and none of them got actually anything factual to say. It's all hearsay.
Yeah,
one
I
of them
do.
used voice, and the other one, she's gone to the dregs of the true crime channels now.
I do
because
tend
these
to like
other guys who do anything for money won't even have her on there anymore.
These channels like this, where you have people with opposing views, and then you have channels kind of like his, where he only brings on people that head nod.
And it's okay if we talk about other channels as long as we're not bashing them.
Okay.
Oh no, I mean, I think Daniel's a good guy. He's law enforcement, so I expect him to be,
Right.
Yeah.
to not
Yeah,
think that they did something wrong. Obviously.
Well, I saw the ABC special on True Crime on YouTube, and they featured the Drunk Turkey Show. They interviewed the guy inside. He's wearing shorts and sunglasses on a national broadcast. He wouldn't give his full name, and yet he spends his whole time giving out the full names of people who have nothing to do with this and accusing them of being implicated in a mass unaliving. I find it disgraceful.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He will name anyone and shame anyone and say they're, and do a show on it.
Yeah, I haven't got to watch him much here lately.
That's why I like coming here at the end of the day. Everybody has different opinions. It's nice.
Absolutely.
I only stick to.
I apologise for upsetting any of his fans with that. That's just the way I feel about him and what he does.
No, I get it. I understand.
Well,
I still watch all the. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that I like this. I like being up here because we can have opposing viewpoints and nobody's like ripping each other apart. We're actually stopping to think about what the other person is saying.
Yeah. And we're not coming up with
and that doesn't
stuff.
happen. That doesn't happen with most channels out there.
And people are still watching those channels though, because there's still information to be gleaned, even if they're not doing it in the most.
10% information, 90%.
Right, but if you have the good filter, Tony, you probably do. You can still watch it without being corrupted by it.
I actually find I prefer to watch the reactions to those sorts of channels.
Right.
You don't have to watch 5 hours of mumbling around and stuff, and you get the 10 minutes of what they actually said with a few laughs thrown in. I like that.
Well, I'm not talking about any specific channel when I say this, but there's a lot of those people that don't even know that there's different types of channels like this one out there. They think they're all like that.
I mean, I can tell in the way people talk what channels they like.
Oh yeah,
it depends on how curious you are and how desperate you are to figure things out.
But there's a lot of this creators out there who's like, if you go to that channel, don't be talking to me.
Yeah, no.
Blah blah blah.
I don't do that. I don't care anybody who comes in here. I don't care what other channels they go to. That I've said I'm not a babysitter.
No, but
I'm not gonna say if you go over there, you can't come in here.
Yeah,
I don't do all that.
Yeah,
some creators will though. They will.
They'll
do that.
They act like they own their subscribers.
Yeah,
and members, especially members.
There's one channel creator. I love his presentation. I don't agree everything he says, but I love the way he presents his viewpoints with the makeup.
No.
That's
I wonder who that would be.
He is a reporter on
Mr.
this.
Doctor himself. Yeah. Lead doctor.
Yeah.
That guy, I'm beginning to wonder. I had a lot of respect for him. I've kind of lost some of that.
He did a show about Mr. Kohberger, and Mr. Kohberger's friend objected to that. Then he did a show saying that Kohberger's friend was a mass unaliver. It was absolutely disgraceful. My whole show is speculation and guesswork. Now I'm going to tell you some facts, and he'll say something completely ridiculous. But
why does he have to present it as facts? Why can't I don't understand the need to just be like facts.
Right. Just say
alleged. Boom.
Yeah. You don't have to say facts.
I want to be on there with them and get my gear all dressed up. And
he only allows the guests in makeup to come on.
Oh, I won't be the Riddler.
If we see Riddler on there as the Riddler, it's going to be a dead giveaway of who the Riddler really is.
You're going to have to take on a false persona.
Yeah, I'd pay to see that.
I'd have to get my laugh down again.
Here's a guy. His name describes a venereal disease. Right. No credibility. He wears makeup, doesn't use his real name, and spends the whole time doxing people with nothing at all to do with the Idaho unaliving.
Oh my God.
In the early days, he made good content, but now he's gone mad.
Yeah, actually, I agree. I have lost a lot of respect for him.
Actually, I wouldn't dress up as the Riddler. I'd dress up as this other character. And it'd be far more scarier than what this guy has. I'm serious. I've done it before on something else. And I had the scariest music you could hear. My voice would be disguised.
So funny.
Dress
And,
up as the dude like in Saul.
Yeah, that would be.
There you go, Riddler.
Okay, I got a question for all of y'all on panel and those in the chat. Do y'all think they have the knife, like for real? Do y'all think they have it?
Probably not.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I would just feel like it'd be so hard to find it. So hard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or the defense wouldn't be acting like this.
I don't know.
Boom,
I
it's in
think
his
they
apartment.
might have a knife, but the
It wouldn't be
knife
this
doesn't
viral.
match the sheath.
Yeah,
It was in the
in
locked
my
door
opinion,
in his
it
apartment.
wouldn't be this viral if they had the
Think
knife.
about this.
No.
How long did it take us to find Osama bin Laden? Took years. Now
Yeah.
you're talking about something that's not even a foot long,
I know, right?
and you got to go find that. and
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't-
it's not moving by itself.
But it
okay.
doesn't breathe. It doesn't have to eat. He could have
Oh
done
wait, Jen with two N's thinks that they collected it in PA when they arrested him.
Well, that's
Oh,
what I said
back
because
over
it,
in
it,
That
it
goes
states
back
knife.
to where it just says the knife.
Right.
But
In
it could,
PA, like in his
but it could be
apartment
a
in
kitchen
PA.
knife.
Now, what
His
about
parents'
this?
house.
Think about this.
No way.
What if he had a
Kitchen knife.
second
Oh,
K
his
bar?
parents' house.
Think about this. He has a
Yeah.
second K bar, and no DNA shows up on it. Explain that, State.
Hmm.
I just feel like if they had the knife, they would have been like, "We got the knife."
Yeah, but they stated
Remember, it was
knife,
under the gag
Boom.
order.
and then they
I get it,
stated
but
other
You'd
knives.
have to have his
by
DNA
name.
on it too, or be in his apartment for it to be like damning
Yeah.
evidence.
yeah,
Just, oh, we have a knife.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. It
It's
doesn't
just-
make no sense.
It's just like what Betty Jo was just saying. Like whenever it's put on the warrant return or what they took from the house, it's knife,
It's just
and
knife.
then a Smith and Wesson pocket knife and a
Yep.
Taylor cutlery knife, and like why give explanations or descriptions of the other ones, but just this one that you put number one on the list, knife.
Well,
Yeah, but that's the knife he used to butter his sandwiches with.
and
But
I mean, it very well.
But they could have put
I
that
mean,
as
you
a
know it's
description.
gonna have those kids' DNA on it.
If they,
Right. If
Yeah.
it has any kind of DNA on it, that it shows it was the weapon.
They nailed him.
Well, Anne never said his parents' home. She just said apartment, car, and office.
Right.
Right.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. The number one thing on that list is knife.
Well, and
But
it does kind of give a little bit more insight. Like, why is he at his parents' house a month later, bagging up garbage and being weird with gloves on?
Yeah,
What?
that's what I was saying.
That's
It was
what I
six,
don't
I mean, it was
understand.
what, 6 weeks
We
later. So I'm
don't
sure.
know he was doing
Yeah.
that. There's no.
Yes,
They
they
weren't
Yeah,
doing body cam.
we do.
But what
Yeah,
is he
we
doing
They
do.
6
weren't
weeks later that
doing
he
body
hasn't
cam.
already done?
Right.
There were
but it's
drones
weird.
that were watching him. There's pictures of
Well,
him.
according to
anything-
the
if
DA in
anything-
Pennsylvania, that's what he was doing whenever they busted in the house.
If anything,
Yeah,
if you
he's
tell me he was up
he's
at
wearing
4 a.m.
white-
doing something, it's
1:30
going to make
in
me
the
think
morning.
that
White fronts,
he just
bagging
couldn't
up
sleep.
rubbish into bags, and they have no body cam footage of it.
Well, and it's not illegal to bag
Well,
up
we don't
Yeah,
know
what's up
that
with
body
that?
cam footage of it.
I don't know about body cams, but
Well,
they
some
have
document
just
came
if
out
it
about
is
it.
true,
drone,
it's
and the
odd.
drone was circling, taking
Yeah.
pictures.
If it's true, if he wasn't getting rid of evidence, what was he doing? That's so strange.
He didn't
6
want his
weeks
DNA
later,
out there, in my
Right.
opinion.
6 weeks later.
it was
Across
just think
the
he was hanging on for
country.
evidence
Maybe
for
it's
6
just an
weeks.
OCD thing.
Getting
I
rid
don't
of it
know.
then.
Yeah.
It could be just an OCD thing that he had, or it could have had something to do with the recycle stuff that they have for the trash up there.
Or it could be he wore gloves to hide his fingerprint.
Could be
It
that
doesn't
too.
sound believable.
Doesn't. It doesn't.
I mean,
But
you
that
can come
doesn't
up
mean
with
it's
all
not
kinds
true.
of theories.
You know, he's
I
wearing
guess-
clean white Y fronts, no stains, everything's clean. Not believable.
Wait, was there a gag order before or after the search warrant?
The gag order went into effect, I believe, January the 3rd.
But it was so before he got back to Idaho, it was in
Right.
effect.
So
And
yeah,
before the PCA became public, it was
no
in
way they
effect.
got the knife. No way. No way. They
I
would have
don't
told us.
think so. I don't think
They
so.
wouldn't have
either.
told nobody.
I
Lois.
just asked a question for a reason. If they found the knife before the gag order happened, they would have told us.
No, they wouldn't have.
Okay.
You
Do you think they might have put it in the probable cause affidavit that they wrote up, like murder weapon was found in suspect apartment?
But the PCA, they couldn't have done that because the PCA was wrote before he was arrested,
Well, that's right.
before
That's
they
after the
ever
arrest.
started the
Didn't know that.
warrants.
So
And
after.
yeah.
And they hesitantly admitted that the white Elantra was there. So they weren't looking to disclose anything that was found during that press conference.
About the Elantra?
Yeah, they were hesitant to even admit that was there.
Yep.
So if they're not going to say, yeah, the Elantra was there, like bragging about it, they're not going to go bragging about the
by the way, we found the murder weapon.
Why do you guys think this case is being handled so differently than the Long Island one?
I have no idea.
Well, the Long Island one, that's something that has been going on for years and years and years.
For decades.
And they
Right,
they didn't hold things back then like they do nowadays. So people already know a lot of stuff. They're just filling in the rest.
Well, they know about the crimes, but they're using the same kind of evidence to say they know it's him, like his cell phone and all that stuff, and they aren't. It's like he's.
It's just the way they
detailed.
They got his DNA.
Different states also.
It's just the way they choose to deal with it.
New York is used to murders every day.
Yeah.
You want to know why? This is why, in my opinion, the reason they're handling it different is because we're looking at a huge city populated area, and then we're looking at a small town, a small college town that wants this to disappear. That's why.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were heading there, but you're exactly right.
Yeah, it just seems like usually when they arrest somebody for like murders, so far that I've seen, if they know they're guilty, it gets handled a totally different way than this one's getting handled.
Well, I agree most of the time it does, but I have seen this type of thing in the past too, where especially small towns just are more secretive, more kind of like and conspiratorial, kind of like, I don't know how to really explain that, but
They are definitely doing a lot to help out the conspiratorial nature.
Oh,
by
yeah.
being so secretive. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to look good, like they're having everything, all their ducks in a row and everything. But at the same time,
I think they're doing the opposite.
They're adding to the fanfare of all of the circus that's going on out here.
But if they want to make it go away and all that, then they're doing the exact opposite.
Oh, I totally agree with you, hon.
Right.
They're sitting back laughing at us.
Over and over in these small towns are just, I don't know. It's like, okay,
or they just don't know how to handle it properly.
Yeah. If we don't admit it, then I guess, it just disappears when, that's not the case. Yeah. It just makes more speculation and causes more issues.
Again, I'm not putting anything past LE after, again, hearing what, they did to Bryan Kohberger's phone.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not
me
putting
either.
anything past LE. Sorry.
No.
Tell me whatever you want, but nah. His phone was completely wiped? Really?
Something was wrong there.
Yeah, that's a little fishy.
Are you all, any of you, familiar with Curtis Flowers and Adnan Syed and True Crime Podcast stuff?
No.
The innocent going to jail and sitting in there and getting exonerated later. Like Adnan Syed was like convicted on cell phone data. And
oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, that's the one he killed like a senator or something, was it, or a?
No, his girlfriend. He was alleged to have killed his girlfriend. It was a high school kid.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of those.
What year did that happen?
I have to see, to be precise. It was early 2000s, I feel like. Before the caste system was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And let's see, I think he was he spent 23 years in prison and was dropped charges against him in 2022.
That's terrible.
I'm hoping
it was on the Serial podcast.
But you also got to realize technology has come up
exactly
so far since
It's a real shame because in his case, they had a cell phone expert testify that the cell phone data wasn't reliable, but it didn't matter.
What was the name of the podcast again?
Serial, SE.
But okay, but back then, it wasn't near as reliable as it is now.
Yeah, but they thought it was in court. You know, they made them emotional
They
about
might
it.
have said, yeah.
And they did say that only outgoing calls were reliable, pinging cell phone towers. I don't know if that's still true today, but
I just think it's funny how they're not handing it, like, they're still not handing everything over yet to the defense. It's kind of weird.
Weird.
Like, no, we're going to wait.
I think it's par for the course. I've heard a lot of that in, capital cases.
Exactly.
So,
yeah,
like,
but it's
so how do you...
trial, so it's not in their favor to delay disclosure.
But, like, how do they, like, how can you build a fair defense around that if
they don't want you to.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it's good. Again, I don't want it to get pushed back, but if they just come out with a whole bunch of stuff a week, two prior, then they're gonna have no choice.
Do you realize how many millions and millions of dollars a college generates for a town?
Yeah.
And how much control they have over that town because of it.
And how much this case is costing that town, and how they're not arresting anybody right now, and they're not doing trials right now to save, their budget.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, slow down there, guys.
We have just one.
I heard you.
We have just one college football game in my hometown. It's Florida versus Georgia, and they bring in over $35 million worth of taxes just that 1 week. Can you imagine? Now, Idaho's not going to bring that in.
No, because Florida's bigger.
Well, Florida's a powerhouse SEC school, and Idaho's nothing. I mean, they're a small Division I school. They got 8,000 to 10,000 students, at maybe 9,000, whereas Florida has 60,000.
I thought somebody had said 12, but I could be wrong.
Well, that's just like North Carolina. They have their colleges. I mean, they're bigger than Idaho.
Right. Duke and especially North Carolina. But what I'm trying to say is, look at who the alumni and the boosters are. They want that money to keep generating. The governor.
Yep.
Remember everybody he's in charge of? He graduated from the University of Idaho. That's why I wanted to make sure when I asked Scarlett if that's where he graduated from. She looked it up and said yes.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing happened down here in Gainesville. They rushed to judgment. Okay, we're back in business. It's safe to come back to football games. All sporting activities and all other extracurricular activities are happening during the day. Bars were closing at night. They were losing money.
Oh, I see where you're going now.
So they're going to just get.
They
this
want it
done
over
quick.
with so they can get back to making money.
They want to get back to it, and they want to knock down that house. See, they were worried about enrollment. Now the enrollment's back up.
I thought that was just so wild that they were even considering knocking that down before.
Sanity.
Yeah.
Especially if you get a hung jury.
And I saw that they said the defense had no problem with it.
Yeah, they had no objection to it.
I wouldn't either.
Right, if you were guilty,
I'd be the prosecutor.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I would say, knock it down, and then if the jury wants to go, then what? Doesn't hurt us.
Right, exactly. It'd be the prosecutor.
More reasonable doubt in their minds.
Well, I mean, if you say, "Oh, this timeline doesn't make sense. Let's go over there and see how the timeline doesn't make sense." Oh, wait, we can't.
That's what I mean. So as a jury, isn't that
would hurt the defense?
You think?
I mean, if it could help them at least, if their case is true, then going there and seeing it and showing how it doesn't make sense would help the defense.
So that's why you think they wanted to knock it down.
I have no idea why they were okay with it, is what I'm saying.
It's just crazy.
If I was innocent, I'd be like, leave it there.
Good
leave
answer,
it there and let them see.
Good answer.
I don't even know whose idea was to knock it down before the trial anyway.
The school.
The universities.
Like why?
The school own it now.
Because they want it out of the neighborhood. It's an eyesore, and they don't want people like the new students who are coming in, like freshmen, to see it and be like, "Oh, damn, that happened here," and it be a reminder of what happened.
And it's attracting a whole bunch of.
Right?
It's attracting a whole bunch of.
I mean, that's the way I looked at it.
To the area.
Yeah, I saw that. But that's the way I looked at it, is that they were wanting to get it demolished before school started. Because
it's costing them money to have a 24-hour guard sitting right outside. It's costing them money, and people are tired of getting media hounded.
Well, they can get a big tarp that has their school colors on it and put it over the damn house. What? I mean, just,
how disrespectful.
Well, they need to have a permanent Google fog over it, like in Google Earth.
In real life. Just look over her big
Just blur it out. Just blur it out of reality. It's fine. We need it. We'll just take the blur off.
Yeah. Just didn't make sense. It's kind of like a big FU to in my opinion, to the
families in the
whole trial. Yeah, to everybody.
I wonder how many people are employed by the University of Idaho.
Well, let's see if we can find out from Google.
Here's something else I thought of. Well, I've been thinking about it, learning about he's gotten fired from his teaching position, saying that he wasn't fulfilling his responsibilities. I wonder why he wasn't fulfilling his responsibilities as a previous drug addicted person. Wonder if he wasn't using drugs again, or what he's so distracted with that he's not doing his job,
Something frustrated him.
Yeah.
And his students were like students were keeping a tally of his behaviors because they were so frustrated with him, probably trying to get him fired.
Well, I believe he also wasn't getting along with the other professors, right? Or
wasn't getting along with his own professor and was arguing with them when he was like getting reprimanded for his conduct.
Exactly. He's narcissistic.
All right. The University of Idaho has 4,490 employees.
And they trespassed him from the campus. Like 11 days after they fired him. Weird.
That's because he was arrested.
Well, see, that's another university wants to get this problem. Get him
I mean,
out
but he's not convicted. You can't just trespass him because they got arrested.
But they said if he is clear, they will reconsider. He's allowed to petition at that point.
Yeah, my take on that, to be honest with you, I'm just gonna say it outright. Maybe he was an a-hole.
Right.
We're happy to see him gone.
But see, we haven't thought about this. Would you want your child now to go to Washington State University, home of the Fighting Cougars, with that nut job there?
Nope.
No, and then I also heard in the search they found blood on his unsheathed pillow in bed, like blood, like you would have coming out of your body if you were using needles, or why blood is.
Or if you had a nosebleed.
Right.
Or a pimple, or a bleeding wart on your anus.
Right. On your pillow, I guess you would.
So here.
I mean, it could have come from anywhere. It's just the same. I'm building a case just like the prosecution. Just look at all this evidence I have.
Oh my God.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Oh God.
It's just where my mind went, people. I just wanted to see what you thought.
No, yeah, I just think.
I think if someone came to my house, and searched around and all that sort of stuff, they'd find plenty of dog hairs. They'd find probably a bit of blood here and there. Not from my anus, but
I mean, any female, they're going to find blood.
Shaving and stuff like that. You're shaving and shaving my face,
Yeah, shaving your face. That's
Yeah, not talking
anything
else.
it's still just
yeah,
putting...
the blood can be from the pillow. It could be from
all
like
kinds
you
of
said.
things.
Yeah, pimples. It could be from anything like that.
On his
Paint
protective.
bread.
Yeah, it could have, but
Could have been a shaving cut, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
It could have been anything like that.
Yeah.
Nosebleed.
Is it
Pimple.
weird that he had his bedroom door locked behind his
wasn't-
front door when he
It
wasn't?
wasn't. It wasn't his
No.
bedroom door. It was the door, the bedroom, the spare bedroom that's in the apartment. That door was locked.
The spare bedroom. Okay.
Yeah.
So
But
I just was
And it's
hearing
supposed
the
to be locked or
body
something.
cam footage. They said the door is locked and which door, and it's his bedroom door. But
even
there were two
but
bedrooms in there.
Yeah.
even if it was his bedroom door, I wouldn't find that strange really, because okay, if he did this, all right, he knows what he can do sneaking into somebody's room or what he's wanting to do, planning on doing or whatever, and he could lock his bedroom door just to, make sure it's one more layer of protection from
Yeah,
him.
but he wasn't in it.
No, what I'm saying is if it was his actual bedroom,
Right.
I could there's a lot of people that lock their bedroom doors at night.
Yeah, when you're in it.
I lock mine. I lock my bedroom doors when
Mine's
I leave
locked right
the
now.
house.
I don't.
Like before you leave the house, you could lock your bedroom door and close the door and then leave the house.
Oh, you
Yes.
mean when you
Some people
leave?
do if they have
When you're
certain
not in
things in their
it.
bedroom. Yeah, when
Yep.
they leave, they
They
lock
wanna
their
make sure-
bedroom and then lock their house when they leave.
Yeah, because they want to make sure nobody's in their bedroom.
My walk-in closet. My walk-in closet has a door lock on it. I lock it too.
Yeah, so wonder what he's protecting behind the.
Well,
Or
mine is
if you're
guns
going
and
away for weeks at a time for a break, and it's a shared room, you don't know if the next semester the school's going to assign someone to you. But it wasn't locked anyway, so it wasn't locked.
if I go to the grocery store, all three of my doors are locked. The bedroom door, the closet door, and the front door.
Jesus.
They're all locked up.
Whoa.
My grandparents used to do that.
Whoa.
My grandma not only locked her
Well, I'm
door.
just living loosey goosey in all my doors except the front ones and the back ones. My bedroom is totally open.
My grandma not only locked her door, she had like one of those chain lock things on it, those old-fashioned slide lock deals. She had that on her door too.
When Danny Rolling broke into one of the females' houses in Gainesville, or her apartment, whatever it was, he got inside and there was nobody home. So one of the detectives said he hid under the bed. Another detective said he hid in the attic. And another detective said he hid in the closet until she got home. And when she went,
KK. Yeah.
And
so
where do you think he hid?
where do I think he hid?
Yeah.
I think he hid in the closet, but I don't know. I wouldn't know. They would know. I wouldn't. My buddy worked that case. One of my buddies, he was on that case. And I mean, it was like his first case. He was young, and he walked in one of the rooms, and naturally, the one he walked in was the lady who, I think she worked at the 911, and she didn't come to work, and she was never late. She was always early. So they did a welfare check. You remember the story, don't you, Willie? But Danny had went in there, and he bound her, S8'd her, and then 5 stabs to the back, and she was gone.
Yep.
And then he forgets. I can't remember if that's the one he dropped the wallet in. But here's again where the detectives get it messed up. He comes back to get his wallet. Like BK, he dropped something. He comes back and gets his wallet, but her head is removed from her body. Might want to put a little thing up on the screen. But her head's removed, and the head's put on a bookshelf. The body is put into a sexually provocative position.
Did you know that I know this is kind of off subject, but did you know that can you hear me?
I hear you.
I hear you.
Oh,
fine.
everything went quiet. I was like, I was
waiting
looking
on
at
you.
making sure it wasn't 306.
We're waiting for you,
Did you
lady.
know-
Yeah, we're all waiting.
I'm sorry.
4.
Did you know that there was New York Zodiac unaliver?
I heard there was
Serial?
over 100 SKs running around the country right now.
But more
Jesus.
than one Zodiac one, though?
Yeah, I
I
did
didn't
not
know
know.
that.
I didn't know. I was
So he's a
watching.
copycat, right?
Well, kind of, yeah. I didn't know. I was watching last night since you weren't on. I was watching Catching Killers, and the
Mhm.
second one they have on there was the New York Zodiac. And what he did was he would unalive people by their sign,
Hmm.
and he would leave things there, um, notes, cryptic notes, and stuff like that, like the Zodiac killer did too. But yeah, but these people were actually unalived by their sign.
Oh dang, I didn't know that.
How he knew what their actual birth sign was, I don't know. But um, yeah, I had no idea.
Hmm.
I
I
thought
thought
it
it
was
was just the one, that they never did find out who he was or thought that they had in Hatton or whatever. But I didn't know there
Yeah,
was another one.
that was back in the 60s. I think this one was in either the 80s or early 90s, I think is when it was. I was very tired last night too. I didn't really absorb everything, but I thought it was interesting.
Hmm.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, look at Portland. They still ain't figured out who's doing that up there, have they?
No.
They
Well,
said they had a
that's what I
suspect
Did
asked.
they have
How
a
far it
person?
is.
Oh, they did arrest somebody.
We
Yeah.
got somebody of interest.
They
Okay.
said they had a suspect in custody.
Oh wow.
And what about the one in Austin? The guy who admitted he was doing it.
Check those 3 unidentified DNAs.
Did that check out?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Austin has like 20 something people missing, and they all go to this area where these nightclubs are, and they're found in this pond or river or lake, whatever it is there.
So all these people are in the same body of water.
They said that was a common denominator, this lake and these nightclubs on the strip.
Huh.
And this one guy, now I want to tell you something. The day after the OJ trial, how many prosecutors you think in this country have somebody come in and said, I did it? You see what I mean? There's nuts out there that claim they did. And look how many people on their deathbed are saying, I'm DB Cooper.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. Yeah.
I wouldn't admit to nothing.
Nope.
I wouldn't either, man. I'd be going, I want a lawyer, and that's all I would
Ain't
say.
do nothing. I
On
ain't
your
seen nothing.
deathbed?
Oh, I'd be Sergeant
On
Schultz
my
all the
deathbed, I
way.
wouldn't admit to nothing.
So
Nope.
if said she'd
Listen.
ask for a lawyer.
I've watched too many
I'm
interrogation
like, you're in my
videos.
room asking me, I want a lawyer.
With your
They
dying
bring you in
breath.
for questioning. They don't have enough. Learn that.
Yeah, with my dying breath.
I love that.
I would tell them.
I still want to know who's responsible for Bob Crane's passing away.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
You want to see some gory pictures? They're on the internet.
Is that Hulk Hogan's? Hogan's
Heroes.
Yeah,
Hogan's Heroes. He got killed, did he?
Crane.
Yeah, he was. He was not such a wonderful person.
He was a big time star, and he was fixing to hit it bigger. But Hollywood knew what he was doing, and he was ordering.
Oh yeah, no, don't mention Hollywood. Hollywood, they're all at it.
Do you know?
They're sick.
Well, anyway, he was ordering all this sophisticated camera equipment, and he was picking up girls, and he was having porns with them. And,
I tell you,
but there's no forcible entry into his apartment.
I think Hollywood itself had something to do with that one.
Well, yeah, the Jewish mob runs Hollywood.
That's a possibility.
Oh my gosh, Kanye. Hey, what's up?
Kanye.
Kanye's in here, y'all. Doesn't sound like Kanye.
Nice. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's that new movie, what's it called? Sound of Freedom or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's apparently people, they don't want that scene.
Yeah,
You know?
I've heard that. That there's a lot of theaters here that's not. They're not wanting to show it.
I don't know. I'll show it.
Why not?
Why?
I don't know.
Aren't you onto this, Willie? Willie, I thought you'd be deep in this.
Nope.
It's basically a movie about the sex trade around the world. And of course, to be involved in that, you've got to be rich and sick. And there's plenty of them, and plenty of them are part of Hollywood.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've known about
so
that.
they don't want that
And
movie being
politics.
shown next to their movies where they're all running around with makeup, reading lines written by someone else. Meanwhile, in their private lives are monsters.
I can't believe they made a movie.
That's
about
pretty
that.
funny because Hollywood's the one that made it.
Exactly.
Well, it is, but politics.
Mel Gibson made it.
He's part of Hollywood.
Really.
Jesus,
yeah, but they went after him a few years ago. He's on the outside.
They did.
Hey, y'all, I gotta run and grab a drink out of the refrigerator. I'll be right back, but y'all keep the conversation going.
I like Mel Gibson. He's a good actor.
Yep.
Except when he's drunk.
No, he's still a good actor even when he's drunk.
He is, I know. My husband just watched that movie. Remember the movie he was in where like he got electrocuted or something and he could like read women's minds?
Yeah.
Oh, that was great. That was funny.
Yeah.
What was the movie? What movie is that? I think
it's great. If you watch, you got to watch.
I
that.
forgot the name.
I don't remember
the
the
name.
name.
It was funny.
It's funny though.
Aren't all the rich, weird white men like members of Bohemian Grove? They could probably figure out who those people were real easy.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of political people too. It's not just Hollywood.
Right.
It's your government.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have a club.
Yep.
It's not really that secret.
Nope.
It's not really.
There's lots of clubs. Lots of clubs.
Lord.
They think they get things by us, but they don't.
But they do.
We just can't do anything about it.
Right.
Like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, we can't do anything.
We know what's going on.
I mean,
some evangelists just go burn that place down.
I mean, we could if people would band together, but people.
But not when you have this much division with social
Exactly.
media
You have
and
two.
this and that.
The world's divided.
Exactly.
Well, the division means they can conquer.
Yep.
Right.
So actually, they're all on at the top. They're all on the same side. They're all working together. They all have the same masters.
Yep.
And what they do is they feed down below to divide everyone. So if everyone's divided,
we
they
all
can
know
rule.
this. It's on the money.
That's why the Second Amendment's
And
there.
yet,
Jesse Ventura told me, he said in politics, he said out in front of the cameras and on stage, they're enemies. He said when you get backstage where there's no more lights, they're all buddies.
The best friends. Yep.
Just like the lawyers playing softball.
At the top, though. He said most of the ones at the top, the ones who actually pulling the strings, they're all working together. But the ones below, the ones below are all fighting each other because they don't understand that their masters are working together.
Look how close Bush and Clinton family are.
I know, that's crazy.
Jesus. So many people have gone missing or accidental death, whatever, with the Clintons.
Yeah. I think the last count I knew about was like 58, I think is what it was.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
So, Scarlett.
Scarlett, yeah, because we were going almost to politics here. American politics, where people lose friends.
Not there yet, almost.
Scarlett. So about a third of the town is employed by the university, right?
Yeah, there's between 25 and 26,000 people
there's about 12. Well, it's about 12,000
students.
Yeah.
Well, 9 to 12,000 students, but the other 12,000 civilians, right? Non-student.
Yeah.
Residents, true residents. So if you say there's 12,000, then you got about 4,500 who are working there. Wow.
Right.
See how important that college is?
Let's see, they have, as of July the 21st of 2023, the University of Idaho has a total enrollment of 10,791 students.
That's not very big, is it?
No.
And look how many people off campus, like all those little pizza parlors and sandwich shops and everything else, pubs, corner
Everything
bars.
runs through the university.
But it's only 10,000 people. It's not 10,000 students, and students aren't like, generally they're not like, you know, high disposable income people.
But
so
that she
nobody
just
get it.
gave.
No,
what
that's
she just gave the
10,000
students.
students. Yeah, there's 10,791 students. In Moscow, there's between 25 and 26,000 people. So 10,000 of those go to the university. And
It's a whole, yeah, okay, sorry, I misunderstood. Because I think of America as being so big, and I heard that number, it sounded so small.
yeah, and
Okay, it's a
what
very
was it?
small town. That town's smaller than the town I live in.
Yeah, it's what did I say? It was like 9 square miles, or was it 6? It's
Wow.
not
must
a
be
very
half.
big spot.
It must be half of the town, is that thing.
Smaller than I thought.
KK,
And
I think that's what Riddler
University
the point
town.
he's making.
And I think there was, what I just say, how many employees it was, 44 or 4,900 employees that they have there.
That's a lot.
Hey, I'm gonna jump down.
Yeah, me
My
too. I'm
body's
passing
really
out.
hurt. My body's killing me from this
Well,
fault, so I'm gonna.
Lady V, I hope you get to feeling better.
Thank you. Me
Have a
too.
good night.
Feel better, Lady
All right,
J.
Willie, have a
See
good
you, lady.
night.
You
See you
guys
guys.
have a
Bye.
good
See
night.
you, Chad. Have a good night.
I'm
God
not
bless
gonna
y'all.
say everybody in chat goodbye. I love you
See you
guys.
guys.
All right, we love y'all too. Y'all have a good night.
Willie.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Scar.
I hope she gets her feeling better soon. But anyway, so yeah, it seems like the whole town of Moscow is college affiliated, whether they're employees of the college or they're a student or they're married to someone who is affiliated with the college, or
get
possibly
it.
even the parents of a student that goes there.
Wow. Wow. It's like an industry. So it's like a, yeah.
That's
because
why I stay away from Charlotte, North
Mhm.
Carolina. Just crazy
Right.
there.
Because I mean, you think of it, all the businesses that's there in Moscow are ran basically from off the college, all the college kids, and that's where they get most of their business from.
Yep.
Yeah, my college town is the same way. Like
Mhm.
10,000, like 13,000 students, 30,000 people. They fight for revenue bringing things at the college.
Yep.
It's true.
So the alleged suspect wanted to take down the whole town, especially the university, as his motive.
I don't know. It's
Just possible. I can't think of a motive, that's all. Unless the motive was to do it and get away with it. And get away with it on a technicality or something.
Right,
Without
or
a-
the motive was something
Go to
else,
trial
and that's
and
what
get away
ended
with
up
it.
happening.
Do you think
Yeah.
that there was just one person that was targeted, either
Maddie.
fashion? Well,
Right.
pick one,
Which would,
and then the
yeah.
other
I don't
three were
believe
witnesses.
anyone went in there. No one went in there to take out 4 people and leave 2 there, in my opinion. So there had
Right.
to be a target. Or there's a possibility that it was just the target was like a slasher movie or something like that, or to take out females.
Right, or the crime that happened wasn't the intended crime. Just
Yeah,
kind
I do think there was a target, and it was probably upstairs. Even though Steve Gonzalez had a different opinion, or said something differently. He said they didn't have to go upstairs or something like that. But
I think that's what he was getting at with that comment. Is that the
So-
target was upstairs, since he didn't have to go up the stairs if he didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be read. Yeah, it could be read 2 ways. That, yeah, I get that
Yeah.
too. So, I think the target probably was upstairs, and then there were complications. But I don't think he used a K bar. I just don't. You know,
I mean, it could be a
ninjas
different.
and samurais don't use K-bars.
Hey, Crumb Sleuthing. It could be a completely different weapon, and the sheath was just there to make them think that that's the weapon or the type of weapon that was used.
So if he took out one, that was the target. The other three were witnesses, and he had to take them out. He was confronted by them. You reckon?
Probably. I mean, that could explain why
Possibly.
Murphy was in Kaylee's room. Kaylee heard something going on in Maddie's room, so she came in there, and she basically confronted him. So he attacked her, and then as he's coming down the stairs, he runs into Ethan or Xana and or Ethan. Or he ran into Xana. Xana took off running for her room. He chased her in there, and we know what happened in there. And if he would have seen Dylan, there's probably a good chance that he would have done the same to her.
Is there any discrepancy where Dylan was at in the house? I've heard she had moved her room upstairs.
She was on the second floor.
On the second floor.
She was on the second floor.
Where Ethan and Xana were.
Yeah, but on the opposite end of the house.
She was next to the kitchen.
Not really opposite.
Right.
Yeah,
is the kitchen on the first floor, right?
No, kitchen's on the second floor. There's only 2 bedrooms on the first floor. That was Bethany's room. Then there's a spare bedroom, and then there is the laundry room. And then when you go up the steps, you go to the second floor. That's got the living room, Xana's room, a bathroom, the kitchen, and Dylan's room.
So technically it would be the basement part because it's underground on one side.
The back side of the first floor is built up against
because it's built on a hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So that
Scarlett has the same theory I have.
When the person walked by and Dylan saw them, I thought she said he was heading towards the kitchen.
Yeah, he would have walked right past her room.
She had her door cracked.
Yeah, and was looking out of her door when he was walking from Xana's room. He would have walked right past her room to the kitchen.
The stairs only lead downstairs where Bethany's
the front
room
door
was.
Right.
Yeah, where the front. It's
Nothing
on the
else
wall.
is down there.
No.
Oh, no escape route down there besides the other door.
Yeah, there's a front door, and then there's Bethany's room on one end of the house, and then on the Bethany's room was on the east end of the house on the first floor. The spare bedroom was on the west end of the first floor. Then there's a bathroom in the middle. Then you go up the steps to the second floor where the living room is. Then
you got the kitchen,
Dylan's room, a bathroom, the living room, and Xana's room. And then you have to go up the steps beside of Dylan's room, which was between Dylan's room and the kitchen. You go up the steps to the third floor, and you've got Kaylee's room, you got a bathroom, and Maddie's room.
Yep.
Wow.
And what does the PCA account for Bethany? She's supposed to be asleep in her room, or?
The only thing that it says about Bethany was that she's seen Ethan and Xana at the Simcoe house from 9 o'clock on November the 12th to 1:45 on November the 13th. Then it also says that her and Dylan were out in the community together. Out in the community separately, but they ended up back home around 1 o'clock. And then it mentions her whenever it says.
No, that's not the PCA.
Which one is that?
That's all the press releases about them being out on town separately and back by 1. They don't say in the PCA back by 1.
Okay. So
they say everyone's home by 2, but they don't say what the other 2 roommates were doing or other than Bethany being with them at the Sigma Chi at some point. But
and then it says about the downloads from her and Dylan's phone.
And Dylan's room is directly under where
Maddie
and Kaylee were.
Yes.
And on the same floor as Xana and Ethan. That is so weird. I did not have that correct in my head.
But Bethany had to give some kind of statement to the police that the defense saw that says, wait a minute. This right here, according to the defense, proves our guy didn't do it.
And is it a thing?
Just in that private investigator's declaration, stating that she had exculpatory evidence, it said that it was things that she heard and things that she saw.
Right. But that's none
unless she can see through floors.
But what I'm saying is, the state doesn't want that in or didn't want that testimony. It goes back when we were talking to the lawyer because evidently it's going to be damning to their agenda.
Do the survivors both have attorneys, or?
I believe so.
Bethany definitely does. I'm sure that Dylan does.
See, that's going to puzzle me. What did she see and what did she hear?
I don't think she's seen anything. Now hearing things, yes. Seeing
Does
something,
her room have a window?
I don't think so.
Yeah, all the rooms have windows.
Yeah, it has a window.
It looks out to the front.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. She looked out to the front, or did she take a peek walk out of her bedroom and take a peek, and she saw something different than what Dylan saw?
I don't know.
See,
it's hard to tell anymore.
If he's walking by that little, I don't know what you want to call it. It's like a hallway, not a hallway, but anyway.
The stairs.
Yeah, right above the stairs, but I mean between one bedroom and the other. If he's walking between there, and Dylan's got her door barely cracked and sees a man clad in black with bushy eyebrows, but Bethany gives a different account, that's going to be a problem for the state.
I'm still stuck on that inner circle friends account. Like, I'm still stuck on it. It just makes his whole thing doesn't make sense. But what he said about Dylan getting an attorney because the police were pressuring her to say certain things, and what was in the PCA wasn't exactly how she said it happened. It makes sense. It makes more sense than you didn't do anything but hear a bunch of stuff and didn't call. It makes more sense.
So what happened was some guy burst in there, or he just left the ranch wide open. He went in there, he went upstairs, he took out two people, he went downstairs, he had a fight to the death with a guy and with a girl, and then he walked past another girl, and she went in her room, and she thought, it's 2022, I don't have a cell phone or anything, I'm not going to call the cops or message anyone, and she slept. And so did the girl in the underneath her, and nothing happened till 11:58.
Yeah, it's odd. And when she apparently saw him and he's walking by her room, where would he have been coming from? Upstairs? Why would he be walking by her room on the other side of the house if he's
from
coming
Xana's room?
Does that you have to travel past her room from Xana's room to go out the kitchen?
Yes.
So she was even closer than being on the other side of the house.
Her bedroom is right next to the kitchen.
Yeah, her bedroom's right there at the kitchen.
And that's where the sliding glass door is. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So pretty close to their room.
Boz, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you? Oh.
He's gone.
Wait, we lost him.
But I've seen these other channels and even news agencies showing Ethan and Xana being taken out first. Then he goes upstairs.
Oh, I see Kenyon talking about the restaurant. I saw that it said that someone who worked there remembered him because his strict order and how he made the weird request that none of his food be prepared where meat was prepared. That would make you remember someone. So I believe that they knew he had come there before.
Well, the owner says he never was here.
It's just a weird memory thing, like what would make you remember someone if they were really picky about their food order.
And which two girls weren't there?
Maddie and Kaylee.
No, I think it was it Xana and Kaylee? I mean Xana and Maddie.
Could be.
Well, ask Scarlett, she'll know.
What is it?
Which two girls worked at the Mad Greek?
Maddie and Xana.
Maddie and Xana, I thought it was.
It's just something you would definitely remember working in a restaurant. If somebody makes a weird anal food order, you you know who that person is.
And just the body language of coming to the grub truck, all that looks fine. The guy and the two girls walking together. But when it's time to leave, it's like they bolt and he's like, oh my God, they're gone. He runs. Well, he takes off pretty quickly and goes the opposite way. And I know he was there as like a chaperone or a bodyguard.
Okay, sorry, I was.
Was he like a frat guy, like in charge of escorting them around? Like a.
I don't know. It could be either he was a bodyguard looking out for him. He was, and I don't mean a true bodyguard.
Right.
But just a male figure to be with them, their strength in numbers.
We lost Pierce again.
Wait, no, he's back.
Well,
are you talking about hoodie guy?
Or if he was there thinking he was going to hook up with one of them.
Well, they make those incoming pledges. Sometimes they make them do things like drive car, walk people home, make sure you do this, make sure you do that.
Well, I do it as a gentleman anyway. I mean, if I'm at a place and I see a female, especially at night, she's with our party, she's going to walk up to her car and leave. I say, here, let me walk out with you.
I do that as a gentleman too.
I think he just walked from the corner club to the food truck, because if the private party would have picked them up at the corner club, I don't think they would have stopped and waited on them to get their food from the grub truck. So they just walked, and he just walked with them to the truck, waited till they got their food and their ride was there, and then he went back to wherever he was parked at or wherever he was going. And they got in the car and left.
And where did he go from there?
I wonder if he went back to the corner club.
But he looks shocked, like once they leave.
Yeah, didn't they say he drove to his parents'?
Yeah, that's what's been said, but I've never seen proof that he drove to his, I think it was a family cabin or something like that. And then people were claiming that he went out of town because they seen where he had went to Africa before with his family. Right. And they were saying he went out of the country, but I never saw any proof of that.
Neither have I.
I saw the guy he was standing next to like point in the direction that they went, and then he was like, "Oh crap," and then took off after him.
I wonder though
you're
if it's
supposed to be watching them. Like,
I wonder if it's because they didn't say bye to him. Because I mean, before the video of them walking down the street came out, it kind of does look like they ditched him, and he was kind of standing off, away from them, and maybe they didn't want to be with him. But whenever the video of them walking down the street comes out,
they were all talking.
I see three friends walking down the street, talking and laughing. The girls don't act like they're scared of him, annoyed by him, trying to get away from him or anything like that.
No, I don't think that it looked like they were getting away. But like when you're drinking and stuff, I don't know if you've had enough to drink. You don't really care about where somebody else is. You decide where you're going to go, and then you go. And if you don't keep up with the intoxicated person, they'll leave you because they don't.
And maybe that's what he was doing, is just making sure that they made it safely to the truck and that they got into the car.
I don't think it was suspicious. It didn't look suspicious to me.
Right.
No. I can hear, I can definitely hear. What did you tell Adam? I told him everything. Can y'all hear anything else said by the male or anybody else?
No. I know he said something
about what that's about.
Yeah, you can hear him say something, but you can't tell what it is that he says.
Yeah.
Boz, are you back?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my phone, but yeah, Tony, he made a good point earlier, and he's one of the only other people that I've seen bring up that point besides myself, and I've been saying it since the beginning of this case. Is that it seems like whoever did this had a vendetta against the city of Moscow. And 2 weeks before this murder had happened, NBC had that episode with Douglas Wilson from, I think it's called Christchurch. And, they kind of vilified that dude. He's disgusting and he deserves to be vilified. But the fact is that he was, and he probably didn't think that, after the production and after they got done editing the interview, he probably didn't think that it was going to come out the way that it did. And, it's just kind of odd that Tony had brought that up because I haven't seen anybody else mention that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was just speculating, but I like to throw everything in the pot.
Yeah, I believe in turning over every stone, every single stone.
I mean, it's costing them a lot of money, but if he didn't get caught, it wouldn't have cost them anything. Well, besides investigating, it's the trial that's costing them all the money.
Yeah.
So you would have to intend to go to trial. You wouldn't need to. I mean, 4 victims you wouldn't need that many. It could cost them money in a lot of other ways.
Yeah.
And those church people did just get settlement out of court about those arrests from the city. I think that just happened.
I've heard a lot of bad about that church, but I've never looked deep into it either. I just know that from what I've heard that the church or the guy is not a very good person.
He's got a crazy video where he sets fire to things and stuff.
Oh God.
And yeah.
Fire to things and stuff.
Yeah, well, he's
I like that.
He's sitting in a lounge or something, and then all of a sudden everything around him is burning, and it's not green screen or nothing. And then they edit to another shot where he's driving somewhere and then stuff burning, and it's it was weird. It was weird, but
Fire and brimstone church stuff.
Or something like that. I couldn't really understand what was going on, but I wasn't. Yeah, he didn't get me. He didn't get me anyway. I wasn't convinced.
No clear message, just fire.
Greek Orthodox.
Yeah, I heard that he treated people well. There was a certain belief that he had between the men and the women, and just not to get into the religious part of it, but it was just something that I didn't believe in, and just among other things. And I forgot who it was that had came up one night way back and was telling about the church and the stuff that went on there.
It might have been me. I think one of the times that I came on your show, I'd, mentioned it.
It could have been.
And, and the other thing I find odd in this case, too, is that there's so much focus on how he walked out of there, but there's no focus on how he entered that house. Or, I don't mean to just say he, them, whoever the perpetrators.
I think it's been discussed in that community that they didn't lock their doors.
Yeah, but that's not a definite, though. I mean...
Right. But, I did see police body cam footage of a girl who was reporting, her car got broken into, but it wasn't broken into because she didn't lock it, because they don't lock things around there, she said.
Right. But they still never really necessarily disclose that. And if somebody isn't really familiar with that house, they might not know that information.
True. It would just be let's try it and see if it opens. They didn't break in.
One thing I did notice, at the very beginning when this happened, they had some drone footage of the house. And that ladder was still on the side of the house against that barrier wall.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And if you look at the top of that ledge, it's discolored right above where the ladder would be, almost as if somebody kind of got to that ledge and needed to slide their way up there and, and kind of cleared some of the dirt, the residual dirt that had been there before. I've seen in previous videos, with the body cam footage where those upstairs windows were open, people would communicate to people outside of those windows. I'm almost wondering, could the perpetrator or perpetrators have entered in through Xana's window from that ledge? And maybe when she was down getting her, food from whatever, or eating it in the kitchen, and Ethan was probably asleep in the room, because with him being 6'4", he would have had to been completely subdued, in my opinion, in order. And he would have probably had to been the first one subdued in order for everything else to happen within a matter of 7 minutes.
And I think with a neck wound, that doesn't have to necessarily mean it, but from behind a neck/wound, it would be kind of hard to do a fatal neck/wound from the front.
Yeah, and especially with the K-bar. I mean, the K-bar is a combat,
Aren't
more
they
like
serrated too? Serrated blade?
I think you can buy some of them that are.
Yeah, some of them are. The classic ones typically aren't. You know, the ones that kind of came out after Rambo that started emulating Rambo knives would have more of a serrated top. But that, like I said, that wouldn't be, you know, hypothetically, if I was to say I'm going to go out and do something like that, that would be the last weapon that I would choose.
And Buzz, wouldn't they have to like put the ladder back down, or else it would be real evident that that's what they did, and they would have to have time to do that as they were fleeing the scene?
That's a good question. I would say with the ladder already being there, which shows in the video footage from when the police came there, I want to say it was 8/16, the 8/16 footage. The ladder was already there.
Yeah, it was there, but it was on its side, right? So
yeah,
whoever left would have had to put it back down on its side, like not leave in a hurry.
it was on its side in that footage from 8/16, which was like a couple months before that had happened.
Oh, true. They could kick it when they got up there, I guess.
Yeah, it's just really weird. I just kind of just really wonder about that.
Yeah, and I saw in the chat somebody said the coded lock. I think that was on the behind door, not the screen sliding door.
Yeah, that was on the front door.
The front
not
door,
the side door, not the
which
slider.
is where everyone parks, right? In the back.
Yes. No, on the front.
On the sliding door?
The sliding door is in the back.
On the side.
I just want to clear something up. The top of a knife, those are called sawtooths. The bottom of the knife where the sharp blade is, that's the serrations. When you see those little grooves in there, those are made for slicing and cutting, mostly for wire. That's what you use them for, and they're hard to sharpen. But the top of it, those are called saw blades. If you see those type knives that's got those grooves in them, those are called saw blades. But I mean, they're all deadly. The K-bar's a good knife to use for that purpose, what he used it for.
And when the police got there, they said the door was unlocked. Probably they didn't lock it after they called Hunter.
And as we were talking the other night with Sniper, he was combat medical. Once you puncture that lung, they're not going to scream. That's the way I was even trained when I was in the military. Come up from behind, put your hand over the mouth, and then turn your blade sideways, run it through between the ribs. You got to go for the ribs before you get to the lung. If you hit a bone, that's when your hand will come off the knife if you're coming in with hard force. So you will want to come in sideways, try to get in between a rib and hit that lung. That's it. Game's over.
Yeah.
Once you collapse the lung, it's over. They're not going to get up and move. They're not going to scream.
Did they ever find a gun, like, you know, when they possessed his property from his apartment in parents' house?
Yes, they found a 40 S&W Smith & Wesson.
See, that would make sense, because I'm thinking you would have to have a gun in order to subdue people like that. You know, people are less prone to want to attack or defend themselves. Like, say, for example, if I got a gun to you and I tell you, turn around and put your hands on the wall, this is a stick up, nobody move and nobody gets hurt. You're probably going to turn around, put your hands on the wall and trust that I'm, you know, just coming there for the goods, and then, you know, boom, you take out the knife because
you can't outrun a bullet.
And I shouldn't say Smith & Wesson. It could be a Glock, but it was a 40 S&W pistol they found.
Yeah, that'd make a little sense. I'm still just really.
It was a Glock 22, 40 cal is what it was.
Just my biggest concern about this whole case is the interaction with the traffic stop from 8/21/2022. You know, that there's a possibility that knife could have been stolen, confiscated, or taken from by those police when they interacted with Bryan Kohberger. I find it kind of odd that all these body cam videos have surfaced, even, you know, with him being pulled over in Pullman or just everything, but that particular one
Wouldn't
still
they have put that in the report that they?
if
I
it
don't
was
know why they would
if
just take a knife and not say you had a concealed weapon and charge you with it. A
oh,
concealed deadly
I
weapon.
have a great answer for that because I'm a victim of Idaho's shenanigans. They've taken a gun from me before and didn't report it.
Oh.
And this is in Idaho. I've been in jail in Moscow before, so I know how these law enforcement people
That's
conduct
crazy.
themselves.
I do know
remember that
secondhand
story.
a person that did
Yeah.
get charged with a concealed deadly weapon when they searched their car because they were getting charged with bogus charges, and they searched the car and charged them with that too.
That's
I don't know
all.
if they confiscated it though.
If you're within reach, like this one guy, he committed a crime, and when they found that he had the sharp object or a pistol in the car, now it changed it, made it go up even higher, even though he didn't use that.
But they traffic stop? What were they stopping him for?
Seatbelt at nighttime.
And you think they would have asked him to step out and permission to search his vehicle, and he
Most
gave it
definitely with Pennsylvania plates.
with his
Most definitely.
But I wonder how they
knowledge? He
knew
would
he
have
didn't have a seatbelt on though at night.
at night. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like,
But
how did they know it?
you have to give permission for them to search your vehicle.
Not really. Idaho has their own specific special, like they don't really honor constitutional rights, and they have their own
Yeah,
special little laws. Like even though Pullman and Moscow are just 7 miles away, it's two completely different worlds concerning the law. You know, marijuana is legal 7 miles away, and 7 miles away, it is just the most hated thing. In Washington, the passengers doesn't have, like if a cop pulls you over in your passenger, they don't have to identify themselves, but Idaho, they do. So like, that's what I'm
But
saying. Like,
he's definitely an arguer from the other footage from him turning on left on a red. If they said you didn't wear a seatbelt and he argued with them, they would have tried to put other charges on him just to be.
they could have easily said it smells like marijuana in here. That's what they normally do in Idaho, especially
They
that
could,
close to the border.
It would have been on charges. Like it would have been, they
Yeah.
charged him with it.
Is Idaho a stop and search state?
For the most part, yeah. That every time I've ever been stopped by them, I've been searched without any probable cause. Even when I insist that I don't want them to search and let them know that I'm aware that they don't have probable cause, they still will violate.
Do you have a dash cam now?
No.
That's when you video.
You got you'd have a dash cam now, right?
I moved really far away from there,
Oh.
where I don't have to deal with that type of policing anymore.
Right. I'd get a dash cam soother. So.
Yeah, because you can't trust any police officer.
No, and you really can't trust those Idaho ones. You really can't. I could tell you guys stories for days and hours, and it would blow you away. All the way, and it's not just Moscow. It's Coeur d'Alene. It's Post Falls. It's Lewiston. It's Boise. It's the whole state.
It's crazy how bold they are. It seems like a lot of them are wearing body cams, and they're that bold with you that they would put and implicate themselves on their own body cams doing stuff that they can get sued for.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because they don't, like I said, they know who to pick on and who not to pick on. Idaho, even though it's a huge state, there's not that many people in it, so most people know everybody for the most part, like in your particular region that you're in. So there's not much oversight in that state, especially in Moscow. Moscow is in the middle of Boise and Coeur d'Alene, and there's nothing really in between. So there's not really a huge federal there's not a huge like federal involvement oversight in that area. So a lot of things, unless you have the money to really fight it, which most people don't, because like I said, they kind of target. They know who to mess with and who not to.
I see.
And
so I'm assuming you just let them keep your gun. Did you ever?
Oh no, I was instructed never to speak a word about it, and this really, ever since this whole stuff had occurred, this is the first time I'd ever spoken about it ever since that ever since that incident
That's
happened.
disturbing. Like, they probably just have a cache of other people's weapons to, like, do whatever they want with.
Oh,
Let
they took every dollar out of my bank account too. I had like $3,000 in my bank account at the time of the stop, and they took all
Was
of
it
that.
drug related?
No, not at all.
How they take money out of your bank? Oh no.
Because they had me in custody, and they ran my debit card and took everything off of it. Here's the coldest part, is that 2 years later, they had issued a warrant for my arrest because the 15-cent fee that it cost to run a debit card, they didn't add it to their fee, they added it to me. So they ended up issuing a warrant for my arrest for 15 cents from when they took all that money out of my account. And so they extradited me through every single jail in the state of Idaho over 15 cents.
Sir, you should be rich
isn't
right
that
now.
theft though? Wouldn't that be considered theft if they ran your debit card?
Of course it would, but like I said, unless you have the money, the time, and the resources to deal with that, then
We didn't have the money
you're
no
just
more. They took it.
right. You're just when they released me, I was pretty much left homeless in the middle of the state of Idaho.
Oh,
I've
hell
only
no.
heard police confiscating money and things like that when they say this is possibly drug money. Like, they come into your house and find a drug, and then everything in your house, they can take it home with them if they want to.
But if you can prove that you were working and you got it through work, they can't take it. Or that's how it is in Louisiana. Like, yeah, they can come in and take it if they think it has something to do with drugs. But if you prove that you worked and got that money, like if it's been deposited into your account or you have check stubs or whatever, they cannot take your money. That's
but only if you can prove they took it. But yeah, that bank, you should be able to prove they took that. But they can take stuff from your house and not enter it into seized and just take it home with them. And if you try to say they did, how are you going to tell? They took my TV. Well, it's not in the seized.
Exactly.
I mean, I know people it's happened to before is the only reason why I'm speaking on that.
That's messed up.
It is. And that's why I believe you, boss.
And so with my experience with that, that's why it's so easy for me to imagine it happening there. Because I personally,
what are they doing with those weapons they're taking from people?
Man, you never know. I'm still concerned about it to this day. You know,
Did you register? Did you go on the register and report it stolen at least?
No, this had happened more than 10 years ago, let's say. And at the time when it happened, I was a little bit younger and not as educated. And
it wasn't registered to you then?
I just wanted to get the hell out of the state of Idaho and not have anything to do with it.
But was the gun registered in your name?
Sure, it was.
I would still do something about that now.
You need to do something about that, because if somebody uses that gun for a weapon in a crime, that's going to come back on you.
Oh yeah, I would do something about it if it was you.
Yeah, but what you guys have to understand is that when I have kids and family members that live all throughout that region, I could be putting people that I care about in jeopardy by doing something like that.
If you report it stolen, it doesn't implicate that you're not implicating anyone. You're just saying you don't know where it is. It can't be located. It's not.
I understand what you're saying.
It's just
I hear what you're saying.
Butt.
But when you know what you're dealing with and what you're up against, sometimes it's just best to let things.
That's crazy. Just like they didn't call the police right away. They lived there. They're scared. You are scared. They probably know people that kind of stuff has happened to.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, I can tell you things that would make your blood curdle about Moscow in particular and other agencies in that state.
Do you think that if just in your opinion, do you think that they could set Bryan up for this?
Most definitely.
Okay.
And I'm not a cop hater at all. I'm not a cop hater. But
just to put this out, he's not saying that they did set Bryan up. He's just saying that they could.
Right.
If they were, I really think that they would have found, quote unquote, the knife with his touch DNA on it. Like, they have it. If they're, whoever would be framing him would make it convenient and find that knife, not just a sheath.
Yeah, but that's not a definite, though. I mean, it makes sense, but none of this in this case makes sense.
If you find it in his apartment with a victim DNA on it, which they would have found, quote unquote, if they were really trying to get him in dead to rights, they would.
I don't know. This whole damn case is crazy.
Yeah, too many coincidences. Just there's too many coincidences, and that's what makes it an anomaly for us to even try to comprehend, because there's just too many coincidences, and life doesn't give you that many coincidences.
Right.
I know. I mean, you stop and think about 4 o'clock. Got DoorDash 4:05. He's coming in.
Yeah. And that's when a shift change is about to begin too. That's when usually cops are kind of winding down.
Actually, it was 3:29 when he was seen in the area the first time.
Well, we don't have any proof of that. I haven't seen one video or anything that clearly says that this is a white Elantra with Pennsylvania plates.
Right.
I didn't say white Elantra. I said it was stated 3:29 in the area. Not saying it was Bryan. Not saying it was white
I feel you.
Elantra.
Closest thing I've seen in that area was that undercover cop car by Banfield.
Which kind of seems crazy. Why are those cops in undercover cars?
Yeah, with night vision goggles in the back seat.
Yeah, what that?
I remember you mentioning that last time, and you said that it was on a video somewhere where you could see that. What was that video?
I had sent it to Scarlett. I had sent it.
You did?
Yeah. That last time I was on your panel, I had sent you.
Okay, I'll have to go back and see if I can find the.
I'm trying to see. I think it was a video that JLR had released, and it's right towards the end when they're about to get in their car after they got done writing the tickets and they, released the kids.
JLR.
And plus, think about this, man. Those cops just made about $1,500 in about 30 minutes. Each one of those tickets was like a $500 ticket. Me as a parent, my daughter just she starts WSU in a couple days. I would be highly upset if my daughter called me like, "Hey, I just got a $500 ticket today for crossing the street." But yeah, back to your original question. You can see that night vision scope in the backseat of that undercover cop car in the Banfield video towards the end when they're getting in their vehicle after they dismissed.
What type of car was it?
It was looks like a Ford or something. I think it's a Ford if I remember correctly.
What color?
It looks like a Ford Fusion, if I'm not mistaken. It's like it's a light color.
Yeah, it's silver.
Silver, gray, cream, white. It's a light color car. I just thought it was weird.
I think undercovers would be in the area if they were trying to catch somebody in the act of something, i.e. drugs, because I have heard a lot of mention that was a high traffic area for people trafficking heroin.
More Spokane, not too much there. Those are college students and serious college students. I know the personalities of the people in that region, and I know those cities, and heroin is a big problem in Spokane right now, and not saying that it can't overflow to Pullman and Moscow, but the biggest problem maybe in that area might be weed, or maybe some type of ecstasy or something like that. For the most part, it just,
regular
for the most part,
drugs.
Yeah, those are really good kids in that region. You have your bad seeds that do some extreme stuff, but that if you go and look in the videos or pictures of all those students, all those girls that are involved, you don't see no drugs anywhere in the background.
What do you think the night vision cops were looking at?
I think they were getting their creep on, because that house sat kind of at the bottom of like a fishbowl. When you get up to that ridge, I forget the name of that road up there, you can see straight down.
I showed y'all the picture where the truck is sitting, and you're from inside the house where the picture was taken, through that sliding glass door, and in Kaylee's room, through her sliding glass door, that same truck sitting up on that hill, looking dead ass into that house.
There is no way that cop in that body cam footage could have recognized that was a JBL speaker from 400 feet, 500 feet.
With houses in between.
You're insinuating the cops were like peeping toms? Is that
big time?
Okay.
Well, yeah, they made there was a statement made about there not being any steps up to the second balcony. Like, why would a cop make that comment about a house where all girls live?
Right.
And cops are sitting around peeping in their windows, and no cop is a bad cop enough to have tried to enter the house and off duty and tried to have an assault on one of them that they were stalking all the time.
I mean, that cop could have
Right?
I mean, the cops around here, they will hide behind buildings and everything else trying to catch somebody speeding. They very well could have been sitting in that back parking lot back there, acting like because they're on duty, they're acting like they're trying to catch something, but they're actually sitting back here doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing as stalking, which is what a killer would do, which is what they were doing.
And look, you guys can Google this too. Google God complex, superiority complex, and the type of jobs that people that have those type of personality traits, what type of jobs they normally occupy. Whoever did this, they would have to have a God complex / superiority complex in order to kill 4 people, but leave 2 people alive. You know, so
yeah, the leave 2 people alive part.
Yeah.
Like,
You
you're
know,
not gonna catch me, so what?
those were some beautiful girls and a lot of beautiful friends that would come in and out that house. And for years, even before that group of friends were there, the ones that occupied it before that. And, you know, I think some cops' feelings got hurt, or maybe those girls got tired of being harassed and they started making complaints. And maybe that's why they got busted down to driving a Ford instead of their normal Chargers and Durangos that they normally drive.
Cop reform is a real thing. We need somebody to police the police.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. If I never experienced the corruption of those cops, I would pretty much be saying that BK did it, but he didn't do it alone because of his admission. And that
Excuse me. Wait, did we lose him?
Who's that?
Boz.
He's gone.
Yep, I think he is. Oh, yeah, we lost him.
Dang. I have this suspicion opinions because of things that I've seen happen too, and before that I was totally on the tell the truth, tell them everything, you know. I didn't know anything about don't speak, and even if you're innocent, I didn't know anything about that until it happened to people I knew.
All right. If he comes back up, I'll because teacher was wanting to know when was it he lived in Idaho. Does anybody remember when he said?
Oh yeah, that was someone else's question from the chat, I think.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to.
Detroit, yeah.
Who else did we lose?
Yeah, see, Detra. Sorry, let me read this. Detra Ed. But how does the FBI help them frame? But how does the FBI help them frame them? Doesn't make any sense. But I think it's saying, you know, how did the FBI got involved? Did they go along with the cover up and the framing and all that?
I don't believe so.
Did a couple of Moscow cops did it, arranged it, whatever, blah blah, covered it up or framed the suspect, and then the FBI came in and they just followed, you know, the leads they were sort of, you know, given, or the way they were led, and just went through with it. Went, yep, here we go. We're the FBI. We got it.
I don't believe the FBI would frame them.
No, so I
it
don't
would be
think
local
so.
PD to do a framing.
If local PD did it, then FBI didn't see through it or went along with it. I doubt they went along with it.
No.
Maybe they did. Maybe it's from way up high. I doubt it. So,
I mean, they would have done a really poor job of framing him.
I don't see him being framed. I don't.
No, I don't think that. It just doesn't make sense.
There's no reason to pick Bryan Kohberger and frame him. For what reason?
All right, and Boz said that his phone is acting up, so he'll join tomorrow when he's on his computer.
Okay. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, I've always thought maybe he was a driver, observer. Just to me, doesn't look like it to me. But then they always.
Boz, you're very welcome. All right, y'all, real quick. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to be ending the live so I can go to bed because I got to get once again early in the morning. So if y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. I want to try to get. It shows we have a 199 in here now. I want to try to get the likes up as close to that as we possibly can. All right, Tony, go ahead and finish saying what you were saying.
No, I'm finished.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a framed job. It could be very easy for a cop to sit up on that hill, though, and look into those girls' house.
It could be very easy for anybody to sit up on that hill and look into their house.
Because, I showed y'all the picture of the red truck that was sitting up there. And you could, if I can see from inside that house in that picture, looking straight at the front of that truck, and there's nothing obstructing the view from inside the house, and there's going to be nothing obstructing the view from that truck to inside that kitchen or inside of Kaylee's bedroom or anything else. So it would be very easy to do so.
I don't think it would point to framing so much as give a good explanation as to why they didn't call the cops until they did.
Yeah,
they just waited till they had to.
I don't understand that.
That part I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't.
I get she's 19, 20, whatever.
I get being scared at that age, but
Yeah.
So just turn my phone off and now on and see chat. I was frozen the whole time. Yeah, Gigi, my chat was doing that too on YouTube, so I had to keep exiting off of YouTube and going back into it.
But I guess we'll find out the explanation when they go to trial.
That's gonna be probably the main thing. We probably won't never know a motive, but I think one of the main things is what took so long. What was going on in those 8 hours?
They don't have to prove motive.
Right.
So.
Yeah, we'll never find that out anyway, but
No.
I still, why 8 hours, and during those 8 hours, what was going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that we get to hear what they have to say about it.
Is it as simple as she was asleep?
Yeah, if you didn't go to sleep till 4 a.m, you probably would have slept all day if you didn't realize something was wrong. You just thought, oh, they're making a lot of noise. That's annoying.
But she's claiming she's in a frozen shock phase and locked her door.
So says she was. I don't think it says that she said that. They just said
she's quoted as saying that, but I feel like she was at the time she went to the. I don't know if I feel like
they're gonna have when she's put on the stand, she's gonna have to answer that.
Yep.
Okay, well, if you were asleep for 8 hours, then what made you so scared that you went into a frozen shock phase and locked your bedroom door? So how are you going to explain that? Because if you say, oh, I was asleep, you're kind of contradicting the statement that you gave that you were in a frozen shock phase.
Right, before she had enough time to think about what she was saying. Like, hey, why didn't you call us? Well, I was in a frozen, I was just in shock.
I was scared, a shock, yeah, something like that.
Like you wouldn't have time to even think about what you need to say. You would just say a quick explanation, I guess.
Yeah, without thinking about you have to go to court and you're going to have to get on the stand if someone is caught and you're going to have to testify to what you're putting in the statement.
I say, listen, I was scared to come out of my room. I was scared to do anything.
But did you have your phone?
Yeah, but I ain't calling nobody.
Then why did you call your friends before
That's
you
what called? They're gonna ask her.
And they'll drag out whatever kind of cell phone she was having, cell phone conversations or something with her roommate maybe, and be like, so why'd you say this and why'd you say that?
Right.
Well, even if they don't, let's just say they don't even bring that into play.
Right.
Okay, you had your phone. Well, why didn't you call somebody? Because I was scared. I was in shock. I was in fear. Okay, so if you were in shock and you're in fear, then why did you call friends over before you called 911? How did you know that those people what made you think that they were passed out and wouldn't wake up? If they
Right.
if you thought they were passed out and wouldn't wake up, why not call 911 instead of a friend?
Yeah, exactly.
She's got
Which
some
is why
explaining to do.
it makes more sense the way that the alleged inner circle friend says she didn't think anything was going on, and she yelled out that they were being loud, and she was texting them trying to get hold, and probably got a hold of Bethany and whatever, like just didn't think anything was going on like that. Like,
I'm sorry, but if I would have heard a noise,
I mean, they're in a college house. People come and go. They have parties.
I don't
They're
care.
up
I'll be
late.
calling 911.
But
call 911 at the first sound.
If if someone is in the house and they're doing this, but you think that it's a party going on, and you scream out of your bedroom door, "Hey, can y'all shut up because I'm trying to sleep? Y'all are being too loud." Could that person that's doing the murders heard it? Exactly,
right.
because apparently,
and then left.
So
yeah, but they're gonna know there's another
person in there, right?
Yeah,
so
there's
they
a
would have
witness.
heard her screaming.
But they
And-
might have wanted to get out of there fast because they know the person heard them and may be calling the police.
Unless they thought it was Zena.
Unless who thought it was Zena.
If she yelled.
And he thought it was Zana, so that's why he did what he did to her.
Yeah.
Because he could have thought it was her.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I don't know.
But it makes more sense that the way he said she thought it was just noise, and she thought when she saw a guy leave that it was just one of their friends leaving, and it was quiet after that, so she went to bed. That makes more sense to me than you were frozen shock phase. You didn't think it, like you were scared.
But
it makes more sense.
Are you going to give somebody a description of a man who all you've seen was bushy eyebrows because he had a black mask on that covered his nose and his mouth?
No, because you wouldn't be awake to.
The friend also said that she didn't really give that description, that they were asking leading questions and then writing things down as statements.
But how does that? I don't even believe that friend. I know which one you're talking about. I don't believe nothing he says.
I don't know.
But how would he even know it?
It's just because it makes more sense than what is on the PCA. That's the only reason I keep considering it, because it does a way better job of explaining what happened.
This guy came out not long after the murders had happened, claimed that he was his fiance or girlfriend was friends with Dylan. But
I don't believe that.
I think that dude wanted 5 minutes of fame, and I think that what he was putting out, I don't believe. And how does he know what Dylan told unless he was sitting there while the conversation was going on with the police? Dylan could have went in there and said, "I didn't say anything," and be a complete lie.
But the PCA came out and she could have said, "I didn't say that stuff."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe that dude.
I mean, the other thing is, she could have said it and they could have taken it out of context.
Right.
True.
Or they could have said something like,
I'm sure that she said it at some point.
Yeah.
They wouldn't quote her saying something that she didn't say in this document.
Because if she didn't say it and they put it in a PCA saying that she said it, well, then that's when you go get an attorney, and your attorney comes back and says, "Okay, y'all are saying that my client stated something that's now in a probable cause for somebody's arrest."
Yeah,
and
her attorney should be asking for those body cam footage to see exactly what she did say if she has a problem with what's in the PCA.
Right, because at every little thing in this case, we can argue it. If we can argue it, and most of us in here don't have any law experience, what the hell do y'all think Ann Taylor's going to do?
Yep.
If we can see it, you know she can see it. You know that her whole team can see it. So,
definitely.
I mean, we're just arguing little stuff here.
Right.
I'm not even arguing. Yeah.
Not technically arguing, but the legal term arguing it.
Right.
That's what we're doing. So just think of what Ann Taylor's going to do when this goes to trial.
We're just sussing it out. I just keep considering it because it just maybe he just came up with something that makes way more sense than what's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he's making it up. I mean, I couldn't have thought of that to make it up. I couldn't think of any explanation why it would take that long.
I don't know.
I mean,
I couldn't think of any defense for her.
I just wonder if she didn't think anything of it and she went back to bed.
Right, which is what that guy said too.
I mean,
But I
if
was
I
just
would have,
thinking that's so hard to believe, especially after that, what was in the PCA. I
right.
couldn't think of a defense
But
for
if
her
I
at all.
see, if I hear something that, because we don't know exact noises that she heard, we can only
assume
assume the noises that she would have heard based off of what happened in that house.
And I sleep with my TV on. If some noises are happening, I'm not getting all of it. Like I'm watching TV or listening to iPod or.
If there's just any screaming, or if we just think, okay, just off of, she thought it was a party and it was a guest. Well, if you see this weird, like, why would a guy be walking through the house at 4 something in the morning with a mask on? That's red flag number one.
Unless it's a COVID mask, some people still wear those around.
Still, how many people, those kids that's on those videos on their TikToks and all that, had masks on like that? None. So if I was to see that, and I see this dude that I don't know, and all I can tell is he's got bushy eyebrows, and he's leaving my house at this late at night, I'm gonna go to my roommate's rooms and be like, oh, I just seen somebody leave. I thought y'all were still up or whatever, and just come up with some bullshit excuse. Oh, I thought y'all were still up because I seen somebody leave, if they're okay. But if they're not okay, then you see it at that point, and then you call 911, and it's fresh in your memory of the guy that you just seen walking through your house, and the clock starts right then that they start looking for this person. Not wait 8 hours. Can't wait.
If that's the relationship you have with your friends, that you check in on them, or is the relationship
I would do it with the person.
Mind your own business?
If I was living in a house with people that I couldn't stand, but I was in that situation, I would still go check on them.
You, Scarlett, yeah. People like us that are all into true crime and like, oh, this is on your mind all the time. But if you're in a house where people have their own business going on, and maybe they get DoorDash at such in the morning, and maybe some of them smoke weed or something, they have people come over to bring it to them. You don't really want to get inside people's business like that.
I just don't think there's any excuse. Honestly, I just don't think there's any excuse that she has for 8 hours.
It's hard to think of one, but I'll be interested to hear what she has to say.
Especially when there's 4 kids who are done like this, and the smells that would be going on, and I'm trying not to be too graphic, but just the smells that are going on in the house after that.
Yeah, but if they were there the whole time as the smell was building up, they probably would not have noticed it as much. You know, like if you're in somewhere where it smells,
yeah, you kind of get acclimate to it.
Yeah, your nose. So if it's like gradually building while she's sleeping, she might not have smelled it right away because she'd already like been hanging it there, you know.
Yeah.
And Candy Girl said, the defense is wanting her to testify. Like they've mentioned them by name, that they want them to testify. They want it. So I don't know how they would know that they have exculpatory evidence, but I'm pretty sure it's been mentioned that one of those survivors would possibly have. Yeah. How would they know that they might have exculpatory evidence?
From the police interrogations.
But they
what
have those?
Exculpatory evidence would she have?
I don't know.
Unless she can see through walls.
Hasn't it been stated that they think she has it? Like they wanted... Right.
I don't know. When I first read that, the first thing that popped in my head was she's his alibi. And I could be completely wrong, but that was like the first thing that popped in my head.
Well, we should find out Monday.
It is something, though, that they've specifically by name said, we want this person's testimony or whatever evidence you have interacting with them, because they may have exculpatory evidence. How would he know that? There's no connection between him and the victims, which they've also stated. I was getting
ready to say that contradicts what they said in their one motion.
Yeah. Right, unless like said they read it.
It was an investigator who found that
no connection to any of the.
But that doesn't matter.
It was it doesn't matter who said it, but it was the investigator who was looking through whatever it is that he was looking through, and found that she had exculpatory evidence that was unique.
But what I'm saying is, if he had no connection to anybody in that house,
then how could she have? Well, they said to the victims, though. They said no connection to the victims.
I thought it said
they weren't including the survivors as victims.
I don't. It doesn't. It focus only states
Yeah,
that
it just
there was
says no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There's no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims.
Well,
so I mean, victims, but I mean, he might have found something, but it doesn't mean either that there was a connection. He could have seen something in one of those reports that said, "Hey, she's reporting something that's totally different than Mr. Kohberger." So, like, than Bryan. So it doesn't have to be necessarily that she is going to give him a reason for being in the house, but she could be giving an alternate.
If they have the reports that show that she has exculpatory evidence or whatever they think is, then why are they requesting?
They were subpoenaing her to come and testify at the preliminary hearing.
She was supposed to testify.
And so since that didn't, and then they agreed to have an interview. So like it's not exactly the deposition, but they can. So if they saw something that she had said, but then the investigators didn't really follow up on that comment,
right?
Then it could be valuable for the defense to have that interview with her, so that they can like explore whatever she was talking about.
Did they grant this? They didn't grant the subpoena.
They granted the subpoena, then they
got
pushed back, and then they got to the interview as a medium, and then there was the indictment, and so we don't know if they had that interview or not.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna be in about 5 minutes, so let's get those last minute likes up. Yeah, so I'm like Ashes in chat. The trial needs to start soon for our insanity and to answer our questions.
Yes. Sooner rather than later.
Thank you,
Yeah, they
Callie.
need to get that nailed down because they're going to have a lot of people coming in to testify, and those people have to be like they need to know.
Right. They can't leave them in limbo.
Right.
Because some people, your experts and stuff, they come from out of town, out of state.
Yep.
So, you can't just leave your expert witnesses in limbo.
Right.
Because they got to have a place to stay.
Yeah.
It would be a tactic to try to move it around to where you couldn't get certain witnesses in there on one side or the other.
No, well, the state has proposed a scheduling conference, so I don't think that's been scheduled yet, but that's on the table, and they laid out all the things that they're looking to cover in that, so that they can nail all that down. But yeah, that's just something that we're not at yet.
All right, y'all. I've got to get out of here for the night.
Thanks, Charlotte. Charlotte. Oh my God. Thanks, Lady B.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming
Scarlett. I'm mad at Lady B right now. She's the one that did this.
She's done rubbed off on you. Oh, Lord.
That was my granddaughter.
Oh, tell her we all said goodnight, Betty Jo.
Thought that was your mom.
No, she's being silly.
Oh, my gosh.
She was asleep.
It matches the picture.
She was asleep. Yeah, she's a little grumbling.
She's still wanting to party. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Scarlett, thanks for having me up. This was interesting and fun.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Scarlett.
You're welcome, Boba.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good night.
You too.
Well,
Candy girl, have a good night.
I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Have a good night.
All right, you do the same, Betty Jo.
Good night.
All right, and Tony, you have a good. Well, technically it's afternoon there, right?
It's 9 p.m.
Oh, okay. Well, have a good night.
Yeah, no, good night to you. I just want to say to everyone, I'm sorry if I missed your messages in chat and your compliments to Eva. I don't read them when I'm in the super thing because I can't see them. They go too fast. There's not as many messages on that screen as there are on the other screen. So thank you very much, Lost Souls.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you and Eva for coming up and joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good night. Tonka, you have a good night as well. So, all right, y'all, I got to get out of here. Thank you all so much for coming and joining us. Newman, have a good night. To everybody who come up on panel, I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night or morning, and I will talk to y'all later.